Hey everyone. My fuck. My alert didn't go. Fortunate. Uh, hmm. It is probably frozen or disconnected. Alright. Discord. Discord. On Discord. Board. No. What? Oh, yeah. Alright. I don't know why it didn't happen. Alright. Well, whatever. Anyway, we're here. We're gonna do a very roundtable in just a second. Thanks for being here. Let's get started. Okay. All right. Pop, 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 pop. Um. Hmm. Hello all.
Good evening.
What's up?
Hey, nice to have you here.
Nice to be here.
Stall for time.
Uh,
Sorry, I'm doing some last minute reading right now, so
So install for time.
Well. If it isn't time to stall for time.
Isn't that what we're all doing in life, really? Just stalling for time until the end?
yeah, you're not wrong.
If you think about it.
Great. This is all brilliant.
Well, we stall
exactly
for time on
wanted,
Prime.
right, Rob?
Yeah. This is fantastic content when the part where no one's talking.
Coming in hot already.
Yeah.
What if we have... I think we should have a moment of silence for our troops. Nobody speak.
After that, I'd appreciate a moment of silence for 9/11 and victims and families. September is coming soon.
We have to have a moment of silence for moment of silence because we don't do that very often anymore.
Right?
Yeah. Anyway, so I guess I'll do it. Hi, people. I'm happy our friend Scott is here. Scott, yeah. It was a shame to miss you the other week, but I'm glad you're doing a bit better.
I'm switching up a bunch of stuff. I'm switching up a bunch of stuff. I haven't been streaming because I realized, I just started looking at the metrics and the data, and like streaming is really just hurting most of us because like we're all following like these giant streamers. And then I just started realizing I'm like, oh, I'm doing a stream to like somewhere between 30 to 80 people, depending on what I'm doing. And then they're seeing half my content going to YouTube and watching half a video. And it's like they're killing me in the algorithm because they're only watching half of it. Or they're subscribed to my YouTube, but they're not watching it because they already saw me live. And like we're like following people like Destiny or like Hassan or something, where like they get these, they have editors that do like these great clips that are like highly edited, and we're all like, you got to stream and do YouTube and do Rumble. And it's like, actually, I've started to realize that like you're killing yourself in the algorithm by streaming and then putting the same stuff you're streaming on the other platforms, as opposed to like just YouTube shorts or TikToks and then like the stuff. Plus I'm like doing better quality and I have more time because like the audio quality and video quality is just way better when I'm recording and not streaming, instead of it all being on one audio track. I have like the audio tracks separated. It's a lot easier to edit. Yeah. So I've just been switching, and I just made a gaming channel, so that's fun.
Yeah, I saw that with
that if I was streaming
Baldur's Gate stuff, right?
Yeah. So I mean,
Cool.
dude, I've been waiting for Baldur's Gate for years, but like honestly, like my whole life, right? Like I'm a big D&D nerd, so like a good D&D game. Like I have been going back to like Neverwinter like every couple years out of boredom. Like that's how much I needed a new
I only played D&D once in college. And we didn't like have like a full campaign or anything, though I'd be interested in doing it again because it was fun. At least, I mean,
yeah, I did
from what I remember.
I did like I did it pretty hardcore. Like when 5e came out, I was in the army when 5e came out, so I didn't do it immediately, but like I did a little bit in college, and then yeah, I mean, once I fell in with the group, I did my own homebrew for like a year and a half every like 2 Saturdays a month for like a good 18, 19 months. Like no, I fucking love D&D, dude.
Hmm.
I'm so happy
your,
Baldur's Gate is
what's your
doing
build
so
right now?
well. Well, I mean,
In
which one?
G3? I get which one.
Like my
Just correct it.
personal playthrough or the one I'm doing
Your
online?
personal playthrough.
My personal playthrough is level 5 Gloomstalker Ranger, the rest in Rogue Wood Elf.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking a half elf sorcerer as usual.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do Sorcerer in Baldur's Gate 3, then you should just do 2 levels of Tempest Cleric and then the rest Storm Sorcerer.
Hey, Doobie. Hey, Doobie.
Yes, sir.
Is I don't have Baldur's Gate 3 because it's on. They haven't released the PlayStation version yet, so I don't know. So you tell me, is that sorcerer class also the easy option? I mean, that's what you took in
Fuck yeah.
Elden Ring.
Look. Sorcerers, like, they start out as a hard option and then they become the easy option, basically.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
anytime
they're
you have,
much-
like,
they're
anytime
much
you have a
squishier at the
charisma
start.
base, like anytime you have a charisma based caster that like you don't have to plan spells, you just have OP spells. Yeah, it's the easy option.
Yeah, you just don't get that until like later on. But the reason I like sorcerer is, I mean, I've always played sorcerer in D&D, like anytime I play the game. But in this game specifically, like there's a lot of like dialogue options that you get access to because you have like high charisma. So it's very useful.
Yeah, my favorite, I think the favorite campaign I've ever played in, not DM'd, was a bardic troop. So like
That's my
everyone
second
was
favorite class, yeah.
required. Yeah, everyone was required to have half of their levels be bard at all times. And so like I was a bard barbarian mix, and I was the tank for the group, half orc, obviously. 3.5 edition, it was a big sexy Gormak, the sexy destroyer, who was very low intelligence, only danced and had a had a lot of issues due to his small human-sized penis. As a half orc, he had a very human penis, and so he felt the need to dance and prove his sexual virility everywhere within every situation as Gormak, the big sexy Gormak, the sexy destroyer. Fucking amazing.
It's
Um,
beautiful.
I don't know what's
So
going on.
me either. Just shout out to Wick, who rated us on Twitch and YouTube. Shout out to Wick. Hope you had a fantastic stream,
Indeed.
Wick. So shout out to my man who like is great. I just like Wick a lot. But like the YouTube raid worked, which is like not a guarantee. They're still working on that, like being a functional option. And it's like a pain in the ass too, right? Like it's so easy to do on Twitch and it's a pain in the ass to do on YouTube. Anyway, I don't know, I'm just kind of ranting about that. Wick and people on YouTube, on Twitch, whichever platform you're doing, follow the channel, whether follow or subscribe, whatever it is.
I'll subscribe across the whole
Or
board.
subscribe across the channels. Yeah, that'll work too.
I feel like Neil Mohan just has to figure out how to force you to watch an advertisement before you can raid, and then they'll work fine. That's once Neil Mohan figures that out, then YouTube raids will be great.
But Scott, are you? Oh, sorry.
I just want to say quickly thank you to Raphael K. Sorry, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the 100 bits. Go ahead, say your thing.
I was going to ask.
Raphael. That's a difficult name. Yeah, I've never seen that one.
I'm sorry. I read it in parts. So that's my fault.
I'm just curious. Like, so you are you moving to pre-recorded content, Scott? Or well, you don't have to share your plans. You don't want to. I'm just curious.
For the most part, yeah. I've just realized that I have a lot more time, and the quality of the product that I can put out is a lot better. I can spend a lot more
That's
time
fair.
on editing, on like transitions and like DVEs and like zooming in and like funny clips and stuff, and then I can just get more content done, and it does way better in the algorithm than like a video that has bad click-through rate and bad watch duration because half of your subscribers already saw it live.
So let's get started. You came at the perfect time. WIC TV audience. We're just getting started. We had a great group of individuals here on time because they're all white. And brown, and one brown, Sorry. And Asian. Oh, okay, whatever. I'm being super racist today. It's a great way to start off the week, I think.
Yeah.
So let's start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here. Missed your friend.
No, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So thank you so much for having me. I think these are great topics, and I think it's a great cast. We actually, with TV, just got done arguing race issues. So people, it's a very, very fun topic, and I'm expecting that might bleed into a little bit of the first topic here today, but we'll see. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Thanks.
Oh man, that would be pretty racist if it did bleed into the first topic. There's no reason why it should. But
Race issues on a Twitch politics panel?
Who would have thought?
Oh man.
We also have our friend
10 years here.
Scott, who is who we're very happy to have. We didn't have him in a little bit, but he managed to make it back here. And like we've always missed him. We always miss him. So thank you for being around, friend.
Yeah, so I'm super excited for tonight for the first topic. For the second topic, you put Synth and me on a panel, and with that topic, it just seems like it's your fault. Whatever happens is your fault. I just want to let you know that like you did that, you chose who to invite. Like that's not. Don't even try and blame me when it derails into the discussion of certain things. But other than that, yeah, you can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube or Rumble. Just launched a gaming channel, Fabian 101, if you want to check that out. If you are from Twitch politics, for the love of God, do not go to my gaming channel and start arguing random political shit. I will just delete your comments. And when you scream about censorship, I'll be like, it's my space. I'm trying to praise Vlakith, okay? All right. I don't need any Istik, Kanyath, Gake bullshit in my goddamn chat. All right. I am trying to praise the dead Lich Queen and show you what Githyanki cleric can do in Baldur's Gate, not argue fucking politics. But if you want to watch some political shit, go check out that new channel. We just launched it. There should be a bunch of stuff there here pretty soon.
Sounds amazing. And yeah, I hope you guys do check it out. I'm sure it's actually fun. I actually would like to check out one of your gaming streams. I imagine you provide really fun commentary. I'm thinking about doing Armored Core 6, the last game. Well, not the last game. Ghost of Tsushima was the last game I streamed, but before then it was Elden Ring. It was the first game I streamed. But yeah, like Armored Core 6, I'm super excited about it. Cannot wait till Friday. So like I don't know. We'll see. But thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, back and at it. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for inviting me. And what I will say is I've had quite a few conversations with Scott, both one-on-one and obviously on panels here. And sometimes I'll fully admit I sometimes struggle to keep up. But what he just said there towards the end, I have no idea what was said in terms of all that jargon and gaming terminology. Totally lost, but I respect it totally. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, and X and Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news. And yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I just followed the theme of that comment. I didn't actually know, like, literally one of those terms. But
I get it. Neither of you will ever achieve Kalak Cha. I get it.
Again, no idea.
That sounds
can we please talk about ANCAP stuff? I prefer that.
That sounds like a Cleon word, right?
Look, I had to memorize all of the terms that Githyanki use to start doing this stream. All right, and I will force all of you to know these words too.
Understood. Thank you so much for that. Oh boy, Synth is here, and to Synth, right, one of the great ones. We have dedicated a second topic to. Okay, all right, it's gonna be all Synth all day. Well, we'll have.
I'll back Synth up totally.
Oh, will you? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right, more victims. So Synth, thank you for being here, friend.
I'm glad to be here. The second topic I'm super excited for. The first one should be pretty good as well, though. Yeah, I'm Sint. You can find me on youtube.com/Sint, SINTHE. I usually do philosophy topics or economic topics.
Thank you so much. And next we have Food Shops, who hasn't been here in quite a while. But Food Shops, so happy to have you here. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah. Yep. I'm Food Shops. You can find me on YouTube at a Food Shops, and you can find me at kick.com/Food Shops. And glad to see my favorite Orbiter synth here. And yeah, that's about it. We'll see what happens.
Fantastic. All right. And finally, in so many senses, finally, I have my friend Doopy back, who I've really missed. He's out there, doing life. But it's like the stream is simply not the same about my friend Doopy. So, Dark Lord and Savior, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. So before we begin, audience, again, hit the follow button if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to the channel one way or the other. And remember, consider using hype chats and super chats if you want me to say a thing on stream, right? If there's something burning in your heart and you want to ask a question or you just want to make a statement, the way to do that is through hype chats and super chats. Those are what power us, right? Well, one of the paths to power this community. So we need your help. So if you want me to say a thing, right, or if you want, and I'll say anything, as long as I'm being paid to do so, right? And I do that for my friend Scott, right? He appreciates that spirit. But yeah, I'll do anything if I'm being
There's
paid.
nothing more capitalist than an anti-capitalist on Twitch.
That's absolutely the case, right? So help us out with super chats and hype chats. That's how you get your comments read. All right, so let's move on to the first topic. There is a crime wave sweeping American cities. Part of that crime wave includes mass shoplifting, in which numerous criminals attack a store at once and make off with all the merchandise they can carry. Many of these incidences are backed by criminal organizations like gangs. Is this because of progressive policies that have been passed, such as bail reform? Do you think increasing the funding of police would help? Or is this a natural evolution of crime with the help of technology, and our society simply needs time to adjust? So yeah, I don't... In terms of has real crime the raw numbers increase or decreased over time? There's debate about that, how much it's increased or has increased, has it actually been falling. It's a little weird, but we can still see these actions happen, right? Especially when they're talking about mass shoplifting. That is a real issue that retailers and other stores are having to deal with, where just a crowd of individuals will come and they'll just grab everything and they'll just walk out. And then beyond that, there are some places where shoplifting has become so normalized that a single person will just come in and just start grabbing stuff, and just walk out. There's I saw a news report where the cameras were there, right? The cameras are rolling, and a guy just he stole from I don't know, I think it was a Rite Aid or CVS or something, right? He just took that stuff and walked out, in full view of news cameras. So this is an issue that's happening. So but I'm trying to figure out why it's happening. So sorry for our friend. Back to it.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of places, there's been a push to remove punishments or lessen punishments or remove punishments altogether. We know that punishment does have a deterrent effect. The only real debate is how much. The fact that people are not punished for shoplifting obviously removes some of this deterrent effect, which leads to more crime. Prime, you're right. When the crime stats in this are kind of, depending on how you measure it, difficult to nail down. We do have evidence that crime is at least increasing in some places. And I think that's a problem. But regardless, I want to address crime generally because crime is always bad, even if it happens to one person. The other thing about punishment is incarceration removes criminals from the street, removing their ability to continue to commit crime. We see this most evident in El Salvador, where admittedly authoritarian crackdowns dropped homicides 56.8%. And we know that police presence also reduces the likelihood of committing crime by making it more likely that criminals are caught and acting as a real-time deterrent. Now, the big thing that I think should happen is allowing people to defend their own property, as we saw with the rooftop Koreans, or more recently, a viral video of a Los Angeles sick 7-Eleven owner who was beating a criminal with a stick. I think that, and he's not being charged, by the way. I looked into it, thankfully. And I think that, generally speaking, allowing property owners to defend their property, giving them criminal and civil immunity from using when they use force to defend their property, I think would go a long way in disincentivizing people to attack innocent people, and also just allow, like, on principle, allowing people who are the victims of crime to be able to address that crime quickly and responsibly. The actual link that you sent us, apparently they did more than just, like, flash mob the place and steal shit. They also used bear mace on the security guards and the employees, like physically attacking them in order to incapacitate them so they could steal property. I think, honestly, like, just like, I think the solution here is to grant people the legal right to use up to lethal force to defend property if necessary, especially people who are using bear mace on innocent people. They all should be armed. I think most citizens should be, and private property owners should be allowed to use whatever force necessary to defend their property.
Okay, so we're definitely later on going to talk about that civil immunity comment. I think that's super interesting. But let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, man, I'm gone for a couple weeks, and Lactoid has to take my place of super long fucking intros. Like, I see how it is. Yeah, so yes to most of what Lactoid said. Like, we're both fairly libertarian, so I think we'll align in a lot of ways. I think the more interesting conversation is what actually stops crime, right? This is a big failure of understanding of both the right and the left in terms of their criminal justice policy, in that there's kind of like a pyramidal structure. So what we're talking about is deterrence theory, at least what Lactoid was discussing is deterrence theory. And yeah, when you essentially have decriminalized a crime, then obviously you're going to see an uptick in that crime. And the question also asks, will increased police funding reduce some of this crime? Obviously it will. Anybody that argues that there won't be some effect to more money, is silly. It's just, how efficient is that money being spent? Well, is it having a good enough impact? And what are the downsides of increased police activity, police presence, etc.? But I think the thing that most people don't realize is, if you look at procedural justice, criminal justice theory, Tom Tyler's work is probably some of the best on this. Why People Obey the Law, 1990, and Trust in the Law, 2002. The biggest reason that people will commit a crime isn't about deterrence, and it isn't even about social ostracization. It's about whether or not they think a law is unjust or just. If a person thinks that it's wrong that this law exists, they will break the law more often than, I won't say more often than not, because that means 50%. But you get what I'm saying. Is they're way more likely to break the law. And what we have seen with not bail reform's not fucking causing this, but the justification, the movement, the shift in the places that this is happening, right? Especially in places like LA, but also in Philadelphia and New York and other areas, these very blue areas where the philosophy has changed from private property is something that you should care about, that you shouldn't steal from people. And slowly we have seen a cultural shift. I would argue, I don't have a perfect data point to back this up, but I think we kind of know it if we're kind of online enough and speaking to people. We have seen a shift towards, well, who cares about Target? It's just Target. They're insured. Nobody cares about this. There's been a very different way that we view stealing from large corporate stores. And it's like, well, hey, dude, steal from these stores enough and the stores leave. Like, you're destroying your community. You're destroying the economy. You're destroying people's money. You're causing inflation everywhere because theft has to be a part of the price, etc. So, I hope that we can talk more about what's actually causing this. And I think, in my estimation, the biggest cause isn't defund the police, isn't the George, Floyd kind of protest desire to decriminalize everything because we went fucking crazy during COVID. I think more so, it's all of that, but most importantly, it is this idea that private property has become less sacred and that it's somehow okay to steal from Target, to steal from CVS, to steal from these places. And I don't think any tough on crime or increased funding is going to fix that problem. And I think that's where the right will surely fail. And of course, the best solution is obviously allowing Target to just pop a cap in a motherfucker if they're stealing your stuff.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I see where the center of this debate will be. But thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, well, I'll try to be brief, but no promises. But there is some
Wait,
overlap.
don't be brief, please. I'm still doing research.
Well, I don't
What?
I don't acquiesce to you. Sorry.
Uh.
I'll still try to be brief. But yeah, there is some degree of overlap between me and what's been said prior, in terms of like do I think this is the result of defund the police? No, but I'm not opposed to providing more funding to police. And it's really tricky in terms of like I'm not sympathetic, definitely at all, to violent crime, and I think there's virtually no justification for any violent crime, and for the type of let's say theft that occurred with like the bear mace, et cetera, and just like people just making off with like luxury goods. With the other story that you provided, where it seems like, at least from what I can tell, there was just like a couple of individual. There was still violence took place, but it seems like they were taking laundry detergent. And it's hard. I could be ignorant, but it's hard for me to imagine that organized crime is behind the theft of laundry. But maybe I'm just ignorant on that. But I am somewhat sympathetic to there is a certain amount of crime that is motivated by some sort of necessity in terms of like people do need food and people do need access to some sort of amenities. But is that justification for crime? No, but I'm more sympathetic to that, but absolutely not violent crime. But there are ways to address that, and I don't think that's necessarily funding more police, although that is a possibility. But there have been other options tried in terms of like for food, during the pandemic when access to food was an issue, like in my community, there were just like people would set up actual like pretty much places where people can just like put food for people to just take. So I'm more sympathetic to that type of crime, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Synth, as a lefty, why are you undermining America?
Sure. So I think that characterizing this as a crime wave is untrue. I think the two articles in question are from a case in LA and in one in DC. The crime rates in these areas are still lower or on par with their 2016 and 17 and 18 levels. An actual crime wave happened near the end of Trump's presidency from 19 to 20. That was a national crime wave. It was very large. This isn't a crime wave. This is crime volatility. The primary motive for describing it this way is to justify increases in authoritarianism. When the right wing starts saying these are crime waves, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to elicit a very, very visceral response from you. So bail reform as a policy is totally and wholly justified. And despite the fact that we shouldn't grant that volatility in the crime rate is the fault of bail reform, if this hilariously small increase was the product of it, that would still be a drop in the bucket compared to the massive benefits to an end to cash bail. An end to cash bail has wildly more support than opposition, according to polls, and its continued existence flies in the face of democracy. The people who don't have the money to pay their bills are the people who are most harmed by not being able to pay for their bail. People who haven't been found guilty of any crime are losing their homes because they can't pay rent, losing their jobs because they can't go to work, and being unable to take care of their children. There's no good argument that the slight increase in crime rates are causally linked to bail reform, putting poor people into a two-tier justice system is deranged. I almost entirely agree with what Corey said. The one thing that I think I disagree with is Corey asked, like, why would organized crime steal laundry detergent? I think there probably is a good answer. I think it might just be they can resell it. I'm not sure it's the most effective use of their criminal time. But obviously, if you wanted to be the most effective possible, they'd run into the tech section to start stealing like printer ink cartridges to sell, right? But I don't think they're thinking that. I don't think they're thinking that hard about it. I think they're probably just reselling it or something. But I don't know. It could go either way. I don't think it's clear if it is organized crime or not. The idea that the solution to this is to give a Target the ability to make the decision on if somebody is or isn't shoplifting and then gun them down if they are, that's insane to me. One, it's not morally justified. If somebody was stealing, it wouldn't justify killing them. Two, it's also systemically a really bad idea to give Target the ability to issue out the death penalty. That's the end of my opening statement.
Thank you so much. And hopefully when we get to the open debate part, he'll answer the question as why he hates America and God. All right, let's move on to our friend Food Chops. Please.
Okay. Based on what I saw in a few articles, not even the articles I've seen gave enough substantial information for me to create like a really, really solid opinion on it. But from what I've heard so far from the opening statements, aka like, you know, the advantage of the latter opening statement, is that giving you know, any kind of person the right to be like the executioner on any kind of perceived threat is insane to me, because if you there's a reason why the normal store security guard doesn't even have a right to, you know, try to gun down somebody who they perceive to be like a shoplifter, could be, you know, like that, is because there's a lot more, you know, justice hurdles, like, oh, is this person justified? Does this person go through enough training to do it? Does this person, like, there's a lot of questions going to that. I also see a lot of dumb fucks in chat saying something along the lines of, oh my god, why do you steal TVs to eat? Why do you steal laundry detergent to eat? Well, guess what? If you resell that thing for money, then you use that money to buy food, okay? It's not that hard to understand, all right? And also, if we compare the crime rates to something like in the 1990s and, you know, to something like the early 2000s, it's still lower, all right, today. And then not only that, we're not even comparing like categorized crime rates, right? For example, if you can compare something along the lines of property related crime rates, that's not the same as something like property crime rates versus homicides versus you know, like basically I think there's like 6 different kinds of crime rates, and I don't even think the FBI agrees that the crime rates have risen since like 2021 or something along the lines of that. So over the course of this entire discussion, I will be keeping on looking at the articles, and I'll correct as necessary. But you know what? All I know is that Lactoid will always be wrong, because I just never trust lawyers in general. And the more I talk to lawyers, the more I find they're always distrustful and always act as a know-it-all. So, yep, that's it. That's my concluding statement. Yep.
A fantastic
True.
opening statement. We should have more attacks on Lactoid in general. Start things
Also,
off.
why don't we have an actual cop or FBI agent on here? Like, it's not like they're hard to like get on here. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, I have
Okay,
celebrities
alright.
on here too. I don't know, like if you,
If they were
dispute
if they were
lawyer
on here,
here,
they'd go
like,
after
they know
they go after
nothing.
you.
yeah.
Cops are on here, they go after you, food shops.
Yeah, good. I want that.
It comes to mind that when Food Shops was here, the one time she was here previously, our friend Scott wasn't here. So I think this will be really fun. Let's go.
Fun. I'm gonna hold you to that, Prime. Fun. I better end this panel with fun.
Well, yeah, we'll end this panel and we will call what happened fun. So let's go to our friend DP, please.
I think I pretty much agree with Scott on this. Though what I disagree about with him and Lactoid is this idea that the solution is to like gun people down for stealing fucking purses or whatever. I don't think that's a good solution. I think this is primarily a cultural problem that we're having right now. I don't think it's as big a problem as people are making it out to be. But you know, it is an issue if you're somebody who cares about, you know, just stores not leaving your community because they're being robbed all the time. And it's going to be a bigger issue in places like California, where I live, unfortunately, where you do have DAs who are just not prosecuting like they should be. You have a state government that's imposing laws that is incentivizing people to go out and steal in some ways, because there's just not really any consequence for it. So I agree it's an issue. I think I agree that it's primarily cultural. I don't think that shooting people is the answer, unfortunately.
Thanks so much. All right, up to the panel.
Sure. Can I ask Lactoid and Scott, I guess, a question to get this started? Oh, Scott, if you're talking, I saw your lips.
Yeah, I
move, but
was muted.
didn't
It's
hear you.
fine. It's chill.
All right.
Yeah, it's fine. Go
I have a
ahead.
question. Sure. I have a question, I guess, to direct it to both of you, which is like, what is the ethical justification for what is the ethical justification for Target being able to gun down people for stealing property? Is it because it's a disincentive, or is it because of the fact you just think they just have some other kind of right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you're allowed to stop aggression. I do believe in the gentleness principle, right? But I think aggressors that put themselves in a state at war with private property owners and attempt to enslave people by stealing their property and damaging their property. I think the best case scenario is that, you know, you develop practices that utilize that violence at the least amount as possible, right? Like, I would love for a system, as far as I'm morally concerned, layered over top of my libertarian principles, right? What it is that my moral preferences is that, I want to see, police officers or security agents or private security of some form, ask people to leave, drop things. If they refuse to do so, have some form of non-lethal or very rarely lethal means of subduing them. And if they get violent and they have some form of weaponry that they attempt to defend themselves with, then, only use lethal means when it is necessary to protect the lives of the people at the the establishment, as well as the security that are attempting to stop the criminal from aggressing.
So what was the ethical
But in terms of-
justification then?
I fully
Well, I
agree
mean,
with
you
everything
know
that was
that-
just
well,
said.
I mean, I can answer that. I mean, but like,
Mhm.
know my answer, right? Which is that they're aggressors, right? And that you're allowed
Yeah,
to
but
stop aggressors.
If it's the case somebody's stealing any amount, are you allowed to stop them with the maximal amount of force necessary? Or is it the case that there's like if somebody's coming and they're stealing a penny from you, can you blow their brains out? Or is it just like
Minimal level of force
Right.
necessary.
So
If
again,
they're
we've
stealing
had
a
these
penny, they run really
conversations
fast.
before. So I get that you're trying to get me to like bite a bullet, but like, that I won't bite the bullet because we've had these conversations before.
You
That's why I
won't?
mentioned. Yeah, this is why I mentioned that I do believe in the gentleness principle, that you need to utilize the minimal amount of force. But the problem is that
The
you
minimal
can't
amount
really
necessary to
deter-
stop them, you mean, right?
Yeah, the problem
And if
is
the
that
minimal
is,
amount necessary to stop them was to kill
hold
them,
on,
then you
don't
would say you
interrupt
should
me.
do that.
Don't interrupt me because you're
Go
trying
ahead.
to get me to agree to something that you want to frame it as, right? The problem with the minimal amount of force is that is an unknown fact. No one actually knows what the minimal amount of force is, and so it's something that we have to determine kind of post the action occurring, whether or not someone was egregious in the way that they handled the situation and was intentionally violent. And so that becomes a difficult legal thing, but I don't think it's an impossible hurdle, or that because it's difficult to do, we shouldn't attempt to ascertain it. But that
Doesn't
that
answer the
actual
question.
minimal amount of necessary force is an unknown thing.
This isn't answering the
Like, we
question.
don't.
Would it be justified if somebody's stealing a penny from you and the only way to stop them was to shoot them? Would it be justified to shoot them?
The only way to stop them was to shoot them, and it
They
was
run too
impossible if it
fast.
was
They run too
anything
fast
else.
to catch them. You can only shoot them.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, if they're stealing a penny, you can shoot them. Right, as
Why
long
did
as
they
that's the only way
choose?
to
Why
stop
did
them.
they choose to die
Right,
over
right.
a thing?
Now, like we add these
don't know, you chose
things
to kill
that
them
are
either.
fantastical, right? Which is
Not that
it's
fantastical.
impossible to stop them in any way, shape, or form other than to shoot them with a firearm, right? Which is a world that doesn't exist. But
No, not
we'll
even
take
close to
that.
true.
And then once I bite the bullet, you then drop that framing and then go, oh, so you'll murder people for stealing a penny. This
Nope.
is the sneaky,
It's a real world. It's a
snaky
real world
bullshit you
hypothetical,
do.
Scott. No, you don't have
right?
to get
Like,
upset
it's
already.
hilarious.
It's a real world hypothetical. If you're operating a fruit
Yeah,
stand and
well,
somebody
it's-
grabs your fruit, you're allowed to gun them down. Because you're not going to catch them. You're not going to fucking run and
What?
catch them.
See,
It's
again,
a real world
you're taking
hypothetical.
out the principal elements that you added in the question. This is why you're a fucking snake.
It's the snakiness.
So
I
be
asked you.
honest.
I asked you a hypothetical. You said freaking the
You
fuck
said
out,
that
right?
the
I'm asking.
only way that you
Yeah,
could
it's a real
possibly
world. It's a
stop
real world
them
hypothetical.
is with the gun, and it
Yes.
has to be a lethal
Yeah.
gun.
You don't have a big net you're gonna
guns
catch
no
them
longer
with.
exist.
Why
don't you have a big net? I don't fucking know.
A big.
what-
You should
what
hold. If
metrics-
you don't have it, yeah, because most fruit stand operators don't have a big silly net, right? They don't. It's not cartoons. They don't have a big anvil they can drop on the opponent.
Right.
Oh, you're
Or
stealing
maybe
from me. Let me
yelling,
drop a
"Stop."
piano on you. Like yelling
Maybe that
stop.
works.
No, it doesn't. They stole
It's a
from you. They're
child.
running away
Maybe
from
it
you.
does.
They're running
Oh,
away
so
from you with
now
an
the
apple.
only way-
What are you
Hold on,
serious?
Hold on, pause.
Stop! Oh my
You know what?
God! You told me that crimes
No,
are
no.
illegal. I'm gonna stop it now. Like, are you serious?
No.
Really?
It's funny
I'm the
because
weasel. I'm the
now
snake.
you're admitting by your own world, right, that the only way to stop theft and crime is to gun
Some
people down.
instances,
If-
yes.
right, and so if this is
Sometimes
the case,
you just let
right,
people do the
so-
crime, right? It's better to just let them do it as opposed to killing people. Yes.
It's
My
better
worldview
to
is if-
justify the crime and increase the crime.
Do you think the crime
everywhere
is justified
and,
just
like,
because you don't stop it? You understand there are some things that are unjustified to do that nobody should be using force to stop. For example, cheating on your spouse. Nobody should kill you if you cheat on your spouse. It's unjustified. It's a dick move. You're a dickhead for doing it.
It's actually you can do it.
You can
it's not
kill
aggression
somebody.
unless you have a contract. Like the marriage.
Yeah,
you
it's
might
still
argue
it's
that
still
the marriage
unjustified. It's a
contract
dickhead.
says
It's a
that.
dickhead thing to do. Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is
Cheating on your spouse is a dickhead thing to do. Cheating on your
it's a
girlfriend's a dickhead
thing
to do.
to do,
And you're a
right?
piece of
But-
shit
but
for
it's
it.
not
You're an asshole.
aggression.
I didn't say it was
Right,
aggressive.
it's
I said
not
it was
aggression.
unjustified. I never said it was aggression.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the aggression of killing the person is unjustified in this instance by the very nature of the fact that the other person has not committed aggression.
You didn't.
Now they may
you
have
didn't track
violated a
it.
contract,
Scott,
but
that wasn't the point.
upon the values of the
The
contract.
point is some
But
things
it
are
doesn't
wrong
matter-
to do, and you still shouldn't use lethal force to stop them, right?
Let's
So
go to
saying that
Doesn't
I
matter-
think saying that I don't think you should gun down people who are stealing from your fruit stand is not the same as me saying that what they're doing there is justified.
Let's go to
It's a difference.
Doobie.
But
sorry.
you've taken out all the principal elements.
We'll
You
go to
fucking snake,
Doobie.
man.
There's no
You do this shit
snakiness.
all the time.
We'll go to
Just-
When you make people buy bullets,
Doobie.
yeah.
Just make a true
We'll go
argument.
So
to
true, Scott.
Doobie and then our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, does it matter that it's like you're killing them intentionally, right? So
Mhm.
someone's walking at a target, right, and you shoot them in the head with a fucking rifle. They're good chance they're gonna die, right? But what if you're trying to stop them? So you shoot them in the leg. There's a good chance they're gonna die. You might hit an artery or some shit, right? But you're not necessarily like killing them, right?
You always
Not-
got to
not-
go for the center of mass.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, so does that matter in your calculations then? So you're risking killing them, right? You're taking that risk.
Yeah.
Is that still like unethical?
I
So-
think it's
so here's the
unethical, but
thing.
it does matter in my calculation. Were you saying synth or Scott?
Synth.
Yeah, I think
I think
it's
Scott
still
was
unethical,
interested
but
in
I do think it matters. So if somebody's like stealing the life support machine, then I think shooting them in the leg is totally justified. But if somebody's stealing like an apple, then it's unjustified. It matters how much they're stealing. At the point where they're stealing so much that it's justified, I think there's a threshold somewhere, and the threshold is about the amount where it's equivalent to
Right.
the multiplication of the risk factor times a human life.
Yeah, and to be clear, so when I said that I
Those are all
disagree with-
imaginary numbers for the record.
No, they're not.
Fake
They-
math on
No, I can
moral
give you the numbers. We have
calculations.
empirics on it.
Let's go to Doobie.
when I said that I disagree with Scott and Lactoid about gunning people down as like a solution, I just think that so typically these are like massive corporations that we're talking about, right? And I don't think, first off, I think it's a PR nightmare, right? I don't think these corporations are going to want to do this in the first place. They're not going to be want to known as a corporation that Target's not going to be want to be known as like the store that puts a target on your back if you walk out without paying, right? They don't want to be known as that. But I think that even still, so if they did want to be known as that, right, and that was something that they were willing to do, you're passing this off on like fucking, yeah, you can say that they're paid, but they're like low level employees. You're making it their responsibility to shoot somebody to protect the profits of a massive corporation. Like that just seems like, I guess you could say, well, if they took the job, that's their job, but that seems like a
So,
bad
I
way
feel
to
like
go
they're
about
not
couple
being
problems.
paid enough for
There's a
that.
couple-
Are they being paid enough
So there's-
for that? What the fuck?
So there's a couple of problems, right?
You can
Like,
respond,
first of
and then I'm
all,
going to go to
you
Lactoid
added-
and Corey.
Yeah, I'll be real quick, right? The first thing we have to discuss is, multiple people in here have made this distinction between violent crime and non-violent crime. There's no such thing. Crime is violent, and if it's not violent, then it's not a crime, right? If you are stealing from someone, if you are damaging their property, that is violent crime. That is damage that is done to that
Wait.
person. That
Wait,
is
Scott,
a form of
Scott.
violence.
Wait, Scott, did you say that if crime wasn't violent, it's not a crime?
Yeah, if it's completely non-violent, then it's not a crime.
Wait, what? If you do like financial, like fake ass taxes, it's not a crime?
Scott doesn't.
I don't
think
know what
so.
you mean by financial fake ass taxes.
That's self-defense.
So,
Tax
like,
fraud.
like tax fraud. If you do tax fraud, it's
That's
not a
like
crime.
anti-slavery stuff.
Tax fraud is not only not a crime, it's fucking based.
It's heroic.
Cheat the IRS out of as much money
Okay,
as
okay, you
possible.
completely just lost the entire ass audience. Like who the fuck is gonna believe that argument?
Maybe
Come
Scott's
on,
saying
guys.
it ought not be a
Anyways,
crime. Or
anyways,
Scott's saying it shouldn't be a
a new
crime.
territory.
Scott's saying it shouldn't be a
So-
crime, right? That they just.
Well, no, I'm
signal
talking about
communication.
what actually is a crime from.
You're
Like-
just
like
using the word
there-
crime in a
there's
wildly
entire-
different way. The
there's
average
entire-
person means when the average
Like, what
person
are
says
you
crime, they're
talking
using a different thing.
about?
as
Like,
that.
what, like Scott, the entire reason why something is a crime is if somebody punches each other in the face. Like that's it, according to your definition.
No,
I'm no. Anyways,
No, what?
It
What
would
do you
be
mean?
a
No, don't say
crime.
anyways. Don't say anyways, right? Because you're saying
I
the
just
only
don't. I don't know
reason
that.
it's a
I don't know
crime
that
is
I
a
can walk
crime
you
is
through
if there's
this
any-
in the middle of a
No,
panel.
please walk me through it. Please walk me through it because I'm actually genuinely curious.
I did it.
sorry,
Yes.
Punching-
Fair.
Yeah.
Person A punches person B is a crime.
Well,
Yes,
no.
it is a
Why
violent
isn't
crime.
why isn't tax fraud a crime?
Because
it doesn't
taxation
violate
is
the
theft.
NFT.
Yeah, taxes are the crime. So
Oh, are you one of these
Taxation
people?
is the crime.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
they are.
exactly one of those
They are.
people.
Oh no!
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, never mind. Let's just move on. Let's just
Okay,
move
great.
Yeah, no, I know, but getting back
I've
to
talked.
Doobie, what
I've
you were
talked with
talking about.
Liquid Zulu before. I
Doobie,
know
there's-
exactly what company they are.
Doobie, I guarantee you don't, but it's okay.
I
Doobie,
know I
so
do.
when you were talking about I'm sure you know all of our ideology.
I
You have it
debated
memorized.
Liquid I debated
I'm
Liquid
sure.
Don't worry about it.
Anyways, so Doobie, when
The
you were talking
spokesperson.
about these security agents, right? The thing is that you're taking current security agents and then you're just kind of imagining scenarios over top of them, as opposed to how would the market and how would these things change if these things were legally allowed, right? So the first thing is if security agents all of a sudden have the authority to kill people, and if they abuse this authority, this means massive PR loss for a company, as well as likely millions of dollars of lost funds in lawsuits. All of a sudden, you're going to have to hire a higher caliber of person in order to do this job, and it's going to cost more money, or you're going to have to give them less capacity to be able to, or not give them that authority. So Target, for example, like you said, is even if they have the right to do so, they're almost never going to actually allow a security agent to shoot someone in Target, right? Like what they're going to do is they're going to allow them to bear mace a motherfucker back, right? Like and if and only if they've followed some corporate procedure of like they told them to stop, they they gave them a warning, et cetera, right? So like I don't understand the yeah, it's just like the analogy doesn't really fit what the market would do given
I
that
see.
that authority. You know what
So
I mean?
wouldn't it make more sense to say that rather than gun them down, maybe tase them? Isn't that like more?
Well, I literally said that would be a last resort, and that I would want it, to follow the gentleness principle. That I would want it only to have to gun down person in the event that they're trying to stop property crime, and then that person like whips out a gun themselves, and it's like, oh fuck, it's your life
Right.
or mine.
So Synth. So here in California, right? I think it's all of California. Might be just like certain counties. I can't remember. The law is that if you're stealing under, I think it's $950, it's a misdemeanor, right? So something that's been happening, I think up north in San Francisco, but also around here a bit, is people will go to like a Walgreens or CVS with a trash bag and just fill it up with shit because they're going to stay under the 950, and they just walk out. And because the stores aren't even they know that the police aren't really going to do anything about this because it's a misdemeanor, right? They don't even bother calling a lot of the time, or by the time they call, the cops say, "Oh, it's another shoplifting thing. Who cares? We're not going to waste our time with that because other more important shit's going on." Like, so if that guy's walking out, just a plastic bag full of shit under $950, misdemeanor legally, do you think it'd be ethical to tase him to keep him there until the cops get there?
To tase him? I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not sure it's what's necessary. But if it was the case, that's what you had to do to stop him from leaving. Then I think at $950, I think you'd be justified in tasing someone.
Okay. That makes
Hold on,
but
pause.
not
Is the
not shooting him, but like,
$950 is the $950 adjusted for inflation? Because if it's not, Biden might fix this real quick, and we won't have a problem anymore.
Epic
Okay,
meme.
Doobie, is there anything you
Super
want to
funny.
say? Else, then I'll move on to
yeah.
our
So just to be like super clear, right?
Fuck you, you have.
Just to be like super clear. So Synth, you would say that shooting that same guy is not okay, right? But tasing him, restraining him somehow, that's
Shooting him is not okay. Did you?
Shooting that same guy is not okay, but
Yeah.
restraining him, tasing him,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that's fine. Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah. All I care about is like just the take into account the expected value of the different actions. If it's the case that there's like a net positive unexpected value doing one action, I think it's better. And the action which is the best possible one is the one you should go with. So if that means that like that means they're like risking somebody's life, then I think you can start to like calculate in how much of their life are you willing to risk. If it's the case they're just stealing a lot of
All
stuff,
of it.
just
I don't give a fuck about a criminal's life.
Yeah, I disagree. I do give a fuck about a
I know
criminal's
you
life.
disagree.
I think it's actually
which
bad.
is silly mathematics.
I think it would be. Wait, hold on. You agree it would be worse to kill someone than to rape someone, right?
Do I agree that it would be worse to kill someone than to rape someone?
Yeah.
I would depend upon the situation. Value, I don't.
On
It
average.
would depend upon the situation.
On average.
On average, is it better to kill someone
Or
than
rape
to
someone.
rape someone?
Yeah, I said it the opposite way initially.
Yeah,
It's
again, I
worse
don't
to
know.
get
Value
killed
is
than to get raped.
subjective.
Oh, I think
Value
I'm
is
asking on
subjective.
average.
The
To ask
value
on
of
average, the
human
average
life is-
person then. Would most people be worse off being killed or being raped? What's your answer, Scott?
What is the value of most people's moral preferences? I don't give a fuck what their moral preferences.
You're
are.
not
The
asking
only
about their
one that
moral
matters is
preference.
mine.
You're asking about their subjective preferences, how well off they are, or what their subjective individual well-being is. Look, I think it's
an
clear, right? I'll give you
unanswerable
I'll give you the argument then, and you can just say, I think it is actually super answerable. I think it's very clearly worse to kill someone than to rape someone. Otherwise, you'd be making people better off. If like right before they were raped, you shot them in the head. That's crazy, right? It's obviously worse to die than it is to be raped. It's a weird, maybe it's counterintuitive to the average person. I think it probably is counterintuitive, but it's the reality. It's worse to be killed than to be raped. Now, if it's worse to be killed than to be raped, if something justifies you killing them, right, then using an even smaller amount of force, like raping them, if you had to rape somebody to stop them from stealing an apple from you, you'd be justified. If the only way to stop somebody from stealing your apple is to rape them, I would clearly be unjustified. It's insane.
Okay, let's go. Sorry, we got it.
Assuming
Sorry.
the axioms
Hold on,
that you
hold on.
hold are true.
I don't want to take
Wait,
all
wait,
day
Scott.
with this. Well, sorry, hold on.
I've-
I gotta move on to people who've been waiting. Lactoid,
Lactoid's
Corey.
been waiting way too long.
Yeah, and
No, I appreciate you guys. First of all, the tasering take, very based synth. I think we're actually a lot closer than I thought, so that's awesome. You're already
man,
like
synth.
you're already far right of the current Democratic establishment. So thank you for that.
Fuck.
I don't think that's true. I'm pretty bog standard on the left.
I've got a hypothetical for you, but first I want to establish some premises. So you said that somebody's stealing one apple and running away, and the only way you can stop them is by shooting them. You would say, don't shoot them. That's
Don't
bad,
shoot them.
right?
Just let them have the apple. Like, fuck it.
Sure, let them have the apple. Okay. What if somebody, instead of stealing one apple, they run over, like have a trash bag, grab all the fruit, and then run away? And the result of this is you lose all your inventory and then you lose your business. Then can you shoot them?
Can you shoot them? No. Can you tase them? Yeah. You could definitely.
No. The only way to stop
with a
them.
stick.
The only way to stop them.
Tased.
Yeah, the
No,
options are either you kill someone or you lose your business. I think it's a better world in which one in which you've lost your business, in which somebody has died. Somebody who can reform, somebody who can change their life, somebody who can be better as a person. I think that once they've ruined your fucking business, I think the police have an obligation to step in and look for that person. But you, as an individual, should not be gunning that person down now.
It's
Would it change?
obviously a better world where you don't justify theft in private property.
Would it change your position if, like, by losing the business, this person like falls into a quagmire of poverty that they never get out of, and they like eventually die of like
yeah,
from 5
yeah.
years?
If there was good reason to believe that was going to happen, like it was like they're going to steal your shit now, you can't afford your healthcare. Then if that person in particular, I think they do have a right to like shoot that person to stop them. Yeah.
Great. Now
That's
hold
the
on. Wait.
consequential
This is the
analysis that
third.
happens.
This is the third. So this is the final question, right? So what if you have a situation where you have a mob of people and they each run in and steal one fruit, right? And then they all run away, and the result is you lose all your inventory, you lose your business, and you can't afford.
Now you have to kill a lot more people, and it's way worse to kill a lot of people than to kill one person.
Sure. So as long as even though you're going to die from your lack of healthcare, as long as the thieves like get a big enough group to steal your fruit, then you cannot defend yourself at that point.
Wait, I propose this solution.
I want the answer.
Let me answer. So I think that if a lot of people are going to steal your shit, then I think it's a really bad idea to kill a lot of people to stop them from stealing your shit. It might feel bad, but that's the obviously correct answer on any reasonable kind of moral realism.
Sure. So if I want to like steal all that, like a flash mob, like we've been talking about, and what's linked in the discussion,
and you shouldn't.
If I want to steal like somebody's entire business to the point where they lose their ability to provide their own health care, I just needed to convince enough people to join me, and then all of a sudden the person is prohibited from defending themselves.
Not from defending themselves, from murdering
with a gun.
People.
No, the only way to stop them is a gun.
Then you should kill them. If they're stealing your shit, then no.
The only way you can stop them
from
your
shit is attacking.
Listen. The only way that you can stop this mob of people from stealing your entire inventory, leaving you impoverished, and you will die because you can't afford your healthcare costs within the next 5 years. Okay, the only way to avoid this is by shooting them. You would say as long as they get a big enough posse of thieves, then I guess there's too many of them. You're fucked.
I agree that we shouldn't live in a world in which people have to pay a shitload for healthcare. I agree. Sure. I'm glad we're both on board with Medicare for all now, right? I don't think so, right? So I think that I totally agree. I totally agree. There's a shitload of individuals all massing together to steal all of your fucking shit. It really fucking sucks, but you can't kill all of them. You shouldn't kill all of them morally. It's bad to do. It's bad to mass murder a bunch of people. Even if it's the case, they're all stealing apples from you.
Wait. What if it's a big? Hold on. What if it's a big enough group of people?
Scott, I'm using the term murder differently from you, Scott.
Okay,
so
hold on.
You're just piping in to say it's not that. Like I'm using the normal person definitions.
Okay.
Esoteric, weird definitions.
Synth, you said before.
Murder
Oh my God! Hold on. Wait.
Lactoid, get it.
Yeah. Synth, you said before that rape.
Yeah, I agree, Scott.
You said
it's immoral. I'm using immoral in a different way.
Hey.
You said before that murder was worse than rape. If I get a big enough group of people to go rape a woman, is she justified in killing us to stop the rape?
Is she justified in killing the mass group of rapists?
Yep.
The amount of suffering rape causes scales with the amount of people participating in it. You as an individual raping a person, and then you raping a person, and then like tossing to the next guy who rapes the person. It's a lot more fucking suffering involved in that rape.
No. Only one person does the raping. The rest of them hold her down.
The rest of them hold her down.
Mm-hmm.
Then she should kill the person doing the raping.
She can't just like shoot them all. She has to like.
Why would you shoot them all? Only one person's gonna be doing the raping.
Because the other ones are holding her down to facilitate the rape.
If you kill the rapist, you're not getting raped anymore. Or what are you talking about? You said only one's doing the raping. Kill that one. Now you're not gonna get raped. Why are you holding you down?
You don't know.
I'd be like, oh,
you don't know. Hold on. The woman doesn't know which one's doing the raping. All she sees is 50 men, and she knows one of them is gonna rape her, and the rest of them are gonna hold her down. Is she justified? Is she justified at shooting at the mob of men?
It's like a mystery rapist. Like one of them is like the they randomly roll dice, and one of them figures out who the rapist is.
Yeah. It's hypothetical.
If you have no idea who the fuck the rapist is, run. There's a lot of them. There's only one of you.
No,
Okay, it's a really stupid fucking decision.
No, not run.
Mow down the
Running
rape
is not an
mob.
option. Running is not an option.
Then you're
Running
fucked. You're in a position where you're just fucked.
You don't shoot them.
The real
woman should not shoot them.
You're not gonna get away. You're not gonna get away from the fucking
The
rape
woman,
mob.
no,
There's a big rape mob. There's enough of them to overpower you. It's a bad decision.
No. She has a fully automatic rifle. Okay, she has a rifle.
Really fast rifle.
She has
stop a million people from
Instead of constantly cutting me off when I'm making a point, please just address what I'm trying to say. Okay, if you have a woman with a fully automatic rifle, okay, she's 100 rounds because she doesn't live in fucking California. Okay, she's got 100 rounds in her fucking magazine and she's ready to defend herself. And there's a group of 50 men, one of which she doesn't know which one is going to rape her, and the other 49 are going to hold her down and facilitate the one person raping her. Does she have the right to shoot the mob of 50 men that are running to do that to her?
What do you think a right is?
I'm asking you, does she have the right to do that?
What you mean by the fucking question?
What do you think right is? You are a weaseling little fuck.
I could ask you a clarifying question about your fucking hypothetical.
Should she shoot them or not?
I don't think rights are normative. I think rights are fucking legal.
Should she shoot them or not?
Should she shoot them?
Yes.
It depends on a huge fucking variety of factors.
I'm asking you.
Assuming these individuals are mass rape gangs,
Fucking weasel.
Why did you fucking question? What?
The math.
Look,
the math
holy
is
shit! You
always
yelling weasel over and over again is not the same as you having a fucking counter argument any of the fucking shit I said. Hold on, I want you right now to engage with what I just said. Ractoid, I just answered your question, yes or no.
No, you're weaseling.
I just said the answer was probably.
I answered directly. Should she have the right? You were perfectly fine.
If somebody asks you a question like this and I say probably, that's not an answer.
No, you were perfectly fine answering my questions about do people have a right to do this before when I came to answer the question about whether or not you can shoot somebody stealing an apple.
Probably not an answer to your question.
Answering that question, but then
why is probably not an answer to your question?
When I changed the question,
why is probably not an answer to your question?
When I changed the question to
why is probably not an answer to your question?
All of a sudden,
you don't answer a single fucking question after you. You guys are weaseling fucking constantly. I've never seen an ANCAP ever not weasel on a panel like this. I asked you a clear fucking question, which is why the fuck is probably not an answer to your question. No answer.
Probably.
No answer.
She probably has a right to shoot them.
No, your question wasn't if there was a right. If she has a right to, but if it was justified to. You changed your question after I asked you what the fuck do you think a right is. I think a right is something legal. You moved your question to ought she do it. I say probably. She probably ought do it.
Why? She's killing 50 people. She's killing 50 people.
Is that an answer to your question? Yes or no?
If she's saying she probably, I guess that's
you don't want to answer my fucking question.
No, I said that's probably an answer to the question. So let me ask
so how the fuck am I weaseling away from your question?
Wait. So then why is it probably?
How am I weaseling away from your question?
Why is it
answer?
I'm in the middle of answering.
Are you gonna do it?
Cutting me off. You keep cutting me off, and I'm in the middle trying to answer.
Let's hear the fucking answer.
Well, I'm trying to get there, but you keep cutting out.
Okay.
Stop this fucking lunatic.
Wait, hold on. Can I answer
No, you can't.
Guys,
I want to answer.
No, you can wait. You can wait a second because you're not the one spitting out complete horseshit takes right now. Okay, we'll get to you later.
Yeah, no, why don't you the one?
We'll get to your horseshit takes later.
Knock it off.
I want to answer.
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up.
What's a right?
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up.
Asking what the fuck you think a right is?
Everyone shut up. Sith, you too. Are you part of everyone? You're a person, right?
I think so.
Shut up. Thank you. Let's. Sorry, we're gonna let Lactoid get this point out and see if they can respond to that. We're gonna get Corey and Food Shops, right? You will get a chance to talk.
Great. So before you said that you calculate these by a net positive expected outcome and you are factoring in the value of life with the net positive, with factoring in like the net positive expected outcome. You said that killing somebody, murder, is worse than rape. And this is why you said, but this is part of your argument of why you said that you should not have the right to shoot somebody stealing an apple because the value of the person's life is more than the stolen apple. My question for you is, if you accept that rape is not as bad as murder, why do you say probably? Why did you say it's probably okay for a woman to gun down 50 men if she's only going to be raped once? Why is that the case? How is that consistent with your prior position?
Are you going to answer my question, Lactoid?
You fucking weasel. Jesus
I'll answer
Christ.
yours. Are you going to answer mine? Yes or no?
You weaselly little.
What was the question I asked you, Lactoid? You said you were answering it, right?
You said is probably an answer, and I said, okay, that's
no,
the answer.
I asked you, how am I not answering your question?
Because you asked what a right was, when you never asked that in the prior questions.
Do you understand? I asked you what a right was, and then it clarified exactly why I need that. Obviously,
you said that because you didn't want to fucking bite the bullet.
Lactoid, spastic, calm down. The only thing I think a right is, I think rights are legal. I think rights are something legal. Oh. If it's the case that she can legally do it, then yeah, she has a legal right to. That's the only kind of fucking right that I talk about. I don't talk about ethical rights because I think laws are what dictates rights, and then I think the ethics are just utilitarianism. So that's why I asked you that question. Once you moved it over to ought she do it, I said yes. Now, if you want why she ought do it, since you want to answer my fucking question, the reason she ought do that is because rapists have a significantly fucking different moral character than a fucking thief. If you're a rapist, it's probably the case that you are net negative for the world. You are better off fucking dead if you're a rapist than the average person is. Yeah, you are way fucking better off dead. Than a fucking thief, a thief is probably doing mostly good. Their life is worth living. The average fucking rapist does not have a life worth living. Unless they're in prison and they can get fucking reformed, there's no reason for them to go around raping people. They're better off dead. That's the reason there's a fucking difference there. Now, if you think there's an inconsistency in my argument, I'd love you to fucking point it out, but you can't. You're gonna sit there dumbfounded instead.
Yeah, because if you're saying, wait. If you're saying that like by virtue of being a rapist, like the world's better off without you, then you must be okay with me going and just killing random rapists, right?
If there were a random rapist and you couldn't put them in prison, and the only thing that you could do is press a button that killed them, there's a big button on your desk that automatically kills rapists, of course I'd be okay.
Why put them in prison? Just kill them.
Because you can reform
according to your
them.
Logic.
No, dumbass, not according to my logic. According to my logic.
You could reform the 50 men. You could reform the 50 men, couldn't you?
No! What the fuck? No! They're about to get away with raping you. What?
But you can reform them. You just said you can reform rapists.
With what, a big fucking magic net that you can capture them all?
No, you can rape you and then run away. You can arrest them later, right? Couldn't you? That's what you're advocating for.
How?
The police, just in the same way you're talking about calling the police on shoplifters.
If you think the police could go around and find the 50 fucking men who raped you, then yes, you shouldn't kill them. Wait for the fucking police to arrest them.
Okay, wait.
That's why I said probably.
Okay, here's the hypothetical, right? The cops are going to come and arrest them, but only after the rape. Does the woman have the right to gun down the 50
No, don't fucking gun them down, right? It might fucking suck. Don't fucking kill them. Instead, yeah, what's the fucking counter argument?
There's the bullet point I was looking for.
That wasn't a bullet. That's an obviously intuitive position. You're fucking insane. You are insane. You have a deranged view. Give me the counter argument. Where's the counter argument? Where's the counter argument? Scott, you read the face like a fucking tomato. Go ahead and give me the counter argument. The average person fucking agrees with me on this. You're insane.
What we will do, because
finally got there.
What was the bullet? It was obviously the fucking correct position.
Lactoid has gotten to where
I want a counter argument.
Okay, hold on. Lactoid's got where he wants to go. We're gonna go to Corey. We're gonna food shops. We're gonna go to Scott. All right.
Yes.
Corey
go.
I'll just say, Prime, you were correct. Fun to be had for sure. But Lactoid, I have a couple of questions for you. Just to hopefully understand your position better. Where like does it overlap with Scott's like 1-to-1? So trying to use the actual example that was given in the story. The specific one, like the laundry detergent theft, minus the violent, what I consider violent action, but basically, is someone justified in your system of like shooting someone who's just like going into a store, they're grabbing a bottle of laundry detergent? Are they justified in shooting that person?
I fully agree with Scott's like minimal force necessary, the gentleness principle. Like where the first step
is my question.
Oh, I'm getting to it. The first step is like approaching them, confronting them. If they start to like get violent with you when you grab them, then you can continue to escalate up until lethal force. Yes.
Even if they're not. So what if they're just like continuing to walk?
Then you would tackle them.
Sorry, no, go continue. Sorry.
Or tase them, or beat them with a baton.
Okay. I'm definitely not an expert on tasing, so I'll go in your direction.
Lock the doors.
Yeah, so just let's say two people walk in, and then they both grab a bottle of laundry detergent. And as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but taser, like once it's like on that one person. You can't do to it once, or you need to like, it takes time to reload. So then you can tase the one person. Are you justified in shooting the other person?
Yeah, absolutely. In the same, the food stand example is perfect, right? If you get a big enough group of people that each play a small part in destroying your life, like just because you managed to get a bunch of thieves on your side, you shouldn't be rewarded for that. No.
Well, so Corey, just to clarify a little bit, right? So this is what I was trying to get at, but we have other people that want to have
We have fun
at
going
this.
on.
Yeah, we have lots of fun going on, right? So this is the biggest issue with the gentleness principle is that libertarians and people that are seeking truth are often put in this really hard position where they don't pretend to know all the answers, and they can't pretend to just say that, oh, there's this wonderful, there's this perfect way of doing it and it'll work out, because we're not utopian, right? So there is a minimal amount of necessary force to stop it. But the thing is that I'm not a machine that I'm not a perfect AI supercomputer
You can't calculate.
that knows
I understand.
the criminal, right? And so what you do is post after the scenario, you have to determine if someone used too much force, and how your society ought to determine that is a difficult question to answer. Like if you're in a covenant community, or if you're in a system that resembles more like a state-based system, if it's an insurance system, there's a lot of different answers to this concept of, well, how do we after the fact determine if someone was indeed the aggressor that went too far too quickly? And so like we can kind of engage with the hypotheticals, right? But at the end of the day, it's really kind of our opinion about a fact that we don't know, which is that there was a minimal amount of force, and it is almost likely that you must exceed that minimal amount of force in order to successfully stop them.
Yeah, you got to overshoot. Absolutely.
Let's say it's right, you have to overshoot in order to stop them. And so then the question becomes, how do we as a society value, the ways how much we can overshoot in that, and like what is egregious, and that's an entirely separate conversation, I think. That really comes down to moral preferences and comes down to the society and the values of the society. Is it a Christian society? Is it closer to pacifist? Like there's just a lot of questions there that are
Or
that
you
actually
want to
can't
I
be
do want to
answered.
get to food shops.
I just want to say one thing in terms of well, I'm glad that at least I got that out of lactoid, and I think at least that's where we fundamentally disagree. Of like, I don't think you're justified in shooting that second person, at all. If it's just like two people, 2 bottles of laundry detergent, and you just have 1 taser and 1 gun, yeah, I think that's the disconnect. I'll leave it there.
It just
Corey, what if it's 50?
keep-
Corey, what if it's like enough people, like 50 people or like 100 people, where they're going to again like clean out your inventory, and then
steal $949,
and then you're going to lose your business. Like, does that change your analysis, Corey?
Not really, no.
So like I have to like now suffer poverty because like I couldn't stop like the big enough group of people from
Well, I advocate for taxes and slavery and such, and I would have other means of addressing that.
well, surely I wouldn't be as well off as I was owning the business, right?
Well, I can make an argument of like, again, I think there's ways to make you whole with other means.
This is so silly.
Sorry.
Like
We
I
can't-
advocate for
we can't-
taxes, etc.
I do want to get the food shop. She's been waiting. So then we'll get to you, Scott. You'll be next.
Wait, my turn?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to say that Lactoid probably has one of the most pathetic showings on this panel that I have probably ever heard. Yeah, I've been waiting this entire time because I want to get Lactoid's entire opinion out before I start firing off the entire chamber. So first of all, Lactoid, whenever he scrunches up his entire face, he looks like Bert and Ernie, like the one unibrow guy. So that is the first thing, okay? First of all, he began his entire argument with arm every single employee with a gun and start shooting. But you'll notice that now he has moved his goalpost and his opinion to, oh yeah, we want to escalate eventually up to aggressive force if necessary. So basically he has, a bit changed his opinion. I think that he wanted to go into this entire panel with this opinion of, oh my God, I want to be violent. I want to have this entire aggressive energy because he wants to present himself as this like right-leaning person with a lot of showing of force. But he realizes now that his opinion like looks incredibly absurd and incredibly violent. And now he realizes that he looks incredibly incredibly bad. So obviously he has to move goalposts. Second of all, he completely conflates between the threat of loss versus a proportional punishment after the fact. So let me explain, because he clearly does not understand. Okay, so the threat of loss is, for example, and I disagree with Simp here, right? So the disagreement here is, for example, if you are a store owner and you see a mob running towards your store, you feel like your life and your store and your way of living is under threat. So if you have an AK-47 or you have a rifle, I believe that you should have more than enough justification to start going do 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 do. I believe that you should have the justification to start do 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 and start mowing people down. I totally agree with my right-leaning friends there that you should have justification to start mowing down motherfuckers, okay? However, that is something that is completely different, knowing the fact that they have already started taking apples and they're making it out of the store with apples. And you know, as a fact, that I've only taken apples, right? And you know that your store is gonna survive, knowing that they have taken apples and knowing that, you know, you're not actually going to die, you're not actually going to do whatever, you're not going to chase them down, or you're not gonna like suffer that much financially after the fact and they're already like a mile away. You're not gonna chase them down in a fucking truck, right? These are two completely different things. One is a Batman vengeance mindset, and one is feeling like you don't know what the outcome is going to be as they're running towards the store, okay? So I can tell Lactoid never really thought about this. So clearly he is arguing bad faith, okay? Because as you all know, all conservatives like Lactoid is incredibly bad faith. That is why I destroyed Rob Noor like 2 days ago, okay? And as you can all know, all right, you can see he's trying to be smug and trying to smile and all that, and he's trying to, you know, pretend to be like this reasonable conservative person, but him and Scott are both coping over there and trying to act like they're smart, all right? But I totally get it, okay? And then everybody in chat is like trying to, you know, be smart as well, but you know what? They're all coping, and you guys can go munch on some dicks, okay? But you know what? It's okay. I can disagree with Symph, but you know what? I'm glad Symph that, you know, put up a good fight, and I appreciate him for doing so. Okay, but you know what, Lactoid, go ahead and cope. Feel free to do so. I don't even care whatever pathetic excuse.
Didn't you
All right,
admit
go
you
ahead.
let
Wait.
pedophiles be near your
Oh,
children?
you missed it,
Yeah,
Styles. I was gonna say.
I'm more than
Fuck it up.
happy to. When I insulted him for being fat, because that just told me that he had no more excuses.
No, wait. So
no more excuses, no more arguments when he resorted to personal
pedophiles
insult.
babysit kids, you know, whatever.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because I knew that they were non-offending. I specifically put in the keyword that they were non-offending, but he was way too emotionally charged. Okay,
Go clean your room.
Let's let the smug.
I'm more than happy to keep it
briefly,
dirty.
Come on, guys.
Just let Scott keep coping, Scott.
Okay. Let's let
Keep
the
coping,
smug.
Scott.
Let's let the smug Lactoid, who doesn't enjoy blowjobs, respond.
So two things. As to the comments on my appearance, I know I don't look young enough for you. I'm okay with that. Perfectly fine with my appearance. I know you prefer the younger looking people. That's okay.
Of course.
As to I guess the rambling that you went on for the last 10 minutes. I've been consistent the whole time as to my theory of violence.
Oh yeah,
You clearly, as usual, food stamps just aren't listening, right? As usual.
No, I've been listening all this time. I've been letting you speak. I haven't
Really?
interrupted.
You sure? You sure you've been listening?
I haven't been
you sure you've been like quickly Googling and researching? What's the right answer so I don't look stupid?
No, you're mad. You're mad. It's okay. Keep coping. It's okay.
I would not let pedophiles near my kid, by the way.
Yeah, don't worry. That's why I'm on this panel with you.
Yeah, oh.
Are you admitting to being a pedophile? Hold on.
I'm on this panel. Don't worry about it.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Hold on, Food Shops. Are you admitting that you're a pedophile? As you said, that's why I'm on this panel with you. Are you saying right now that you're a pedophile?
Listen. I'm whoever you want me to believe. Okay, don't worry about it.
Oh, this isn't an Eminem song. I'm just curious. Did you accidentally admit that you're a pedophile or not?
I'm not a pedophile, but you know what? At this point, no matter what I say, it doesn't really matter.
Food Shops is a pedophile.
I am a pedophile. You know what? I am a pedophile. I am whoever you want me to believe. Okay.
Okay, Eminem. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Nice weasel out of that.
I am Mr. Girl.
That person's Discord server.
Oh, God. It was like
I've said it before.
Especially the mods. Oh God.
If any FBI wants to check my hard drive, they can feel free to do so.
You are the FBI. Shut the fuck up. What are you doing?
I can be the FBI and I can be a pedophile at the same time. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean,
you're glowing.
If you look at the founders' documents, it seems to be that there might be some overlap.
Let's go.
So they catch pedophiles and they're FBI at the same time.
Yeah, they're taking out the competition.
Even though they're literally catching, they're the largest group known to catch the most pedophiles, more than all the pedophile hunters combined.
Well, one
Does that
has
make any sense to you?
legal authority and resources to do just stop.
Yeah.
Well,
Does that make any sense to you, Mr.
Well,
Libertarian?
Yeah, it does, because I'm not retarded. Like, obviously, the agency that has a massive budget and has the authority to do all kinds of things that pedo hunters aren't allowed to do catches more pedos. Like, duh.
Yep.
On top of that, most of those pedo hunter groups, their numbers are getting double counted because they're reporting them to the FBI, and the FBI didn't do any of the legwork. So yeah.
Let's go to our friend Scott, and then Synth. I'm not sure if Doobie also wanted to say something.
So I mean, obviously, I knew that this would turn into a shit show because it's a Twitch politics panel, and that nobody here actually gives a fuck about finding some source of truth or like actually fixing the problems that we have in society. But we started this with a prompt that I thought was really good. Thank you, prompt guys. It had a fatal flaw in terms of like kind of introducing the idea of justification for certain actions, which of course leads to the brain rot of Twitch politics. But there's this conversation of, are we in a crime wave? And so and like we immediately start off with like, well, the data is kind of wonky. I don't think the data is really that wonky. I think when you look at what we have available, obviously we don't have good numbers from 2021, 2022, or 2023 yet. We have some 2020 and 2020 and 2021. We don't have good numbers from 2022, 2023, especially once you start breaking it down, looking at like municipalities, start looking at like New York, or looking at Philadelphia, or looking at LA. There was this comment made. I'm curious. I do actually want Synth's response. I don't want to just steamroll here. Where you said that like, oh, well, the numbers are basically the same as they were in 2016, which I think is true for violent crime. If you look, if you're looking just at violent crime, that is true. But if you're looking at crime as a whole, the FBI's numbers, everybody's numbers are don't put 2021 at, oh, it's just the same as 2016. In fact, the numbers are, you got to go back to like 2001 and then 1998 in order for the numbers overall to go through. And even worse still, the one thing that's really important, I think, to understand in terms of whether or not we're in a crime wave, there's two things here actually. Is certain cities are really bad that instituted certain policies. And then there are then there's a kind of the general macro of like, is it that bad? And in a lot of places, you're going to see very little difference from before. But, when you're looking at certain areas like New York, you're going to see really bad things. And then the other thing is the national clearance rate, right? So while we might have a reduction in crime from the 1990s with lead poisoning and things like that, what we don't have is we don't have the same clearance rates. We're not solving murders. We're not solving violent crime and property crime at the same rates that we were pre-pandemic, kind of like, hashtag defund the police. And we've gotten rid of a lot of talent. And so like, I guess my question is like, when you say conservatives are just making up the idea of a crime wave, they're kind of pulling it up out of their ass, and it's only like justification for bad ideas and more authoritarian stuff. What do you mean by that? Like, when there's tons of data that supports the idea that crime, especially in certain areas, is at a level that no one thought it could ever go again, like by matching with the 90s.
Yeah, so you started that by misquoting me. I don't think it was intentional. I think it was accidental. But no, I didn't say that there was. I didn't say that the numbers today match the 16, 17, and 18 levels nationally. I was saying that because the first two articles in question are from a case in LA and DC. The crime rates in these areas are still lower or on par with their 16, 17, and 18 levels. That's true of LA and DC.
Okay. I apologize if I missed.
It's all right. Just a moment. And then I said afterwards, an actual crime wave nationally happened near the end of Trump's presidency in 2019 or 2020. The point of that is to demonstrate, no, it's not progressive reforms that's causing this. There's any causal link between that and any increases in crime. What you actually saw was there's a link between COVID and a big increase in crime, and there was a huge spike in crime. I believe it was 25%. I'll give the exact number right here. It was 28.7% between 2020 and 2019. Yeah. So a lot of this ends up being a wide variety of factors, but the idea that bail reform is the cause of that, there's no good evidence to suggest that bail reform or progressive reforms broadly are any kind of causal or have any kind of causal link to that. There is a mixed there's a mixed literature on whether or not it's the case that there's a correlation between increases to police funding and decreases in crime rate. I think it's the case, it probably is the case, that an increase in police funding on average leads to more policing and thus leads to a decrease in crime rate. But it's not really clear that it's always the case that an increase in police funding leads to an increase in policing. Sometimes it might just lead to irresponsible spending. So that's that. I think that's the answer to your question, unless there was something I missed there.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a couple of things there. I agree with you that the state mandated lockdowns and the COVID hysteria people and certainly destroyed the country in a lot of ways with a lot of their destructive policies. But the two things: one, bail reform. I just want to be very clear. I'm against bail. I think bail is a stupid system. I think it's it's kidnapping people and then extorting them. But there's just better ways to do it. It's the state coping for the fact that they can't give people a reasonable a trial in a reasonable amount of time. And if they are actually a threat to society, then fucking how much money they can put up shouldn't be a fucking factor. It's just extortion. So setting that aside, yes, there is a peak in 2020, but the problem is is it your opinion that peak lasts for years? That there are no other after effects? Because we haven't normalized pre-pandemic crime or clearance rates. And so, like, if we're saying, well, it's COVID, okay, is the claim now that COVID is lasting for like the lockdowns and the COVID, whatever those causal things are maintaining crime at those elevated levels years later?
No, I don't think it's the case that COVID is maintaining the crime. I think it's just that there's little to no change in the crime rate nationally. The crime rate nationally is, instead of being a 28% jump, now it's the case there's just mild amounts of volatility, like in the single digit range. That I don't think it's the case that
Right,
COVID's
but, like,
lasting a long time. I just think
I'm
it's
not
the case
looking at
that
the exact.
I just think it's the case that you have an increase in crime, and then obviously, given that people are still stuck in shit conditions, they're still stuck on average having dealing with hyperinflation, dealing with a bunch of economic unrest. All of these things make it the case that people are going to be continuing to commit crimes. They're not going to stop committing crimes just because of the fact that COVID's gone. It's not like the COVID virus gave them like crime brain. It's that they're in shit economic conditions, and the economic conditions have not solved themselves.
You're
yet.
making right. So you're making the argument that the increase and then the slow decrease of crime is the material conditions, economic conditions, and that poverty is what's causing the increased crime wave that might not be a crime wave.
Not poverty, but economic unrest. So obviously, you can be somebody who's poor
Right.
without being under the poverty line. Yeah.
Right. I mean, fair. I mean, poverty is like the state just says like this is the poverty number. Like it's not really like it's kind of like how we determine poverty was. I'll set that aside. Sorry, I'm not trying to get into that conversation, but yeah, like you're
and
saying
obviously
economic conditions.
You're right. It doesn't adjust for inflation and things like that. So it's like the same poverty rate pre-COVID is the same as the one after COVID. It's still about 12.4K, which is obviously not gonna represent the same value of money. So yeah. Sorry. What was I think you asked a question there, unless I'm mistaken.
Right. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand, right? The position of because the entire thing is a meta question, which I think is a much more interesting question if people actually care about truth as opposed to just farming Twitch clips of like people spurging, which is like, why are we seeing this like mass looting it's pockets, right? It's rare, but why are we seeing this behavior that was unacceptable 10 years ago? Like the idea that you would see videos on a daily basis of people just walking into a CVS, filling up a bag full of shit and walking out and no one would do anything, and that businesses would just leave these areas is anathema to most people a few years ago, and it's the new normal. And so the question is why is that the new normal? Why is that an accepted thing that we're not screaming from the hilltops, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Have some goddamn order in your society. Right.
So I want to put forward, and
is it just economic conditions? That doesn't make sense.
We'll go to. I'm not sure.
I think it's a plurality of reasons, but economic conditions.
I'll give him space if he wants to. But I wanted to put forward in the last question. Within that prompt, maybe it's simply technology, right? That we have like with the maturation of like social media and other like digital forms of communication, that people have just like stumbled onto this crime. Like, hey, this is like really useful. This is something that's difficult to counter. I remember it was one city in the Northeast. This was a few years ago. I forget which city it was, but it was one city in the Northeast where there were a bunch of like flash mobs that were happening. They weren't like raiding stores, but they were like doing like they were like just like doing destruction, right? Like just general destruction. They hadn't thought of stealing yet, but they were doing just like general destruction. They're like they were on like Twitter or something saying we are going to attack on this day at this time, and then people would show up, and then it took a while for law enforcement to like figure out, oh, we got to be monitoring Twitter to do this, right? So it was just a technological advancement that enabled a crime which was not possible before, being able to connect with disparate criminals like around the city like so quickly, and to take action like that. So it could that be it, rather than like this is a change in like general mindset around private property, because I, especially since this is being done by children, I'm not. Oh, I'll leave that part alone. But yeah, you guys can answer that. Doobie, before you do, Doobie, if you have something to say, I want to give you space and open up to everyone else.
I've still got a question from earlier. If that's all right. After Dewey.
Yeah. So Prime, I think this is like a really interesting thing because when I was thinking about this earlier, I was thinking like, so we have a lot of these people, probably the same ones that were out, the George Floyd riots, protests, whatever, breaking into stores and stealing shit. And so they have that experience under their belt, and a lot of them got away with it. Right? A lot of them got away with, taking TVs or PS5s or whatever the fuck. And then they're sitting at home with their PS5, and why not try it again, right? And if there's a way to do that quickly, to create that kind of atmosphere, we have like dozens of people showing up to do the same shit that you're doing, so it's very unlikely that you're going to be caught. Like it seems like that would feed into the same kind of like the feed into it, right? So like the ability to quickly organize a giant mob of people to do this kind of thing. Yeah, I don't. I think that there's potential like a problem in the culture that is leading people to believe that this is like okay, but who's to say that wasn't there before, right? Who's to say that these same people 10 years ago would have been stealing shit as individuals, right? Now it's just easier to do it as a group, and it's less likely they're going to get caught as a group, so they do that instead.
It wasn't the vice president of the United States. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Crime has obviously become more permissible, right? When you have the vice president of the United States spending money to bail people out to get them to go do more mostly peaceful protests, it's obviously a change in the culture.
Wait, but so that bailout money, was that like, was the intention there that that would go to people who were stealing, or the intention that it would go to people who were like arrested for, staying out after curfew, after like a protest or whatever the fuck? Like, what was the intention?
It's everybody. It's everybody, and Kamala Harris certainly knew it was everybody. It's get everybody that has a bail out as quickly as possible back onto the streets to protest more, in protests that were obviously doing hundreds of millions of dollars of damage. In the name of like what?
I see. So you think that behind that push was, you think that for them there's no like distinction between this guy was arrested for uh disturbing the peace or whatever at this protest, right? Maybe he like was out there longer than the cops wanted, didn't respond quickly enough to their instructions, so he got arrested. There's no distinction between that person and the person that broke into the store and stole shit to Kamala Harris.
I think individuals have lines. I think individuals have principles and things they won't break, and ideas that change over time, right? But I think people don't have ideas. Ideas have people, and when you have massive movements that are promulgating an ideology or a philosophy that is becoming increasingly anti-private property, that is justifying these things, that is, that has spokespeople constantly saying that like it's okay to steal from these people are just trying to feed their family. I mean, you have food shops on the fucking panel being like, oh, they're stealing a TV to sell it so that they can feed their family. No, they're fucking not. These looters aren't stealing fucking TVs to sell it because their fucking family's starving. Like if their family's fucking starving, there's already enough programs in the United States that'll keep your fucking kids fed. Right. And so it's a culture. And so an individual might have a line, right? But check blue donating like millions in certain different NGOs, like that has an effect, an
Wait,
overarching
can I
effect,
I
ask?
just want to
regardless of the
correct
individual
Scott
source.
real quick. I just want to correct Scott real quick when he said something about the
This will be
Biden
great.
bailout. Yeah, it will be great actually. So, when he said something about the Biden bailout inspiring young people to go out to do crimes such as loading up garbage bags with items and then to do these kinds of organized things. Young people, all right, as a political activist, myself, who actually go out and knock on doors and stuff, it is really hard to actually even get young people to go out to even care about politics in the first place, and much less to have young people even care about politics. So the thing is that I just do not see any kind of scenario where I can see young people being inspired by any kind of political event on a high level to the point where they're inspired enough to actually go and start robbing stores. In fact, I would like to attest more to some other reasons. For example, I don't think it's technology, okay? Because I don't think there's a substantial increase in technology for the last 5 years to the point where people are robbing more. I think it is more of the reason of like the COVID pandemic, because the COVID pandemic for the last 5 years, has been like that. And, another thing is like the rising inflation rates. If there has been more of an economic reason, for example, at least for me, I have been laid off recently, in April.
No,
And
you don't say.
yeah, so for especially when the tech market is suffering, and you may argue, oh my God, tech market people who suffer from layoffs would never go and rob a store. Sure, but then there's going to be trickle down effects from there, right? For example, if tech markets are suffering, then from there on, if the products are getting more and more expensive from there, then products lower and lower are also going to get more and more expensive, right? Because if you have tech products that are getting more expensive, then the manufacturing tech stuff that makes the products are also going to get more expensive. And then it trickles down from there. And eventually, lower stores, especially retail stores,
Really
are
quick.
also going to start firing off people. But yeah, anyway, so there's going to be a lot of pressure and economic burdens, and people are going to be incentivized to start stealing more, are going to start whatever. And in fact, I know people are going to start pointing. Sorry, one last point. People are going to start pointing a lot towards like the Black community and stuff. But in fact, the largest population that is concerned about the rising crime rates are Black voters. But anyway, I'm gonna switch up to Corey now. So go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to respond to why I was wrong. First of all, I didn't mention Biden. I mentioned Kamala Harris. So thanks.
Yeah,
for the fact
that's
you got
related
it
to each
wrong in
other.
the
Yeah.
first sentence. Moving on, I don't know that you quite got this. Maybe you misheard me. But when I opened with my opening statement, I mentioned Tom Tyler's work, and I mentioned the idea that one of the big factors as to whether or not a person commits a crime is whether or not they believe the law to be morally just. And so I am not concerned with whether or not Kamala Harris's support for bail reform money inspired a young activist somewhere. What I'm concerned with is a growing culture that is present in media, present in schools, present on social media, present in many facets of our culture, is more and more justifying petty theft as not a problem and as non-violent, despite the fact that when you steal from people, you yourself went on this very strange economic kind of tirade about how one loss or one piece of inflation has a trickle down effect that affects everyone within the system that's tied to it. And I would counter with kind of the exact same argument, but better, because I actually understand economics to a certain degree. That when you're stealing from people, and that when that you're doing the exact same thing, that businesses have to increase prices because they have stop loss that they have to deal with. And now poor people are disproportionately affected by rising costs and inflation at Target, at Walmart, at their local grocery store, because people keep stealing, and the rich it doesn't fucking, it barely fucking affects them, if at all. But it is, and as you said, it is the Black communities where all of this violence is occurring, also known as petty theft as a form of violence, that are super concerned with this. And it is the white, and it is the white liberals that can't clean their fucking room and can't keep a fucking job but bitch on the internet, that are the ones that are pushing against their fucking interest.
So if I can attempt to address that and also maybe to understand where Scott's coming from better. So even if I grant you like fully, like this anti-private property sentiment is like taking hold, like now widespread. And like I'm not going to necessarily refer to in the story of like the whatever dozens of people stealing the luxury goods. But you think like this sentiment of like, okay, I'm entitled to other people's property, and therefore I can steal all the laundry detergent. You think that is like the driving factor, as in like you think that even if for myself, if I had that sentiment, like I'm not a criminal as far as I can tell, but like even if I had this sentiment, I wouldn't be thinking that I can now just go steal laundry detergent. I would be going for like the most valuable thing there, like from the get-go.
So here we go. Let me explain. So I think that anytime you look at changes in crime, it's going to be really, really difficult to understand and parse the data. And I think you're going to have to do a multivariate analysis. And even then, you're probably going to miss all kinds of shit that you don't expect, and you just kind of like, and it's going to surprise you, because people and behavior, like behavioral economics, and apply, like there's so much that is in fact here, right? And criminal justice is also, to be fair, as a branch of sociology, pretty new. It's a new kid on the block in terms of things, right? Like, I mean, you really have like structural functionalists coming in like the 70s that really begin this kind of branch of sociology, in terms of actually studying like why crime happens. And so what I posit is that the thing that in my opinion, and what I believe, other people smarter than me have claimed, and I agree with them, and you can give me a countering narrative, is that while deterrence is important, and while economic factors play a role, especially when, less so being, having bad economic conditions, but especially being near rich people, right? Like when you have rich people and poor people like in the same area, really bad. If you go to fucking like poverty stricken areas, you don't have bad crime because everybody's impoverished, right? But this inequality, as Joseph Stiglitz makes that argument, actually, is that it's a big driver of crime. What I would say is that the thing that can have the most impact, if you dial it just a little, is a cultural change in whether or not stealing or a certain type of crime is considered right. You need only change that knob a little bit as compared to deterrence, because when you look at deterrence theory, what you'll recognize is that like there's not like criminals don't care if they think they're not going to get caught. Like deterrence really isn't that strong of an effect the way that people think it is. But if people believe that it's morally okay or gray or even right to steal from Target, yeah, it changes whether or not they'll go in there and fill up a fucking bag full of laundry detergent.
Yeah, so I was up with you up until so I can totally buy that explanation when it comes to like that luxury goods story, and like people like going for like the valuable stuff, and like again, like I agree with you that the motivations for crime are like difficult to understand, and like there's almost certainly an infinite number of variables. Well, yeah, so that's what I'm trying. As in, do you see these? That might be the disconnect of like you put these in the same category of like a mob of people stealing luxury goods is the same as like one person who happens to go in and like just walk out with one bottle.
Obviously, these two things are different. But the difference from your perspective that's breaking your brain here is that you think there might be reasons that crime B is justified and crime A isn't. And this is the fucking problem that we're discussing, is that society and our culture is shifting towards this idea that like, well, they're just stealing some stuff they might need. And it's like, no, there are already government services, which I also disagree with, but there are already ways to feed your fucking family. These are crimes of convenience because they think that they can get away with it.
Yeah.
They're not starving.
I just want to at least make my position. I'm not justifying it. I'm not okay with it. I just think the response should be different. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but the things aren't fundamentally different
Yeah, I know,
in
and at the
terms of like the
fundamental,
trend,
sure.
right?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you there.
Corey has some evidence of this. I mean, I posted
Could I,
it
before
one.
we move there, I have a question from earlier that I still haven't gotten a chance to ask. It was a question I even asked earlier and didn't get a chance to get an answer to it. So the hypothetical you gave was like if a crazy rapist was guaranteed to be arrested afterwards, and you have to pick either to A, kill them, or let them fuck you and they become a non-rapist afterwards. You said that you do A and you should kill them, and I said I'd do B. But I asked you earlier, why should I pick A instead? What's the argument for that? I didn't get an answer to that. What is the argument for that?
Sorry. So when you said that the woman should not be able to open fire on like the group of 50
Not
people.
be able to? I don't think she should be put in jail for it. I think she ought not do it. I'm telling you there's a better option, right? The better option is B. I'm saying I would do B because it's a better option. I'm asking you, what's the argument that A is the better option? What's the argument that A is the one you should do instead?
Because I think you have the 50 people that are coming to aggress on somebody, like an innocent person. And I think that like in of itself, that level of aggression and consent violation is worth more than the lives of those 50 people. So like if you're coming to go rape somebody or help somebody rape somebody.
I'm asking you the argument for the position, not just to repeat the position.
Axiomatically, I just value consent, right? If you want
So then
to
there
boil
is
it
no
down
argument.
to that.
There is no
No, they
argument for why
consented.
Yeah, well, you can say they consented. I'm asking you, why ought I change my behavior from B to A? Why is A the better of those two options? And
I mean, hold on. So, well, I think there's like fundamental like value differences where I very strongly value consent and I very strongly value like individual agency and I very disvalue
super quick clarifying question. I thought
like aggression.
Am I right? Maybe I'm mistaken on myself. Aren't you also a moral realist, or am I mistaken on that? Because I thought you were a moral realist. Those because you're like an ANCAP. Usually, you guys are.
I'm not an ANCAP. I've never claimed
He's
to be
not
an
ANCAP.
ANCAP.
You're a voluntarist, right? Aren't you a moral realist as well? Is that correct, or am I wrong?
He's a little libertarian.
Yeah. So like I have like my full ideology written down somewhere. I can share it with you sometime.
He's a dirty statist.
I'm only asking this one clarifying question, which is:
I'm essentially like,
do you think the morals are stance independent, or do you think they're just based on your opinions?
Oh, they're based on my opinions for sure. So like I personally like value. Yeah. I personally like value consent a lot. And so the idea of like 50 people running to rape somebody and then like 49 of them holding her down while one rapes, like in that situation, like the violation of consent's happening one way. And so in order to preserve the most consent, she should just open fire and kill them all.
So if all morals, just to be really clear, if all morals are just based on whatever your opinions are, if everyone thought it was okay to rape babies, no, it's just one really quick question. If everyone thought it was okay to rape babies, would it be okay to rape babies?
So would it be okay according to me? No. According to them?
No, yes. It would be okay according to you, because if everyone thought it, you would think it, because you're part of everyone, right?
No.
If everyone thought it was okay to rape babies, even lactoid would.
No. So like this would be like, I guess to elucidate my opinion on this, if I live in a country where everybody except
let's go.
If I live in a country where everybody except for me,
full blown ANCAP finally.
If I lived in a country where everybody except for me loved vanilla ice cream, does this mean like vanilla ice cream?
I never said except for you.
Hold on. Vanilla ice cream wouldn't, like, even though they all agree they love vanilla ice cream is not like the good flavor, right? It's a subjective question. And so if I liked vanilla ice cream, then everybody is in subjective agreement.
Right? I'm saying if everyone, not if everyone except for lactoid, if everyone thought it was okay to rape babies, you would be included in everyone, right? Would it be okay to rape babies?
If I believed it was okay to rape babies, would it be okay to rape babies?
Mm-hmm.
So there is no objective truth to it. So everyone, like, belief is where you have to draw the line.
Disagree on.
Okay, we disagree on this, right? I think that
I'm
everybody.
Asking the answer to my question. Like you screamed at me that I was a weasel.
No, because you are a weasel. And when I'm trying to explain to you, yes, no, you're cutting me off when I'm like in the middle of explaining. You know what my answer is on this. So I don't believe morality exists objectively.
Mm-hmm.
So the question doesn't make sense. The question doesn't make sense.
So
when you say, is it okay? What is it?
If you thought it was okay to rape babies, if you what it means to me is I think what it means for something to be morally good or bad is based on stance-dependent reasons. You think it's based on your opinions. Now I'm asking you, if your opinion was different, would the morals be different? The answer to that should be yes.
My morals would be different.
If everyone thought it was okay to rape babies, would it be okay to rape babies? The answer you should give is yes.
No. So when you say hold on, and this is important, and this is why I'm like emphasizing this. When you say would it be okay, like
yes.
that question is entirely like perspective dependent according to me. So if you had like, if everybody agreed that they love vanilla ice cream, is vanilla ice cream the good flavor? Well, no, everybody agrees that they prefer vanilla ice cream more than chocolate ice cream.
Look, it's a really clear and simple question. All you mean when you say something is moral is that it's in line with your preferences. So if your preferences were different, then morals would be different, right?
My morals would be yes.
Yeah, morals, what you're talking about when you say morals would be different, right?
Right. My morality would be
Okay.
different. Yeah.
So when you say it's not okay to rape babies, all you mean by that, all you Lactoid means by that, is Lactoid doesn't like it when you rape babies, right?
Yeah, generally.
Okay. So if everyone thought it was okay to rape babies, then would it be okay to rape babies?
If I agreed with that, then yeah, but I don't.
So if everyone thought it was okay to rape babies, it would be okay to rape babies, right?
If I thought that, yes, but I don't.
That's the
Just to
hypothetical.
emphasize this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
If somebody asked you if you didn't have breakfast this morning, how would you feel being like, but I did have breakfast, what the fuck? I had breakfast.
I'm emphasizing, yeah, if I did have breakfast, then XYZ, but just to
So the answer
clarify,
to the question
because
is not no,
just to,
not that it doesn't make
hold
sense.
on,
It makes perfect sense, right?
Just to clarify, the reason why I'm really emphasizing, because this is a half-assed attempt to try to get a fucking gotcha on me, when I got one on you, before, and so you're like just trying to like
Lactoid,
fucking
you
make
didn't
me
get any
look bad
gotcha.
so badly.
Lactoid, you already look terrible by dodging the question.
Sam,
If you just answer
Sam,
it with a normal
Sam,
standard, just a
relax,
second. Whoa,
dude.
whoa, I'm chill.
What
I'm
is
just
it with
answering
you?
it.
Like,
Listen,
just let people
Scott,
breathe.
Scott, chill. You're freaking out, right? I'm just asking questions.
Uh-huh.
So if
I'm trying
somebody
to follow
asks,
conversation
this
between
isn't
two
a,
of you, but you can't.
this
just
isn't like
relax.
a chill, Scott. You don't have to bail Lactoid out because he's dodging a question.
Who's interrupting more?
It doesn't matter. You're dodging a question, right? You're very clearly dodging a question. You
No,
didn't answer
I
that.
answered
You said
it. I answered it directly.
You said one, the question doesn't make sense. You said two, no, and then you've also now said yes to that. It doesn't make sense, no, and yes. No, none of these three are consistent with each other.
Let me give you
two of
like
those
a very
are.
clear. Let me give you a very clear answer. Okay, if everybody, including myself, believed that it was okay to rape babies, then it would be okay to rape babies. But I do not believe that. Fair enough.
Wait, hold on. You do believe if everyone thought that, then it would be, right?
Yes, but I currently don't believe that.
I'm aware. You currently
All
don't.
right, good.
Now,
Perfect.
so if
Bro, just
if,
become an ANCAP
just
and go,
on-
it's wrong to rape babies.
No, it's so
real
easy.
fucking easy. Like, come on, man.
I do. I believe it's wrong to rape babies.
you believe that it's your preference not to rape babies.
Okay.
Yes,
That's all you mean by
it
that.
is my preference to
Okay.
be against raping babies.
I love.
Looks way worse.
and
than
wait,
before
wait,
you
wait,
ever
and
did.
to be clear,
I'm not gonna lie. It's a really
sacrifice
bad
is
bullet.
wrong,
To be
even
clear-
if the whole community of people are
Hold up.
standing atop the volcano going,
Yeah,
Lactoid, you can
throw the virgin
respond.
in.
Yeah, just to be clear, I have such a strong preference against raping babies that I would use lethal force to prevent people from raping babies. Like I have a very strong preference against raping babies,
So
and I want to make that crystal clear because I'm against
But all
raping
you mean
babies.
by it's bad to rape
okay,
babies is you don't like it.
okay,
That's
all
what you
right,
mean.
okay.
To the point of a gun,
So
yes.
I am
Okay.
happy. I am so
Don't stop the
thrilled.
fun, Prime.
I am so thrilled that we went down a baby raping tangent. This is what I've gotten into this business for. Baby raping discussions. All right. Well, moving on from that, right?
What?
It pains,
What did I return to?
it pains me to do so. All right, moving on from that. Let's get
Hey,
back
I tried.
to-
I didn't even try to do ANCAP shit. I tried to get to the truth and the cultural problems. facing society.
I know.
Wait, I want to say
You know,
one more thing. I
fucking-
want to say
we wanna talk
one,
about baby raping and shit.
one more thing. It's
Whatever.
also a very strong preference of mine that a woman
Fucking
should be able to
spurs.
shoot 50 people if they're all coming to rape her.
I think she
Or
should be
hold her
legally
down and
able
rape
to.
her.
I think she'd be
I
able
think
to as
she's
well. I just don't think
morally
it's the best decision.
justified. It's my preference.
not the
It's
best
my
decision.
preference that she shoots them. Yes.
I think there are stance-independent reasons objectively, but the same reason it's objectively wrong to rape babies. Even
You
if everyone
already bit the
wanted to.
bullet. Stop backtracking.
There's no bullet. There's no
Okay,
bullet.
okay. Bullets.
But
There's no
Lactoid had a
bullet.
question
Everyone,
for me, I
most
think.
people agree that it's
Okay.
objectively wrong to rape babies.
Yeah. Did you have a question for Corey? Right. I'm assuming
yeah.
not in the baby raping realm, but like I'm
not in the
crossing my
baby raping
fingers,
realm.
maybe will.
Touching. Sorry.
Which I am against. Okay. Corey, I'm against baby raping. So Corey, when you say when you're talking with Scott about like criminal, like I guess culture as regards to criminal involvement, I think like some evidence for this could simply be like the political beliefs of criminals, right?
Hey,
So I posted.
unboxing therapy. Mute your mic.
Yeah, please do. And I do want to go to you later on. I want to hear more if you have anything to say. But go ahead, Lactoid.
Yeah.
I
so
would agree. Yeah, political ideology affects behavior. Totally.
absolutely, right? And so when you see like such strong criminal involvement from left-wing people and less so from right-wing people, I mean, this could emphasize how culturally speaking, left-wing people are more like okay with like shoplifting and stealing shit as opposed to right-wing people, right? And maybe have more of a respect for property rights, like more of a cultural disincentive for stealing.
I wouldn't go that far. It all depends. Like, so we can.
It's
try to
evidence
use-
for it. It's not conclusive.
No, yeah. So it depends. Like we have to go like sort of claim by claim or behavior by behavior. But let's just say, okay, going by the liberal conservative axis, like who is more likely to smoke cannabis?
So So the study that I linked doesn't include cannabis ingestion.
I know. I've briefly
left wingers for sure.
Right. So like, if you want to go by that, sure, I will grant you that. Yeah, liberals by your current system in whatever 25 states, United States, they're engaging in criminal behavior overall, probably like to a vast majority in comparison to conservatives. But do you think that's like, do you think that says something about the deviance of liberals per se?
Well, no, I think this is actually a perfect example, because by the fact that left wingers use marijuana so much more, I think demonstrates like a cultural attitude towards marijuana that's very different than right wingers, where right wingers tend to be kind of like more like condemning of marijuana as opposed to left wingers. In the same way, left wingers commit more shoplifting. Culturally, there's probably less condemning of shoplifting as opposed to the right wing.
So you made a claim there. That's why so if you want to make that claim that left wingers engage in more shoplifting, I see nothing that you provided that actually substantiates that. You have showed political ideology and things deemed criminal behavior, but you would even grant yourself that, yes, just going by cannabis use alone, I will fully grant you. And also I would use appropriate terms, right winger, conservative, not necessarily the same. And in the study that you linked, you would probably more lean towards liberal, at least when going by the academic research and the liberal conservative axis that's usually used. You will be the classical liberal on that axis.
So real quick, so the study that I posted that's measuring specific crimes is measuring in the past 12 months if they've deliberately damaged property, stolen items worth less than or more than $50. I don't know why they said less than or more than. It's just any object then. Had gone into a house or building to steal something, had used a weapon to steal something, and this is the one we might find issue, had sold drugs, had held, bought, or sold stolen property, or had ever committed credit card fraud. So among those specific crimes, left-wingers are dramatically overrepresented.
Yeah, I would have to see exactly the numbers. Like, I have no idea where that overall aggregate data is coming from, where I can totally believe that as a result of, let's say, distribution or selling of drugs or consuming drugs, like, yeah, you would see an overall increase in, convicted criminal behavior among liberals, like, for sure.
Not consuming, selling.
Point of clarification.
Sure, even selling, yeah.
Point of clarification is kind of important here. There is a difference between whether or not an individual believes a law is morally right or wrong and social ostracization by their in-group. That like what is more important or what is more likely to cause a person to commit a crime, at least so far as we surmise from criminal justice theory, right? The fuck is going on with this? Okay. Is whether or not someone believes it's right or wrong. Below that, most likely would be social ostracization. Like, are people in the community, if they find out that you do it, or people in your family or your friends, going to be like, "Hey, man, that's fucked up. You shouldn't have done that." And then below that is going to be like deterrent is going to be whether or not they think they get caught, and then below that is going to be like how much sentencing is, or how much prison time they're going to do. So way down at the bottom of likelihood to stop a crime is like, you're going to get 20 years if you get caught. Then it's going to be like, I might get caught. Then it's above that, it's going to be like, people in my in-group are going to judge me for this. And then above that is, I think this law is wrong. Fuck it, I don't care.
So, I would just say to our friend, Lactoid, that this isn't, obviously it doesn't prove a causality. I don't know why this is the case. And maybe it is like exactly what you guys were implying it to be, a certain mindset among left wingers. And or people who at least vote. No, sorry. It says very liberal. So yeah, for people.
Yeah, but again, Lactoid would be on the more liberal side in this study.
No, not of course. So no, this is using liberal and conservative in terms of like American categorization, which is going to be different than Canadian categorization.
So how does that? Where does religion fall there?
Religion.
So read this. So where on that axis? As in, what is the Venn diagram between conservatism and religiosity?
Conservatives are more likely to be religious.
Right. And yeah, I think in the study itself, like, they mention religion as in conservative, like almost synonymous, not perfectly, but almost synonymous with essentially religious conservatism. You are essentially a classical liberal. You would be slightly liberal in this study.
No, so no.
You read the
well, hold
discussion.
on. I know. So
I-
read beyond the discussion. Read beyond the discussion, right? So they're talking about for example, right here. Conversely, conservatives place a strong emphasis on law and order. They value social conformity and tradition. They give greater social legitimacy to authority positions such as police officers. Conservatives are also more religious, attend religious ceremonies more frequently, and place a stronger emphasis on religious values than do liberals. These characteristics, conservatives may inhibit behaviors that are not only criminal but are also risky or that conflict with religious ethics. I have
I don't
no
understand why
doubt.
you're nodding so much, Corey. Like you're basically like, yeah, religious conservatives don't commit crime.
Right.
Fucking weirdos. Like,
Well, and this is the great part of this.
Wait. I want to respond to that. Who is more likely to want to criminalize, let's say, same-sex marriage or homosexual behavior? Who do you think would?
Religious conservatives.
Yeah, exactly. So they want to also criminalize things that you are against, or rather, you have no issues with. Like,
I don't. Hold on. I don't agree with religious conservatives in all ways, right? The fact that I'm not religious probably makes me more likely to commit crime than somebody who is a religious conservative. This is just probably statistically true.
The fact that you're a lawyer too.
Regardless, but the fact that I'm a lawyer probably reduces the likelihood that I'm going to commit one of these, especially one of these crimes that's being measured in this study. I love this study because it also controls for race, age, gender, and years of education. Despite all of that, the super left-wing people, yes, which are going to be more often than not less religious, are more likely to commit crime. But that goes into what Scott's saying, which is that people who come from cultural values or have an internal cultural preference against a certain activity are going to be less likely to do it. If religious conservatives believe it's wrong to steal property because God said so, doesn't matter why. It just matters that they did.
Pause. The biggest factor here is which weirdly religiosity is an outlier in, is going to be internal locus of control versus external locus of control, right? This is going to be the biggest factor in determining whether or not someone believes it's okay to steal from Target, because the conservative with a strong internal locus of control is going to say, I'm impoverished because of things that I did. It's my fault. I need to fix this. I need to work harder. I need to pick up a second job. I need to find ways to combat the situation that I'm in because I'm to blame for it. And the left winger is more likely to be like, well, it's or the anarcho-capitalists, right, is going to be more likely to be like, it's these fucking corporations, it's fucking Target's fault that I'm impoverished because Target and Walmart are stealing from all these people, blah, blah, blah. So it's totally okay for me to steal from them to fix my situation because they're the ones that did this to me. But of course, again, there's a lot of factors.
Let's go. I want to see if Jippy has anything to say.
So I was cutting cucumbers for 10 minutes, but I did hear last one.
He's getting ready for the vegan debate.
Struggling to say that it's wrong to rape babies, which is interesting.
I believe it's wrong.
Right now you do.
I did the whole time. See, this is why I was so fucking intent on clarifying. Because
I was so intent on raping those babies.
No,
so sus.
I'm just personally, I wouldn't need all those caveats, to say it's bad to rape babies. But it's just me.
I think it's bad to rape babies. I'm against raping
babies.
I even said I have such a strong preference against raping babies.
Is it always bad to rape babies in every case, every circumstance?
Yes, it's always bad to rape babies.
How do you know that?
What about the circumstances where you don't
What circumstance would it be okay to rape babies?
One where you like to.
What does it mean by okay?
I don't.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
So it's not a possible circumstance. It's a hypothetical circumstance.
That's
but it's not
possible. Wait, hold on. What do you think?
It's possible that it might be okay to rape babies in some places.
It's not possible because I would never like raping babies.
What do you think possible means?
In a different world, maybe, but that's not the world that's ever going to be.
It's possible.
I mean, there are plenty of places in this world where it's
okay to rape
babies. To the people living there, yeah.
Listen.
What the fuck is this shit?
Listen.
Have you ever talked to a moral subjectivist before?
Actually, the issue is I actually agree with
listen.
I know you do. You fucking.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Lactoid and apparently Doobie as well believe that if an alien spaceship comes over and mass mind controls everyone to enjoy baby raping, that it would all of a sudden be okay to rape babies so long as the babies also were mind controlled in such a way that they also agreed in a future hypothetical to rape babies. Whereas synth right,
Not gonna be an incumbent.
already believes that if you have enough people, you just need to bite down on the pillow and accept it and wait for the cops to arrest the rapist.
Look,
Right?
this
That's
isn't even
insane.
true.
Not even
So
close to
there,
it.
Yes.
If I was an alien,
I
you
am
would,
yes.
and the other
You
doesn't.
said that.
Let's
Nope.
go to
Hold
Doobie.
on.
Let's go to Doobie.
So I want to.
Doobie,
Okay, go ahead,
Doobie, you were saying
I'm just
something.
saying, you don't need aliens, right? If I were born as a member of the Sambian tribe in Papua New Guinea, I would think it's totally reasonable to have a little boy sucking my dick every day, right? Because that's what they do, right? So like,
Hold on, not every day.
we don't need to every like I think it's like what is it, like once a week? Or
That's
something
your
like that, or
gripe?
once every few days.
Yeah. Hey, that's the tribe. No, fuck you.
Yeah.
I said
So,
it's always
so in
wrong.
that context, I would say that hey,
Fuck
it's
off.
totally fine for this little boy to be gobbling down my cum, okay? Because I'm going to make him strong in doing so. So we don't need to go as far as aliens, okay? And I think from their perspective, they're correct. It is right from their perspective to do this. I disagree with their perspective because I wasn't born there. I don't think
I've
there's an
never
objective
desired
thing to appeal to.
STDs to exist more than in than right now.
What the fuck?
Fucking wipe that tribe out.
Uh,
Fucking-
Okay.
I just
no
wanna-
fault of my own. I'm not saying we inject it.
Can
I'm
I
not saying
address
we go like a
Scott's point from
CIA
earlier,
thing.
or do we want to?
You know, I'm just saying if it happens,
You
it
got
happens.
do a.
We
quick
should
Sure,
arrest
we're
them.
gonna-
We should arrest them though. We
I
should
will-
arrest them.
Yeah.
I would like to, or more them down. I don't know. But like, yes, since you can respond.
Thank you.
We could just
Sure.
stop them. That'd be preferable.
Sure.
You
So
just stop
there's
them.
I think there's a big difference between saying something like, if a bunch of people were all gonna come rape you, and the only way you could either like kill them or you could like let them fuck you, and they'll become non-rapists afterwards. I think that's not a bullet, right? A bullet is something like if they would be justified in raping you, that would be a bullet. They're not justified in raping you. It'd be bad for them to rape you, just like it'd be bad. Objectively, it's bad to rape babies. It's objectively bad. Torturing babies for fun is also bad. But I want an answer from Scott, right? Since Scott wants to say
I
that I'm
disagree,
wrong on
but
this one.
sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Food shops.
What
What
part?
does
What
disagree?
part? Hold on. What
I
part
would-
did you
Different
disagree?
reasons.
What part did you disagree with? Just
That it's wrong
just
to rape
quickly.
babies. But
No, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt him, so go ahead.
Okay.
thank you, Food Chops. Thank you, Food Chops. So Scott, yeah, you said I was incorrect on this. So I want your answer then. Like, why should I pick A instead? What's the argument for that?
Why should you if you are the woman in question that's going
Yeah,
to
why
be
is it
raped
better to
by,
kill
by a
than to-
mystery person out of 50?
Yeah, exactly. A
Right,
mystery
I just want to make
rapist.
sure the analogy is well. I just mean like there's a mystery rapist, within
crazy
group of
rapist.
50. That's the analogy, right? I didn't fucking.
Yeah,
make
and
it.
it's guaranteed to be. I know it's
There-
silly analogy.
there-
Like
there's
crazy
50
rapist,
dudes,
right?
There are 50 dudes. We'll say
One's
it's
a
in
mystery
Rotherham,
rapist.
UK, right? A bunch of
Mhm.
Palestinian dudes get together. They draw straws and they say this white lady is going to get raped, and the rest of us are going to hold down and videotape, right? Until the next time that they do it again, because the UK police won't stop it because racism, right? Should you shoot randomly open fire into the 50 people? I would say that the group that has collectively decided to rape you has consented to the highest forms of aggression, and it is absolutely objectively okay for me to do it. Now, when you're saying ought, right?
I'm
this
asking
is
the
the thing,
argument for that. Yeah.
right. This is the interesting thing. Like we've been through this before with libertarianism, right? Is that I think you're justified in doing it. Is my answer that you ought do it? I would take a fairly objectivist position here in terms of the way that I would view this in saying that obviously the rapists are anti-life and my life is the one that matters more than theirs, and I am and one ought to defend my life from being raped by the said aggressors with the most violent means possible and kill
I'm
as
not gonna kill
many
you.
of
They're
them
just
as we
gonna rape
can.
you.
Yeah,
They're not gonna kill you, they're
that's
just gonna rape
fine.
you.
But I'm gonna kill them.
Okay, yeah, that's what you're gonna do. I'm asking you, why should I pick to kill them as opposed to option B, which is
I
let them
literally
fuck me
just
and they
went
become non-rapists
through
afterwards?
all of
You
it.
didn't.
Like, what do you
just
want
said
from
the
me?
position. I'm asking for the argument
How
for the
about-
position.
Can you walk me through more of your autism to
It's
the
the-
exact
it's
thing
the
you want me
aggression.
to bite
So,
the bullet on?
the reason
instead of
why
doing this
is
back
because
and
they
forth for
picked-
20 minutes.
Not a bullet.
They
I'm
said-
just asking you what's the argument for
So
doing it. If all
Scott
you're
said
saying
because
is
they
the
picked
aggression,
the most
right?
aggressive, aggressive.
If all you're saying is the aggression,
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
why
Prime,
does that
can I go
justify? How
after?
does that become an argument?
Can
How
I
does,
go
how does
after?
their aggressing
Right.
entail? How does their aggressing entail you can kill them? Where's the entailment? You don't know. You don't know. It's
Have
fine.
time to go through. I do know this. The problem is it's an entirely different debate,
Okay.
right? It's like I get like the simplest thing I can give you, the TLDR, right, is that I, as a libertarian, believe in the non-aggression principle. That there's a whole justification that backs that up that we've been through before. On the Crucible, we had like a fucking hour and a half debate about
Yeah,
this.
but there
right?
wasn't a good argument
you've,
for it there
like,
either.
That's fine, whatever. regardless, right? It's obviously a lot to get into justifying the non-aggression principle, right? I'm not over here asking you to justify your silly made-up fucking math because you can't either.
Utilitarianism? I
But
can. I do. It's actually
you
not.
fucking can't.
Yeah,
Value
super easy.
subjective. There you
It
go.
is.
You're fucking defeated. And then
No,
when we go
super
all the way
it's actually
down to
super
the
easy. If
fucking
you want,
core,
just do it.
because we've been this
Scott,
through
just
all the
ask
way
me.
before, it's because you believe
Scott,
so,
just
and
ask
you
me.
think that axioms and logic are all things that you just prefer. So like it
No.
doesn't fucking matter because nothing
Just
you don't
ask,
believe
Scott. Don't
that
straw man.
anything you
Just
say
ask
can be
me.
objectively true.
Okay, we gotta
Scott,
move
don't
on. We gotta
straw
move
man.
on. So I want to go. I want to let. We're
Can
gonna let
I go?
Food
Can I
Shop
go?
respond.
Can we go all the way
All
down to
right,
the end?
all
You
right,
believe
Can I go? Can I go? Can I go?
No, it's
guys,
no.
Food Shops. I'm gonna let her respond. Then I do want to move on to the next topic. This is leading into your main topics. Then, okay, so Food
Okay, yeah,
Shops.
sure. Yeah, sure. I just want to continue the civil discourse that I had with Lactoid. So just a very fair criticism that I had, right? So, Lactoid mentioned that the more ideologically left that you are, it is more correlated that the more crime, it is a better predictor for the more crime that you tend to commit. But the criticism that I have with this is that in statistics, we tend to have something called ghost correlations. So it's not necessarily that is like the left leaning, but simply because when it comes to false correlations, it could be that the better correlation that you can draw is that there are more poor people when it comes to that is more in left leaning, right? There are more poor people in left leaning politics. So the better correlation is that poor people commit more crimes. Now, it is just like saying as if when it comes to right-leaning people tend to are more correlated with lower IQ, right? But the reason why I wouldn't take that argument seriously either, right, is because of the fact that right-leaning people tend to not attend higher level education. And higher level education people tend to have, people who don't attend higher level education don't tend to have higher level higher numbers of IQ because they never really go through the classes where they develop higher critical level critical thinking skills, right? So for example, another great example is why is it that whenever blockbuster movies come out, there tend to be more swimming pool deaths, right? So is it just because blockbuster movies like start skyrocketing, then swimming pool deaths come out more often? No, it's because when summer rolls around, that is why both swimming pool deaths go up, and that is why blockbuster movies also go up, right? It's not because one causes others, because they're correlated, right? So
Chops, we do not need 20 minutes for you to describe causation is not correlation. All right. We all have above a 90 IQ. We got it.
Well, I'm just making sure because Lactoid went on this entire spiel about it, so I just want to
We
make
can't
sure
be sure of
everything is clear,
Lactoid.
you know?
That's true.
Well, I want to
Yeah,
be very
but
clear.
Lactoid
I wanna be-
link that back to
because
the like
I wanna-
mentality or the ideology surrounding that, right?
Yeah, I
So it's
want to
not
make
You're
sure
saving us all a lot of time. We
Wait,
got it.
I want to be very clear.
I want to
Wait,
make sure
hold- hold-
Lactoid.
Food
Yeah,
shows.
I wanna make sure-
I understand what you're saying, and I even said this before when I was talking with Corey. I said you're right. It's not conclusive. It's just evidence for the position. It's not conclusive because you're right. Even though you do see like a strong correlation between left-wing beliefs and like crime commission, even when you control for other variables, it doesn't actually prove causation. And the study itself says that.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
Wait. So wait. What was the point that you want to show with that, though?
So the point I was trying to
They don't
show, the point I was trying to show is that like there is a strong correlation between political beliefs and criminal involvement. What Scott is arguing is apparently based on some other evidence he has. He's arguing that like cultural beliefs affect criminal involvement. And this was some evidence, like again, not conclusive, but some evidence I was presenting to Corey, which backs up that fact, at least, right? It backs up that claim, which is that, hey, like you would expect to see a whole bunch of like criminal involvement from left-wing people if what Scott is saying is true. And that's exactly what you see, right? What you see is like people who tend to be okay with stealing, surprise, steal more.
Okay.
I can also
Yeah,
frame it
okay.
of those who tend to bow to authority will acquiesce to authority. Hence why
Yeah.
there's also this overlap between, conservatism and religiosity and bowing to God.
bootlickers, yes.
Yeah, before
okay.
you go on for too far, a shout out to Wyatt Lem in the chat who says Scott complaining about other people talking. Ironic. Okay, just want to say that.
Okay. All right. So then we will
Yeah, but
leave.
when I speak, I say
it
dope shit,
there.
right? I'm just trying to help people say.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
ironic.
So let's move on. Oh boy. This has been great so far. Fun is how
starts
I
now.
would categorize it. So anyway, guys, if you've been enjoying this channel, hit the follow button. In case you are not followed on Twitch here yet, consider following the channel. We do this all the time. It's a lot of fun. And you'll end up arguing along with us. So yeah, hit that follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, and wherever you are, use a hype chat or a super chat if you want to get a response from one of these individuals, or just want to insert a comment, just like the sign says above. We'd love to have you. That's how we power this. So consider supporting the channel that way, or of course, you can just subscribe to the channel. You can become a member of the channel on YouTube. Please support this community so that we can keep going. I haven't got support yet, so consider supporting us so that I can do more of this for you. All right. Let's go to the second topic. The second topic is, do animals have rights? And should we humans have moral consideration for their lives? If so, does that mean eating animals is wrong? Or does that mean simply torturing animals is wrong and meat can still be consumed ethically? So this came out of our last Reverie last week. This popped up literally at the very end. So I wanted to give it the space that it deserves. So I'm really excited to have this conversation. And we are our friend Synth, who's going to be our champion, along with Corey, apparently. Yeah. So I want to start with Synth, since he had instigated this, and then we'll go around. So Synth, please.
Sure. So can I get a quick show of hands on the panel just for everyone who's present, just to throw your hand up? I want to ask a question afterwards. Could just everyone show your hand? Really quick. Don't be embarrassed. Everyone hands up. Okay. Scott, come on. Participate, Scott. Participate.
I'm not putting my fucking hands up before you ask the question.
No. I'm gonna ask you afterwards. You'll put your hand down.
Put your hand down.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna see.
I'm not getting clipped on some shit. Like,
Sure.
I better not see on YouTube like, who here is the pedophile?
Hold on.
Earlier, and then everyone's raising their hand.
Scott, you're
like,
not,
you
you're
better
not
fucking
helping
not.
at all.
It's better to be the pedophile.
Okay, hold on. So now, thanks, Dibby. So put your hand down only if you think it's immoral to rape dogs and torture cats.
Wait, what does that mean? Wait, can you repeat that?
Put your hands down if it's immoral to rape dogs and torture cats.
It's immoral to rape dogs and torture cats?
Yep. Put your hands down if you think that. Everyone with their hands still up is really fucked. I hope you understood the question. Okay, fuck. That's really bad. So, on my view, it is immoral. It is immoral to. You can put your hands down now. That's it. It is immoral to rape dogs.
Half the panel, Synth. How does that feel?
That's really bad for you. That's really fucking bad for half the panel.
No, I'm just trying to think about what the question is. Okay.
Fruit Chop, the question is, yes or no, do you think it's morally wrong to rape dogs and torture cats? If you think that's wrong, put your hand down.
There's no way this person believes that.
If it's permissible, keep it up.
Like in today's society, right? Not as like
morally. On your moral view, whatever your moral view is. If you think that morals are relative to society, then keep your fucking hand down. So
in today's society, right? On today's standards.
Are you
in your
real?
moral view? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I keep my hands up. Then I keep my hands up. Yeah.
Okay. So I am not of the view that you should rape dogs and torture cats. I think it's objectively morally wrong, and maybe you even think it's subjectively morally wrong, and you'd at least mostly align with me on this issue.
Am I really the odd one out? Are you serious?
Lactoid put his hands down. Earlier. Yes, you're the odd one out. You're the only person whose hand is still up.
No, my hand was up.
Yeah, Lactoid, yours was up, and then you put it down because there's shit to do, right?
Because
your arm got tired. Yeah, your arm got tired. Lactoid and food shop. Oh my god, Lactoid.
I worked out today. I can only do so.
I'm going to say it. Okay, Lactoid and food shops are the only two individuals in this entire panel who think it's not. And Prime. Prime is the
Wait,
moderator,
wait,
right?
Lactoid, why did you
Food shop, stop,
Oh my, yeah,
please.
please. This is opening
I'm going
statement.
insane. I'm going insane. So, okay. So I think it's morally wrong to cause great amounts of suffering for very little amounts of pleasure. I think it's incredibly morally wrong to rape dogs or to torture cats. I think raping dogs for fun is bad. I think raping dogs for food would also be bad. I think there's no moral difference between raping a dog and raping a cow or raping a pig. There's clearly none at all. And if you're paying other people to make more meat, then you are in fact paying for something that entails the rape of cows, the rape of pigs, if you're purchasing those. See, Lactoid agrees. Lactoid agrees this is an entailment, right? We're not going to get disagreement on that. I just think it's morally wrong to do it, and Lactoid does it. Now, if you believe in like
opening statements, or
yes,
is this like just
it is. It's the argument. Holy shit, Scott, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Holy shit. So if you think it's morally wrong to fuck dogs and to rape cats, you'll have to be on my side. Otherwise, an entailment of your view is going to be that you're. Otherwise, an entailment of your view is going to be over on Lactoid's side.
Okay. Just for the record,
Sam, what the fuck did you just say? You were like,
shut up!
Yeah,
in my ear. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
Okay,
You're
so
not even paying attention half the panel. Like I don't understand.
Just for the record,
Oh,
I don't
when
think.
Corey Campbell was talking shit on you, you fucked up.
No, that's okay. I don't even know who Corey
Can I ask
is.
a question? Can I ask a clarifying question?
That says a
The
lot.
nicest Canadian in
Sweetest
the
man
fucking
ever.
Dibby,
The sweetest as a communist can be.
Dibby, we
Right, at
usually
the
don't
end of the
do that.
day,
He's
But
a communist?
he gets the bullet too.
yeah.
I'm gonna die.
Oh my god, Dibby, we usually don't do that. But
his
for
own
you,
people.
yes, you can ask a clarifying question.
Just to clarify, I just want to like fully understand Sin's position, right? So when you say rape, are you including like, so if I were to put like peanut butter on my dick and let my dog
Yes.
lick it off, right? Would you consider that to be rape?
Probably. I don't think the dog consented.
Yeah, and I'm gaining sexual pleasure, right? So
That's
this is
that's
like
bad
a
to
sex
do.
act.
You
Dog
shouldn't.
definitely consented.
I mean, it's
I don't-
consenting to
I'm not
licking
sure they
peanut butter
can
off my
for
dick.
the same reason. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
And it's
think
not
that'd be
getting
wrong
hurt.
to
I
do.
know, I'm
Getting
just kidding.
pleasure. Like it's, you know, and if anything, it's a bonding action. So like,
No, I don't know about that one.
Right, so
Okay.
can we get the question?
Yeah. So just we just wanted to.
Do you want my
make it-
take or not? Oh my god, dude.
We're doing opening statements.
Okay, then go. Do it.
I'll decide when we go. So I'm going to take some time right now. I'm just going to chill, right? And I'm going to talk about, like, my remote control, how much I love my remote control. And I think this remote control doesn't have moral consideration, just like I don't think a dog has moral consideration. And
Can you put
that's
your
why
dick in
I
it?
put this remote control in unspeakable places often. All right, moving on. Let's go to Lactoid.
It is ribbed.
It is
So
ripped for my pleasure.
I only have two arguments. I think both are completely unbeatable, and I've never heard a good argument against them. The first argument is Prime agrees with me, and Prime is always right. A equals B equals C, therefore I'm correct as to first. Second, if animals can eat animals, why can't I?
Okay, you want to answer the question, or are we just still?
It's intro. You
It's
got to
still
wait your turn.
opening.
Cool. Okay, well, waiting for the openings. I'm down to answer that
Stop
question.
openings first, please!
That's my bit. You don't steal my bit.
Go to Lactoid.
That's my opening.
Oh,
If
that's the
animals,
end of it? Oh.
if animals can eat animals, we don't stop a bear from eating a deer. Why can't I eat a deer? It seems inconsistent.
Fair enough, Scott.
All right, so first I'll eat all the meat. I love eating the meat. I love killing animals. One of my favorite things to do is when it's really cold outside and you're going hunting for deer and you shoot and kill a deer and you have these cold hands and you gut the deer in the woods, right? So you take your knife and you open its belly up and you pull its guts and you kind of just trim it back a little bit and pull them out in the open, and then you just get these fucking warm hands inside of this deer carcass. It feels amazing, especially when your hands are so cold in the winter. It feels great. You finally get to drag it back through the woods, its head just smacking its fucking corpse, hitting every tree on the way back, and then you finally hang it up by its hind legs and chop it up into pieces, and slowly but surely you see this living creature become slabs of meat, and then you get the inner loins and you cut them, and before you know it, they're sizzling in the pan. So in terms of arguments as to why that's morally okay, first and foremost, the naturalistic fallacy of like, well, this happens in nature, so it's okay. Yeah, that like Bertrand Russell defeated that, Lactoid. Like, I'm sorry, like it's been defeated for a really long time. That just because animals do it, that means we have to do it. If you're saying that we're no different than animals, then then that like opens up so many fucking doors. What I would say is that in terms of the non-aggression principle, animals don't have rights, because we never actually got the question, but the question is, do animals have rights? And the answer is no, animals don't have rights, because I would say, let me recalibrate. I don't know if animals have rights. As so far as we can tell, no animals seem to be able to make, is where I believe that rights are derived from. Synth doesn't believe that rights exist, as he said, like in the way that we do, and the way that like libertarians do. Well, you can. I'm sure you can respond, right? But like we the way that we substantiate those rights is very different. I would say that in order to substantiate those rights, a creature must, as a species, prove that at least some of them are capable of making valid moral propositional statements. That they have moral consideration because they are moral actors, they are moral agents, and so they don't meet this standard. So, from a perspective of, is it aggression? Do I have a right to use violence to stop you from fucking your dog? The answer is no. But when asked the question, is it moral to rape and torture your animal? This is where again, my moral opinion as so far is that it is extremely anti-life. That when you eat an animal, that is a pro-life thing, right? Vegans, they have to kill all kinds of fucking animals in order to get the supplements they need to survive, because there is no ethical veganism, because you'd be fucking dead if you didn't kill any animals to do it. But and maybe we'll get there one day. Who knows? But the thing is that when you're torturing an animal, this is showing a certain behavior that will likely transcend to humans. The type of person that tortures a cat and gains happiness and joy from torturing a cat is the same type of person that I don't want babysitting my kids, right? Like, this is a fucked up person that I will do everything I can to ostracize them from society. So should Michael Vick have been arrested for fighting dogs? No. Should Michael Vick be made fun of and pushed out of society for the piece of shit, horrible human being that he is every time we see him? Yeah, Michael Vick can go fuck himself. And his brother too, just because, you know what, fuck him. There you go.
Why not? Right? And his mom.
Why not? Guilty by association. Because why not? I'm kidding on that regard.
So thank you for that. Shout out to Sean and YouTube Land for gifting or for using super chats and sending us $10 Canadian, but didn't say anything. So
well, that's worthless.
It's literally the best one. It's just straight up money.
It is worth, apparently,
Canadian
to YouTube, $8.34. So it's worth less, I would agree. But like, I do appreciate it. Shout out to Sean. Thank you so much. And anyone else, please support the channel that way, by super chats or hype chats here on Twitch. They're a huge help. If you do that, I'll read what you want and it'll be funny. All right, Corey.
Well, I'll just add on to what Synth already I think make great arguments. Where I'll address some of Lactoid's points. Where if animals eat, yeah, sure, but I'll Prime is typically right, except in this instance. But so here you have maximized consent here, pretty much advocating for rape, as in like animals rape. They don't ask for consent, therefore Lactoid pretty much it's permissible in Lactoid's framework to rape other humans. Because like they do it, they don't ask for consent. And then for Scott, even though unintentionally, but he says animals don't have rights. I know unintentionally he's more or less advocating that humans don't have rights because humans are animals, but that's a side point, and I'll leave it there for now.
Lawyers are known for the incredible inconsistencies. This is true. Move on.
I'm against rapists, by the way.
Animals do it.
Animals don't ask for consent.
I'll elaborate. I'll elaborate my position after.
Okay. Oh, fair enough. Thank you so much. And finally, not food shops. So go to deep. No, I'm just kidding. Food shots, please. Go ahead.
Can you let Doobie go first?
Oh, all right.
You weren't even ready?
Yeah.
No, I am ready. No, I am ready.
Okay.
I am ready.
All right.
Just let Doobie go first.
Okay. Doobie, as our resident animal, I'm sure he'll have lots of opinions on this. Please, friend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't extend more consideration to animals. I don't think there's a good reason to. I guess like Yeah, I just can't think of a good reason to. And I've had this argument like a million times that I've never been presented with a good reason to, other than like, it feels icky when you fuck that cow. So like, I need more than that.
It's like super slimy, let me tell you. And like not really hygienic. But you'll get used to it. Wear a condom.
Well, I've seen there's a really interesting like Vice mini documentary on donkey fucking in Colombia. That I recommend all of you watch because it is really interesting. Just so like a guy does fuck a donkey at the end, but they don't show it, right? They don't like show it. But
They
like
show
the,
do you
like
hear
in
the
this,
sounds?
Be against the law.
I think you do a little bit, yeah. But yeah, he goes behind a bush and he's like their guide throughout this thing. He's like, oh yeah, I fucked like dozens of donkeys or some shit. Like there's like over 100 donkeys. And they're talking to all these people,
Holy
like
face.
kids, adults, like women, about how common it is for young men, like teenagers and even like preteens, to fuck donkeys because they think it makes their dick longer. They think it makes them last longer in bed.
Oh.
And it's a lot easier to fuck a donkey than it is to talk woman into letting you fuck her. Right? So they just do it as like a masturbation thing. So it's pretty interesting, just like kind of that cultural perspective, and listening to them speak about it and kind of seeing one guy do it. I can't imagine there's anything wrong with it, really. The donkeys don't look like they're in pain. Seems fine. They're chomping around some grass where they're getting fucked. Nobody's being hurt. Everybody's happy. Go for it.
It's both
Wallahi.
easier to talk to women and also more worth your time. Let's go to our friend Food Chops, please.
It's time. All right. You guys are some deep ass copium. Okay. All right. If we're looking at the meat industry, all right, I want to focus less on if this is ethical or not and focus more about the hypocrisy. Okay. I know a bit more about the meat industry than you guys. Okay. All right. If we're talking about the efficiency, we're talking about also about the tortured animals. I am no vegan. I don't like making vegan arguments. I think vegans are incredibly annoying. Okay. All right. But at the same time, turkeys are getting killed at 1/8 of their prime lifetime when they're putting through the meat industry. Okay. We have cows cannibalizing each other. Okay. And we have chickens crushed under the weight of their own meat. Okay. Their literal feet are getting crushed because they're so fucking obese. Okay. And what are they getting their crush under? Right. They're getting crushed for the enjoyment of your own fast food. Okay. While you can cope and say, oh my God, it's for my own nutrients. It's for my, it's for my whatever. Bullshit. If it was for your own nutrients, you'd be eating protein bars every single day. You would be eating vitamins and tea leaves. Okay. That's what you would be eating every single day. But you're not. You're eating food for the sake of enjoyment. Okay. You're eating food for the sake of how good it tastes. Why the fuck would you be eating food for the sake of diversity and like how good something tastes if you're eating food for the sake of like, oh my God, or whatever. You'd be eating like nutrient parts every single day if you're eating food only for the sake of sustenance. Okay, this is no different from raping animals for the pleasure. Okay, how is this correlative? Raping animals is pleasure. Okay, raping animals equals making animals suffer through unconditional without asking for their consent whenever they're crushing their own legs for the sake of your food, for the sake of your pleasure, whenever you're munching on like an extra plus burger, whenever I see Scott's fat obese ass in the middle of a McDonald's, when I see 50 Scots in McDonald's, okay, all right, or whenever I see the lack of synth, okay, because he's skinny as fuck, okay, all right, so I'm telling you right now, all right, when I see Corey Campbell in the middle of a fucking Denny's, okay? So I'm gonna tell you right now, okay, Lactoid, I love you, okay? All right, because you're on my side for once, okay? But I'm gonna tell you right now is that when I see these motherfuckers, okay? When I see these motherfuckers coping, it makes me angry, okay? Go to your nearest cat, start fucking it. Go like, okay? That's what I want you to do, okay? That's what I want you to do, okay? I'm gonna tell you right now, there's this problem of hypocrisy in this country that I really hate. I really hate it, okay? Because guess what? When it's out of your eyes, you don't need to think about it. You just don't need to think about it. But when it's in front of you, suddenly it hurts you. Because when you think of sexual deviancy, that is when it actually affects you. Are you fucking serious? So when you put it in front of you. You're like, oh, meat is so good. It's so delicious. Ah, boobs. All right. That is what you think of. Are you fucking serious? Is that all you can think of? This hypocrisy sickens me. It's sickening. It's a plague upon this country. It is a plague. Okay. I want you guys to think about your life, but you fall asleep. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. That's it.
I just want to
Wait,
mention
just
just one
to
thing.
clarify
I
really
want
quickly-
to clarify one thing
Go for
just
it.
quickly.
I endorse
because
everything that was just said.
I think it's pretty clear. Understandably, Food Shop has never come across like an athlete, and there are people that fuel their bodies for
Right?
sustenance, and they're concerned about macronutrients and micronutrients.
Chicken breasts and
But,
rice,
but,
bro.
but I understand probably a foreign concept to someone named Food Shops, totally like a stretch.
It's
Okay,
food
let's.
shop.
So just to clarify, so food shops,
The name is
do you,
food
are you a
shops.
vegan?
No.
Do you fuck animals?
No.
Why not?
Okay. To be fair, I don't want to go into the details.
Because
of
she gets
whether I
her
fuck
fill
them.
with children.
Yeah. Let's be.
You do kind of, you do kind of fuck animals.
Whoa.
Let's be honest.
Oh.
Whoa! Whoa! Ah!
She's busting. A child was
Yeah,
mentioned.
there's a. Yeah, don't look under my desk.
Okay. Please, let's
Jesus,
move on.
Jesus,
So,
fuck.
Doobie, you wanted to. You said like, why not? Why don't you have sex with animals?
Yeah, so if the idea is, if you eat meat but don't fuck animals, you're a hypocrite. Like that's so
No.
I'm assuming you fuck animals then, right?
No, the argument's not if you. I don't think I hope the argument Food Shops isn't making is that if you eat meat but don't fuck animals, you're a hypocrite. I think Food
Yeah, I'm
Shops is
taking
saying
the
if
Rob
you.
Nor route. Yeah, I'm
I
taking the
think-
Rob Nor route of double standards.
I think that Food Shops is saying. Wait, hold. Are you actually saying if you don't eat meat but you, or sorry, if you eat meat but you don't fuck animals, like even if you say it's like fine to do, you're not into it. You think that person's a hypocrite?
It's about the way that we produce meat in this country and in Europe, right? It's just that like whenever I watch like some kind of motherfucking like 50 documentaries,
Just
right?
answer the
It's just that-
question, you fucking
it-
weirdo.
Yeah, so if you're eating this unethically produced meat and you're not fucking cats, you're a hypocrite. That's what you're saying.
Well,
Can't you
it's
just,
more
like,
like
not
I
like
have a
it?
problem with fucking cats, right?
Okay, there we go. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, in what
Okay.
order, Doobie?
So what you just I actually want to address since we're on Doobie right now. You said why can't I fuck? You
You're
basically
not
made the
allowed to have
argument
a
of
problem with fucking cats.
you said why can't I fuck dogs? I can make it not
Yes,
hurt the
I
dog
am.
by just spreading peanut butter on my dick and so on, right? You gave the case of the horse. It doesn't seem like it's in pain, but I think that it's still wrong, right? But the issue is that in the case of the mistreatment of animals, this is the kind of the mistreatment of animals in factory farms. That's the kind of rape that does cause pain. So it's not analogous, but for the same reasons that if you spread peanut butter on your dick and like little baby lick it off, even if it doesn't like physically hurt the baby, it's still bad, right? And if you think otherwise, then that's just tangential to the topic.
Wait, so is this like I guess where's the cutoff? So like if I had like a tube full of slugs and I fucked it, right? I just stuck my dick in with all the slugs and I fucked them. Like would that be wrong in the same way that fucking a baby would be wrong?
The cutoff is somewhere underneath the amount of extreme suffering caused to animals in factory farms. It's somewhere underneath that.
You don't see it though, so it's okay.
It's not slugs though, right? Like slugs are.
I would have.
Yeah, if I
I
just
think.
warmed
I
up a
think it would
tube full of
probably be
slugs
bad
and
on
I
certain
fucked
social
too.
precedents to fuck slugs, but I don't think making some kind of like weird continuum fallacy argument is really relevant here.
Well, how can you
Because
say
we're
that?
talking
You
about
haven't
the kinds
tried
of
it.
rape that. That's so true. Maybe it actually feels super fucking good to fuck slugs. It feels so fucking
It
good.
maximizes pleasure, right?
True,
Even
yeah,
if
I
you
just-
do-
I got
honest,
to.
they
In fact,
look
it's morally
really good
wrong
to
for not
fuck.
fucking
I'm
slugs.
gonna be totally honest with you,
Absolutely.
okay? All right. Have you seen a
They're
slug?
utilitarian.
On real food shops.
I have seen a slug, yes.
Banana slugs.
Wait, so like why? So
Okay.
I guess what I'm trying to link this to, right, is it seems like you are drawing a direct like line from baby to dog, right? So letting a dog lick peanut butter off my dick to letting a baby do it.
Yeah. What's wrong about letting
how?
a baby do it that wouldn't apply to the dog?
Well, it's not a human, right? It's a dog.
So if that baby was like, instead of being like a normal human baby, it was like if it was like baby Superman or like baby Goku, you could fuck it, right? You'd think it'd be okay to do that?
It should be
It's
like
just a
humanoid.
species?
I think maybe it's have a problem with it.
Just the
Um,
shape? So if instead that
yeah, I
baby
think maybe like humanoid.
Super Saiyans are obviously moral agents, right?
yeah. So
Yeah,
I
it's like,
I mean,
it's like the shape plus like the
Goku being a
intelligence. or
prime
the potential
example
intelligence.
of
he's a very
plus,
moral.
like-
severe moral agent, as long as you don't count property damage to cities sometimes.
He's actually the inventor of moral realism. Goku is. So I think he's a moral agent. But Doobie, I'm trying to figure out why is it the case that like, so if we had like you said it, now you're moving it from species, now it's instead just like looking like a human. So if we had like a human baby who was a human baby in every day, had normal human baby brain, but just looked like a dog, that would be okay to fuck?
Well, hold on. So to be super clear, right? I'm not saying that it would be wrong to fuck a baby, like inherently, right?
I
think I'm saying-
am.
yeah, I understand that you're saying that. I
Okay.
don't think that's true. I don't think it's objectively wrong to fuck a baby, right? But what I
Wow.
am saying is culturally,
This is
the
so
way-
not going on
oh
YouTube.
god, the way that culturally, right? Yeah, it is because it's a baby human, right? Now I can extend them to say, oh well, if it were like a Superman baby, oh well, this is like a humanoid thing, kind of looks like a human, so it's close enough that I'm not going to fuck it, right? Just because this is what's been culturally like embedded in me. But I don't think I've been cultured, socialized, raised to see animals in any kind of like direct correlation to humans in that way, right? Which is why, as a kid, maybe you stepped on ants and you didn't think that
Wait.
you were murdering like, the
No, Doobie,
equivalent of
come on.
like
If you're
1,000 babies, right?
Wait, no, Doobie. If you're saying that the reason why it's wrong to fuck babies is just because it's socially very taboo, it's also socially very taboo to fuck dogs.
Sort of. So
Not
I think
sort of.
wait, hold on, wait.
What?
So when you say
Not if you're a white
and
woman.
to be super clear, I'm not saying that I personally would fuck a dog, right? I would still think it's gross. But
Yeah, we
I
got that
wouldn't.
food shops. Hey,
But
just real quick tip: time released medication is a thing, so make sure you take it so that it doesn't wear off halfway through a panel.
Let's go
Okay.
to Doobie. Finish your point. Go ahead.
yeah, so to be clear, right? I'm not saying that I would personally fuck a dog. There's been many opportunities in my life where I could have whipped out my dick and I'm sure the dog
What
would have
the
laughed.
fuck?
It
You
up.
were thinking about it. You were
But-
like, I've got a real
but-
good opportunity to fuck this dog right now.
fuck
me,
was that?
the dog,
The
we're
intrusive thoughts.
alone for the next hour. I could do it. The opportunity's there. I've never done it. Okay, I'm just not interested in having a dog lick my dick. But if someone did do that, I wouldn't see them as morally like bad. I wouldn't say it's like a morally bad thing to do. It's kind of icky, right? It's icky in the same way that like having a scat fetish is icky. It's kind of gross.
Wait, I don't understand.
Not morally wrong.
You're a
but, you know,
subjectivist.
kinda-
That
kinda
would be the
weird to
same.
do.
Well, you're a subjectivist. So all it means for you to say something's morally wrong is just that you have a preference against it.
Yeah, I would just say that it's kind of gross.
So you have a preference against it.
Yeah.
And that's all it means to say an action is morally wrong, is to say you have a preference against it.
Yeah, I don't think when I say something is morally wrong, I just mean personally my preference, right? I'm not saying that there's like a moral like fact out there that I can point to.
Yeah, and you do have a preference against it because you think it's gross.
Yeah, I think it's gross, but
So
I
you
wouldn't
think
say
it's
that
morally wrong.
I have a preference against me doing it. But wait, hold on. I think you're mixing the two. And so I don't think that all things that I think are gross are morally wrong. So, for example, I think the hat that you're wearing is kind of cheesy. I'd prefer not to wear that hat.
Okay,
But I don't think
VTuber.
you're a bad person for doing it. Okay, I don't think you're a bad person for doing it. So I think that the crossover is not like 1-to-1.
So I'm trying to figure out if all you mean by morally wrong is you have a preference against it, and you do have a preference against it, why is it the case that some actions you have a preference against, right? Not for you. You think it's gross when other people do it. You think you have a preference against them doing it.
I have a preference against anybody doing it just because I think it's kind of nasty.
Yeah, which means that you think
but
it's
if they
morally
did
wrong
do
because
it,
that's the
but if
same
they
thing.
did do it, I mean, it's just like I'd consider it something like, yeah, I guess the scat fetish thing is the closest example. It's something that I think it's gross. I'd prefer not to happen around me, but if I find out someone that's doing it, I'm like, oh, it's kind of disgusting. But you do you. That's it. Like that's as far as it goes.
Yeah, but you would say that about certain things that are morally wrong, right? So I'm trying to figure out from you.
Yeah, but there's
there's
gradient though, right? There's like it's not that if I found out if somebody was fucking a baby, I would be like, oh, that's kind of gross and move on. I'd want them arrested, right? Because
yeah,
I
you think it's
more
very,
wrong.
very morally
Yeah,
wrong.
I think I have a massive preference against that, right?
Yeah, but you think it still is morally wrong to do things like fuck dogs then, because all it means to say that's morally wrong to say I have a preference against it, and you do have a preference against it.
No, again, this is why I said earlier. I don't think that I have a moral that everything that I have a preference against is morally wrong. I don't think the crossover is 1-to-1.
What is it? Sorry, then what does it mean for something to be morally wrong if you don't think it means the same as having a preference against it?
I think that it's like I think that there's like a line, right? So you can have a preference against something, but I don't think, for me anyway, I don't think that I would consider it to be like a moral preference or like a moral line to be drawn until you get to the extreme preference category, i.e., I have an extreme preference against stealing or murder or rape, right? But there are places all along that line leading up to that big line where I would have a preference against it, but you haven't crossed the line into moral badness or moral wrongness.
I think it's like
So I
Oh,
just
go
want
ahead,
to
maybe.
give some
I was
space
gonna ask a
to
lying case, but
yeah, I just want to give some space to everyone else who wants to jump in. I also think it's weird to make a case around Doobie's preferences. Doobie is also the man who thinks it's gross to even lick a pussy that has
Hold
dark
on,
skin
I gotta
around
say
it.
something. Okay, yeah, dark vaginas are objectively disgusting. Okay, objectively, subjectively disgusting. But
crazy take.
but, I would actually, so just prime really quickly. If I found somebody ate ass, I would be more disgusted by them than I would by somebody fucking a dog. Okay, that's
I think I
more
agree.
morally wrong to me.
Okay.
What?
So I guess we
It's
Crazy
can't.
fucking
take.
disgusting.
Yeah.
What?
Insane take.
I guess we
That
can't be
is
friends.
kind of insane. Actually.
I would definitely be more
Literally
like
gobbling up shit.
I'd be like more repulsed by like their face, like knowing, like I wouldn't want to share
I would not want them
utensils
to
with
breathe on
them.
me ever.
Yeah, breath. That's a big one too. Yeah.
Now we can't hang out. All
Hold on,
right.
hold
So
on, pause. But dogs eat their own ass. So what about dog kisses?
Well, I'm not gonna be anywhere near this guy's
Mm.
dick, right? So like, wait, hold on, a
Right.
dog kisses
Oh,
like
how
dog's
do you
licking
know
your
that?
face. Yeah,
I'm
don't do that.
I'm just saying, like, if you're more disgusted by people that eat ass than you are by people who fuck animals, then by that virtue, like where are you drawing the line from dogs that eat their own ass?
Yeah,
and
don't let
other
dogs near
assholes?
your face. Yeah, that's disgusting behavior. Yeah.
Okay, but do you find dogs repulsive by the nature that they eat their own ass?
I think that behavior is
Why
repulsive.
is it that why would human beings be repulsive by the nature of eating?
Well, I think the
ass?
behavior is repulsive. But I think it's more repulsive with humans because they know not to do that, right? They can they're doing it for pleasure in some way that I think is disgusting.
Well, human shit's also like more disgusting than dog shit, right? Because one is like more closely genetically
Hold on,
related
pause.
to you, so there's
You
a
do
higher
know
chance of
there's a
pathogens.
difference between someone that's eating shit and someone that's eating ass.
There is
right?
no
Same
fucking
thing,
no,
same
thing,
no,
same
no.
fucking
There's no difference.
Yeah,
There
same
is
thing.
shit that is being
Okay,
consumed.
okay,
True.
hold on. So when you read the ingredients and the warning labels on food, and you know that there's a very small amount of rodents and bugs and cockroaches, do you
Yeah.
think it is the same thing to eat food that is made in a factory, no matter what type of food it is, as eating a bowl full of cockroaches or just like chawing down on like New York City rabbits? Do you think these are the same thing?
Not in scale, but on principle. Yeah.
Exactly. So a person that eats ass that is clean, that has been cleaned out,
No,
it's
no,
not
no.
the
But
same thing as a person that eats a
Well,
turd
it's
never
sandwich.
be
no,
clean
Scott,
enough.
Scott. What you're missing is what I'm saying is that like so human feces is like magnitudes more disgusting than animal feces, right? So like if a little bit of rat shit gets in my cereal, like does it suck? Yeah, but I'm probably gonna eat the cereal, right?
Wait,
if
what?
if any human shit, well, this
Wait,
all cereal
what?
has rat shit in it. This is a newsflash for you. All cereal has rat shit in it. Okay. But if there's any human shit, there's no way I'm touching that cereal. Like even if like one guy took a shit in like the warehouse,
So you don't eat vegetables. So you do not eat vegetables?
I wash and sanitize my vegetables.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Like there's still going to be some human shit in it because we
Is
know
there?
that many people that hire large amounts of people to come in to pick crops piss and shit in the fields. And then that piss and shit ends up on your food, but you're like, oh, I rinse it off. It's okay. Well, that's all I'm doing with human asses. We rinsing it off, baby.
Well, I guess I'm just concerned.
In
Like,
fact, I'm doing more than that.
So
Like,
this is the first time.
the inside, the
Well,
outside.
this is the first time. This is the first time I'm hearing of this. So, like, if it is true that like vegetables have like a substantial amount of human feces on them that can't be washed off,
Like, what's gonna
and
stop
like,
eating them?
then I might stop. Yeah, well, I guess I would have
No
to just
way.
for like my own personal like health.
My
I would,
organs
but I wouldn't.
cannot
I wouldn't
look at-
like doing it, right? But let's talk about the other salad that people are tossing, right?
Well, you
That
can- you
is
can
like
do the
far
bacon
more
sort of
disgusting because
How
it's
did
like
it get?
a little better.
it's
I went to go
actually-
pee and now it's on.
actually the reason why that's more disgusting is because like
because
again,
we've all had this argument on Twitch like a billion.
No,
fucking
no,
times
because
about
I would
whether or
have
not
to eat-
animals have rights.
I would
Oh,
have
So
to.
of course it's
I
gonna
would.
divulge.
I
into
would
some
have
dumb
to.
shit.
I would
eating
have to
ass.
eat the salads to sort of like to be healthy. But you never have to eat ass to be healthy, right? This is a purely voluntary activity, and it's just
Pause.
Maybe sexually
Um,
healthy.
Some
Insane.
people's happiness is going to be correlated to the amount of ass eaten.
These are problematic people.
These are people that probably belong
You
on
know
tape.
what? I'm divorced. I don't know. Again,
Let's go
maybe
to
you're
Corey
right.
and then Simp. We can make our way back to the veganism topic. That's the thing that we
Yeah,
can
can
do.
No one-
can we make
no one
a
answered
break
my
on
question.
the
Who
fucking
cares?
animal
Answer your
topic?
Oh,
question.
come on.
You
You
talked
care.
about
No
I don't
one
know,
answered my
ass
question.
eating. I
I
don't know.
answered your question.
You did not answer my question, Corey. Again,
Maybe I
so
didn't-
if we
I wanna
arrest
talk
no,
about Shane
hold on.
Dawson. I want to
If
talk
we-
about Shane Dawson.
Why?
Yeah,
Who the
because I
fuck
want
is
to talk
Shane
about
Dawson?
fucking.
He fucked his cat or
He
something.
fucked. He
Did he?
fucked. No, he fucked his cat's stomach specifically,
Okay,
What?
that's gonna.
which is different. Which is different.
I think it's a type of fucking
Okay.
your cat.
Oh. Do you
No,
care
not
to
really. No, I don't
elaborate,
agree.
or
I
are you
don't
just
agree.
name dropping a random person fucking a cat stomach? That's a
No.
weirdo.
So
Okay.
basically, what
Wait,
the
but Corey was about
situation
to go,
was.
right?
No. I can elaborate. So he basically rubbed his cock against the cat's stomach until he came, but then he didn't go inside of the cat, if that makes sense. But I think these two scenarios are completely different.
Let's go to
Oh,
sorry.
I get your argument.
Yeah. But I think he didn't really harm the cat, because if you put your dick inside of a cat, that's like that's way more harmful, right? Because you're actually using it like a fleshlight, right? But the thing is, if you're just rubbing it against a cat's stomach, like it's sort of like you're using your hand to rub your cat's stomach. You know what I mean?
How does it
Like
even feel
you're
good?
rubbing your cock against a cat's stomach. Like it might like purr and meow and shit, but then to it, you're just like using like two fingers.
That
against
also
it, you know
works
what
the
I
same
mean?
for humans.
Like-
Let's
like,
go
it's
to
like whatever.
Corey. All right.
So nobody
Corey,
is-
hold on.
Yeah.
Corey, tell us, what have you rubbed your dick against? Benignly, of course.
Like, wait, Laptoid, do you agree with me?
No. Corey.
Only against consensual agents. But I have a question for Lactoid. Quick question. Have you, like, going back to your whatever feces, etc., and consumption? Like, have you ever had any like fast food burger, any like fast food
I
to
have.
begin? Yeah,
Yeah.
like there's a lot of E. coli and like fast food workers aren't the best in hand sanitation. Like you've consumed it almost certainly at some point. And what is most likely to be contaminated with E. coli, which or originates from pretty much a digestive tract, it's going to be largely animal products.
No, this is a very good argument. Yeah, you should avoid fast food, and this is a good reason.
Let's
For sure.
go to.
Can I ask a question though? I want to ask a question. So, when it comes to like so we don't go and arrest a bear for eating a deer, right? Obviously, we don't even stop the bear, but we would stop a bear if it was eating like a child or any other human, right? We would intervene, and because humans are moral subjects, and all other species are not. We don't get involved, right? And so that's why I was saying, like, I wasn't saying that we necessarily should eat deer just because bears do. What I'm saying is the reason why we don't stop a bear from eating a deer and why we don't police carnivores and why we shouldn't with humans is not because of who's doing it, but because of who's having it done to them. So a deer who's being ate is just fulfilling its purpose. A human being ate is a tragedy.
Let's go.
Yeah,
to,
I don't know, man. I feel like you should contact PETA and let them know the exact places and areas that bear keep mauling deer so that they can protect those deer. And whatever happens to the PETA members happens to the PETA members.
I think the only consistency we draw here is that we just value humans above animals, and that's it. Like,
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
literally the only consistency we value. And if we rape animals, then we rape animals. And if we eat animals,
It's
then
not
we eat
rape.
animals. If we torture animals to make like farming animals more efficient, then so be it. You know what I mean? Like that is at the end of the day, that's what it is.
Respond to all this.
Sure. So, no, Lactoid. So you said no vegan's ever given you a satisfying answer to. If animals
That as well. That as well.
giving you a
Yeah.
satisfying animal. If animals can fuck animals, why can't I? You said if animals can eat animals, right? Same difference for you.
I've answered this question 4 times.
No, I'm
You
not.
should be
I'm not
able to.
asking you that question. That's your question to the
Oh,
vegans.
sorry. My bad,
Right?
my bad.
I'm not asking you that question. That's your question to the vegans. If animals can fuck animals, why can't Lactoid? Now, it's the same answer as if tribes on deserted islands can conquer other tribes on deserted islands, why can't I? Just because we don't stop them doesn't mean that they're no longer a moral subject or they're no longer worthy of moral consideration. The answer is because it causes large amounts of suffering for small amounts of pleasure. And just because individuals in a group are cruel to one another doesn't mean that you can justify being cruel to them. Imagine an outside observer from a different species asking you something like, if humans go to war with each other, rape each other, and steal from each other, why can't I? You'd have no answer to that unless you got an answer to these questions.
Yeah, no,
which is
I
it causes
mean,
human suffering.
No, I have an answer, right? Like we should intervene and like stop and gets into a whole colonialism argument, right? Where we should intervene and stop like random tribes like from committing violence against other random tribes because they are committing violence against a moral subject. This was one
Wildly
of the
impractical.
well, it's less.
Wildly impractical. Didn't it work?
I don't
No.
think. Yeah, I don't think it's impractical, right? There's like a story from India where it was like the Indian attaché or whatever went to the British and were like, look, we demand that you let us burn this witch, right? It's part of our culture. Like you got to let us burn the witch. And the British group went back in their own little meeting place and then came back and said, look, we agree it's your culture to do that, but it's our culture to kill people who burn witches, right? I have a culture of protecting humans no matter where they are, and we should. And this is part of the reason why I'm like pro some imperialism, where we have to like intervene in places where humans are getting their rights violated, but not intervene when deer are getting eaten by bears.
So there's this big issue here, which is there's a massive practicality concern. In the places that we haven't already went to resolve the issues with the different tribes in that area conquering each other, like small deserted islands and such, it's just wildly impractical to do so. Now you could say, oh, but we ought to. Well, if there was a button on my desk that I could press and immediately stop them from doing it, I would. In the same way, if there was a button on my desk that I could magically stop and prevent animals from ripping each other apart and make sure that all animals didn't have to fucking suffer in the wild, I'd do the exact same thing there too. So there is no symmetry breaker here. Obviously, if you ask the average person, hey, if you could press a button that would cause no more animals in the wild to suffer, would you do it? Be like, oh yeah, fucking of course.
No, but I wouldn't, right? So wait, let me make this very clear, right? So like
mosquitoes, they can suffer.
I agree with you. There's pragmatic difficulty sometimes with enforcing morality upon the whole world, right? But like when we can, we should. And when it's very practical to do so, like let's say I'm out in the woods with a gun, which, I go hunting, right? So I'm out in the woods. And if I see a bear attacking a person, I am shooting the bear. Like undoubtedly, I'm going to save that person's life. I'm going to shoot the bear to save the person. Fuck the bear, right? But if I see a bear attacking a deer, I'm not intervening. Like that's part of nature. I'm just leaving.
What if it was attacking a dog?
If the dog was somebody's property, I'd want to protect their property.
No, it's like just a stray dog. It's just having a good time.
Then I wouldn't intervene.
Okay, I would. So that's the difference. And I don't think
you're just banking on the fact people love dogs.
I don't think there's any moral difference between dogs, right? People have it's true. People do have empathy for dogs, right? People do have empathy for pigs and cows as well, but they turn a blind eye to them, whereas they don't for dogs.
What the fuck? Lactoid is my best friend.
I would eat dogs.
I wouldn't.
Dude, base!
Yeah, people do.
No, food chops, please. No, everyone else in the panel could scream base to that. It looks bad if you do it. So lactoid.
No, that's not what I meant.
Lactoid. I need to figure out like what's the reason why I shouldn't do that. Right? If I see a bear attacking a dog, why shouldn't I stop it? On my view, I just should. Right? On your view, I'm not sure why you shouldn't.
It's morally neutral, right? There's no moral subject being attacked. It's just like two objects.
As much as I dislike you sometimes, like. Don't try to fucking stop a bear from doing anything, you dumb fuck.
You can shoot.
Get killed.
Are you retarded, Scott? You can shoot bears. You can shoot fucking bears.
As someone, so hold on, pause. Survive it and go after you.
So hold on. So just for the record, okay. I don't know what weapon you presumably have in this scenario, but I can tell you this:
a disintegration gun.
I know. Listen. I know people that hunt bears. Okay, and the way that they hunt bears is they take multiple Rottweilers and they try and chase a bear up the tree, and then people have to shoot the bear multiple times while it's up in a tree. Thank
you for these practicality concerns, Scott. I have no idea how you think this addresses the argument at all.
Yes, it's very difficult. Gun.
This is why I don't go around hunting bears.
Hey,
if I could hunt a bear, then I would fucking do it. What?
Calm down. You're gonna end up with a deviated septum if you don't chill out.
You are insane, Scott.
Well, just relax for a moment. And we'll get through this together, okay?
Let's see.
So if you shoot a bear in the woods randomly that's attacking a dog, right? You might end up dying. And your life is worth way more, even in your utilitarian calculus, than the fucking dog. So don't fucking try and save if you can, sure, but like I'm just pointing out that's a really dumb thing to do. You can shoot
Scott,
a bear
are you tracking it all?
In between the eyes and with a 357 and it will bounce off of its skull.
Scott, were you tracking it all? I'm literally telling you the reason why I don't hunt bears is because of the practicality considerations. And if I could kill a bear to stop a dog from dying, I would do it. I feel like you didn't pay any attention to the conversation we were having and you just jumped in because you thought you would get a dunk, and what you've done is just show that my ethics are completely fucking consistent.
Wait, so like, would you apply that? Would you apply that to like a lion?
Scott.
Doobie, shush.
Scott.
Doobie, stop. Synth. When you interrupt people and you start yelling and you start spurging the fuck out like a teenage child, like a Zoomer that can't figure out the gain and thinks it's funny when like the audio just goes way too loud, right?
Skip
Yes,
to the argument,
get
Scott.
lost. I'm finishing my point. That's all that I was saying. Is please
What?
don't try and stop a bear from attacking a dog because you're
What
just
are
gonna
you
end up dead.
talking about? I don't. Scott,
wait,
what fucking
Synth.
planet do you live on? I am not stopping bears from attacking dogs. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Never mind. If
Okay,
you
That
need
was
to
so
take
stupid.
the
Why did you say any
just
of that?
fucking-
You didn't have to say that.
Oh
You
my
could have
God.
chosen
Oh
to be
my God.
quiet.
Synth, Jesus.
Scott,
Okay, let's move past
Scott,
this.
champ.
Let's move past this.
Scott, you were the
Friend
dumbest
of mine.
individual this entire fucking panel right now. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yes, I am the dumbest person.
We
here.
are-
Yes,
Whatever-
that was a
whatever
really
it's
dumb
taken
Sam,
argument.
that's
takes
not
Yeah.
fair.
for you to-
That's not fair.
Whatever,
Sam. Come on.
whatever it takes.
Okay,
for
maybe.
you
You're-
to
Black
fucking
Twitter has a good
calm
point. We're
down on
moving
your
past
fucking
this.
coke habit, man.
You're
Like,
all
Just give me a counter
geniuses
argument.
in my book. I love you equally. Let's pretend.
Holy shit.
So let's
Lactoid,
let's
why
go
are you
to-
so cute?
Let's go to Corey and then DB. Please, Corey's been waiting for a long time.
I thought I looked like Bert. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's Bert. Yeah.
Yeah, but Bert can be cute.
Okay,
well,
so Lactoid. Yeah, you made the argument earlier of whatever bears killing deer, but we
Yeah.
stop humans. So why do we stop humans from killing other humans?
Because a human's being killed.
And so why do we value so you're relying on this human aspect? Like what
Yeah.
is it?
A human's a moral subject.
Okay, so how do you know something is human?
If it falls within the range of human biology, right? If it's like Homo sapiens sapiens.
Oh, okay. So if you want to rely on biology, that's totally fine. Going back 200 years, argue me out of the position of why we shouldn't enslave, let's say, black people and torture them.
Black people are people. They're Homo sapiens
Well,
sapiens.
wait, how prove that to
Are
me?
they though? But are they?
I mean, I don't know if genetics was around to it. Like,
have
can
you
I bring
heard
up the
about
DNA?
phrenology?
Exactly.
When you look at the skull.
So
Shut
exactly.
up, dude, make a fucking argument. Like
Yeah,
this
so-
vegan shit is so tiring. Like
I'm
just
trying
make
to,
a fucking
but
argument
you.
that works instead
Okay,
of stupid shit.
Stop.
So in the absence of DNA,
Both of you.
in the absence of pretty much a lot of biological information, as in the Origin of Species 1859. So what are you going to rely on to argue me out of not enslaving and torturing black people?
In the absence of that information, I mean, I guess I would just continue to argue. Look, I mean, Homo sapiens sapiens. These are people. These are human beings.
Based
I
Based
agree
on
with you.
what?
So
They have a different skin color, and they're not
Fucking
educated.
they're moral agents, dude. You already have the argument. Make a fucking argument that makes sense. He's already said they're moral actors. Black
Yeah.
people are moral actors.
How
Maybe
do we-
you don't think black
how
people
do we
are
know-
moral
How
actors.
do we know that?
but,
How do
like,
we know that?
do?
Yeah. So tell me, how do you know that a black person 200 years ago is a moral
Because
actor?
the great fucking prophet, all
Prime
praise
Happy
be to
Hour.
Thomas Sowell, has proven to me that he is indeed a moral actor. All right.
Yeah,
you-
but I
you-
am.
you
But
think that's a great
Scott, you got to
argument,
admit
yes.
that I am
You
more
think that's
inclined to commit crime, though. You got to admit that, right?
only because you're liberal.
Yo,
Oh.
it's your Twitch channel. All right. Like, if you want me to fucking go there, like 1350 is not accurate anymore because the numbers have gotten worse.
Yeah, so you agree you have no argument then?
This is the funniest prime I've ever seen.
I get it's an interesting question, right? So I mean, obviously, well, no, it's interesting because the question is what if you lack the information necessary to determine who's a person or who's not, right? So another way of asking this could be let's say you have a curtain, and on the other side you have some mind talking to you. Could it be an AI? It could, or it could be
I said this shit in my opening statement.
or it could be a very predictable person, right? And so that's an interesting question. Should I shoot through the curtain? Well, I mean, it could be a person or it could be an AI. I'm just lacking the information to know for a fact whether or not it is.
And back then they did. Right? They literally did. So what are you going to rely?
Yeah, but they also didn't have germ theory, and they thought miasma caused disease, and they were just wrong, right? So they turned out to be scientifically wrong. And if you were asking me, how could I convince somebody who believed miasma theory of germs existing without the evidence, it would be very difficult, but I would be right.
This is so stupid because I could just turn around and be like, how do you know plants aren't moral actors? Shut up and starve, you vegan dumbass. All evidence
Well, we
points
do
to
have
the fact that dogs
Yeah.
aren't.
No,
Uh,
no, it doesn't. You no.
I can make
Yes,
that
it
argument.
fucking does.
In your own
Show
opening,
me the fucking
hold on, hold
dog
on.
that can make
Stop.
a valid
Stop.
moral
Stop.
propositional statement.
Scott, you don't say that that's what makes you a moral agent. You say being able to make valid propositional, it proves that you're a moral agent. Not that it makes you one, but it's proof of one. So
Right, and I said already, I said my
you
opening
don't
fucking
know if
statement
animals have
that
rights.
I don't know. Right, the
Yeah,
only
but we
thing,
do
the
know that
best evidence
plants
we have
don't
is
have rights.
mirror neurons. Right, the best evidence we have is mirror neurons, which would be macaque monkeys, songbirds, humans, and rats. Right, we know that they have mirror neurons. We know that rats' mirror neurons are for territorial reasons, so that they can intentionally be aggressive towards other rats, so that they can be violent. Right, so their empathy portions of the rat's brain is mostly designed to commit violence on other rats. And for songbirds, it's so they can mimic noises and make sounds. And for macaque monkeys, fuck, they might actually be moral actors, but we can't prove it and we can't know, and we have yet to find one that can make a valid moral propositional statement. And that gradient goes one direction or another, right? Like pigs and dogs and elephants and dolphins are kind of higher up than like fucking rodents.
Why does the question
Perfect.
of moral actors
Hold on.
like
But there's
matter
there's something that it does matter. It matters a lot. So Scott,
Why?
I'll explain. So Scott, if you're saying that for things like pigs and dogs, they're in this gray area, and like as you said, you don't know if they have rights. We do know that plants don't have rights. We have incredibly good reason to believe that plants don't have rights. That's all I mean when I say no.
We have incredibly good reason to believe that dogs and pigs don't have rights too.
What reason do we have to believe that pigs don't have rights?
They just happen to be slightly higher chance that maybe in some fucking
What's
offshoot
the
of
percent you'd give?
1% of I don't fucking
For a
know the
pig.
exact percentage. For
What's
a
your
pig?
estimate? Yeah, for a pig. What's
What's
your
my estimate? All right. Notice that this is not a scientifically informed opinion as a biologist in terms of like I don't know, maybe 0.01% repeating.
0.0
to infinity.
0.0. You said repeating, so I'm not
Like
sure.
the
Which
0.0 with the repeating. Over
That's
the
zero.
zeros.
That's the same as zero.
Well, you know, but it's
That's just
not,
that's no, it is. It's the exact same as zero, not kind of. Right? So you're just saying there's a 0%.
It doesn't actually get to zero.
An infinitesimal is zero. So if you're just saying that if you're just saying that it's an infinitesimal chance, you're just saying there's 0% chance that a pig's a moral agent. You're saying you do know it isn't, right?
I'm not
Which
saying
means that
it's
the exact
actually an infinitesimal. I would say what I'm just saying.
Jesus
what I'm
Christ.
saying is that it's like 0.0000000000001 maybe. I don't fucking know. It's an incredibly small likelihood that a pig is a moral.
If you don't know, you should have a lot more uncertainty than saying it's this incredibly low number. That's a very certain number that you're giving. Saying I've got no clue, I'm not scientifically informed. Your number should be way higher than that.
I never said that I had no clue. What I said is that I'm not a biologist, so to give you an exact percentage based off of what we don't know about mirror neurons, right, would be folly. What I'm saying is that there is a lot of evidence that suggests that pigs are not moral actors. All of the evidence, in fact. But there might be some unknown, undiscovered evidence out there that proves at some later date that they are indeed moral actors.
That's it. No, there's all the available evidence does not show that pigs are not moral actors.
Can you give me one piece?
Yes, I'll give you behavioral animalology, zoology studies that do in fact show that yes, pigs do in fact behave in ways that resemble empathy. Now we don't know for sure if that's because of their empathy, but we do know they behave as though they have it. But I'll give you a hypothetical, right? Let's imagine
that's not a moral actor.
Yeah, having empathy is what you define as being a moral actor.
No, you can be a dog can know that you're sad and be sad with you. That's not a moral agent. That's just a dog responding to the fucking behavior that you gave it.
Okay,
just because a dog picks up on your hashtag vibes doesn't mean that it's a fucking
What is a moral agent?
I've already told you multiple times what my definition of one is: one that is capable of making a valid moral propositional.
That is not your definition of a moral actor. That's your definition of proving you're a moral actor. You don't know your own argument. Yeah, you can go in your hands.
A moral actor is one that is capable of doing such, and that belongs to the.
So if perfect, let's imagine just a moment. I want to ask one hypothetical food shop, then you hop in. So Scott, you're on the non-vegan side. Just let me ask the question, Scott. If it was the case that a baby, right, would never go into an adult who's capable of making valid moral statements, instead it was going to be stuck a baby forever.
I already answered this.
Would it not be a moral agent?
Yeah, I already answered this. Speciation, right? Like, is the baby no longer the human species?
Why do you?
Is it a new species of something that is never capable of being?
I call next. I love people bringing in
Is
the
the
word
baby
species.
is the baby a human baby?
Okay, so
Yes, your definition was not
Humans-
speciation.
Humans are moral actors. I just
No.
said that it gets more complex when you get into speciation, and then you were like, "Aha! Now I can find a
No,
reason
you
to
didn't.
dunk
You
on
moved
It's like,
your
no,
you moved your position.
I
You're just
literally
weaseling
did.
all
You-
over the place. Yeah, you said the
I'm not
proof
weaseling
was
all
that
over the place.
you said that your proof.
I'm not
You said
weaseling all
that
over
your
the place when I
proof.
said it before you
Let me
did.
jump in, let me
No,
jump in.
you
Speciation
gave me that as the
complicates it.
definition of proof. You can prove it by saying this, but if all you're saying is that that's what it means, the proof is the same. The proof's identical with being a moral agent. Then it's the case
Wait, you
that
guys
somebody who
have
doesn't
been
have
gone for
this
20
trait
minutes.
wouldn't be a moral agent.
I said specifically that speciation complicates it. That yes, it is not actually the individual that is capable of making a valid moral propositional statement, but instead that is assigned to the category of the species.
Why would the stance
Wait,
of
wait,
the
wait,
moral
I
facts
just wanna-
carry
as a
anything? No,
category,
food shops interrupt Scott, not me.
humans-
So you interrupt the person on your team, not the person arguing against your side. So Scott, I want to know from you, why the fuck would the stance independent moral facts care at all about your species? What's the link there?
So just like I said, dogs could. Just to clarify that I did indeed say this before, not just now. I said that some dogs would need to be capable, some pigs, right? So again, I have been arguing that speciation argument from the beginning. So
I asked
why
you a
is it
question.
important?
Please answer.
Yeah. I am fucking answering you, goddamn Spurg. Jesus fuck, man.
Having a panic
So
attack doesn't make
fucking
me look like a
annoying.
Spurg.
I don't know if are you having a panic attack? I
Crime,
don't
I
know.
wanna go.
Is that what you're
You're
saying?
having a panic attack right now. You're like sweating. You're like red in the face.
I
Just
do
answer my
want
question.
to
No,
move
I'm
on.
not.
So.
I'm fat
Crime,
under
dude.
a bunch
Okay,
of fucking
okay.
studio lights. I'm not fucking having a panic attack.
Just
Okay.
answer my question.
It's
So
so
just
annoying.
answer the
Stop with
question.
the
I do
rhetoric,
want to
answer.
move on to food shops
I would like to
afterwards.
answer the question. It's difficult when someone can't stop spurging out over top of you. So we're saying when you have, let's say, a mentally challenged person, right? A person that would never be capable of making that. Why would it be important that they are a human being versus why would it be versus versus something that belongs to a species that never would? Like, why does that matter? Why is it that a mentally challenged person is still given moral consideration despite the fact that they're never capable of making a morally valid proposition? Is and by virtue of belonging to the species that we recognize as moral agents, we also recognize the potentiality of that individual to reach that status, right? So it
Doesn't
is
answer the question.
if we find someone that is mentally challenged, right?
Crime.
We may be able to cure that mental illness. We may be able to solve the whatever brain deficiency has occurred that has made them that way, and then they would
You
also
could genetically modify
be-
animals
Hold on a
too.
second,
Like, what is the
hold on.
argument here?
Keep finish your point. Then I want to move on.
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, sure, you could. Who's mad? Oh, food shops.
No, I just.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
sure.
You guys have been going for 30 minutes now. Yeah.
I don't think it's been 30 minutes.
I don't think so.
Yes, it has. I've had a timer. It's been 30 minutes. Okay.
I guess she means.
I disagree.
I guess she means by you guys. She means everyone but her. Since the last time she gave a diatribe.
No, it's literally just been you and Sim.
Okay. So the fact, let them go,
No.
and then food shops. You are next.
Yeah. So technically speaking, there is always a potentiality of everything to be sentient, right? So like a dog could be sentient, a cricket, there's a possibility in the universe that we create a cricket brain cap, right? That makes the cricket capable of being a moral agent, right? And so the question
Jiminy
is
Cricket
like,
method. Go
well,
ahead, yeah.
if that is the case, then why would we not say that a mentally challenged person has rights? Like, why can't Doobie put peanut butter on his penis and let the mentally challenged person go to town? And there's a couple of answers there. One is that as humans, we're valuing human life and a life position of other humans. So the same way Lactoid described with like stopping a bear, right? Like we inherently value the human species as a category that we recognize without knowing everything about the individual human. Right. So like our moral preference, like aside from the justification from like a non-aggression principle perspective, our moral preference is always going to be for humans because we see something that belongs in a category that we have determined is one that has human rights.
Those are all stances,
Whether
Scott.
or not
I'm asking you about stance
I don't
independent.
care.
moral facts,
Stop.
not your
Stop.
feelings.
I don't care. We gotta move on. So Scott, just finish your point so we can move on.
I mean,
Don't ask him to finish his point. It's just gonna go.
that's
He's
true.
been
That's
We
true.
should have like a
Point
Scott
out.
Food
Okay,
Chops
okay,
panel
all right.
and
No,
see
fair
how
enough,
long it
fair
go on
enough.
for.
So why don't we? Yeah, you're right. So why don't we move on? I just as a quick counterpoint to Scott, I think clearly there is no cure for the mental illness that is leftism. I think we can all agree on that one. Let's go to food
I'm
shops.
really hoping there
You're
is.
so
because,
becoming, like,
Ah!
correct.
one day you might be saved.
Oh my god.
Food shops,
Okay.
please. And
What
then
are
you want to
so
hear from
upset
GB.
about? You're just gonna say a bunch of dumb shit.
I just want to say, it is actually sickening that Scott loves the sound of his own voice. Okay. All right. Number 2. All right. I'm just gonna fight for myself
don't.
here and just say that empathy is not the end all be all of everything. All right. Ironically, I'm just gonna defend Scott's position here a little bit because I don't know why everybody always tries to make an appeal towards empathy, because I know that vegans like to make this point a lot whenever it comes to like fighting for like the rights of animals and all of that, because they always say, oh, dogs have empathy, pigs have empathy, turkeys have empathy, and all of that, right? But then just because something has empathy doesn't mean it has something like along the lines of like critical thinking or consciousness or like sentience or like emergent properties, right? Because anything can feel like, oh, I understand that you have feeling or I have feeling or something has feeling, right? But yeah, I just don't know. It doesn't mean the same thing, right? But finally, it just doesn't seem like everybody can sort of agree whether or not like, oh, where should we draw the line, right? Because it's sort of like agreeing, oh, where should we have like a solid line on where abortion can be, right? Even though we need to have like a solid line on where it should be in terms of like legal circumstances, like, oh, first trimester, second trimester, I can agree on something along the lines of that. But in terms of like humans versus animals, of like, okay, where should we extend that kind of like extrajudicial rights to, of like the extra moral consideration to, I just want to zoom out a little bit and just say, why not just cut the line of, okay, we just extend the rights to humans and nothing else, right? Retarded humans, human babies, retarded whatever the fuck, and that's it. We just draw the line there just for the sake of convenience. Sure, we could find some degree of like contradiction of that, like some animals could be smarter than some retarded Down syndrome humans, but at the same time, even though that contradiction exists, at least the contradiction is not there between species, right? In the sense that, okay, at least the line is drawn between humans and not humans, right? If that makes sense. And that's it. We just draw the line there for the sake of convenience, and we're done. We're done.
No, we're not.
Why-
We're not even
why-
close
why-
to done. That's an insane
That's
take.
easy. It's easy.
So it's like-
why
Yeah,
is
so
that
read
taken
here. I'm
serious?
telling you.
hold on.
I'm telling
Well,
you.
before then, Corey, do you want to respond
Oh,
to
yeah,
that because you
sure,
haven't been able to talk?
Because you can go forever. You can go forever on the
Corey.
entire
Because
animal.
as an actual people are throwing around this term, so I'll start with food shops, because if people want to rely on biological concepts in terms of what is a species.
What is a species? I don't know. You tell me. What is a
Ernst
species?
Mars
What-
says
so
what a
then
species is.
Yeah, so then why are you why are you even using that word and say, let's draw a circle around the human species? I don't know what a species is, so then don't use that argument. Unless you're going to tell me what a species is, and then that is pretty much what you're
Why
going to use
does
to draw
it
your
matter,
circle.
right? Because I'm just talking about humans and non-humans, right? I'm
You
just
don't know what a
using for
human
sake of
is.
convenience.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. So tell me what a human is, then. You want to use, so the human species, tell me what it is.
Homo sapiens sapiens.
What is Homo sapiens sapiens?
A species.
Yeah, it's perfect logic there,
Wait,
Lactic. You're
are you-
definitely...
Corey,
just
the
being
definition
bad
of species
faith?
is
Corey, are you just being bad faith on
Species?
purpose? You know
No,
exactly what I mean when I say human,
No,
right?
you don't know what you mean.
Actual biologist.
two
okay?
organisms that can breed.
Okay, so there's no bacteria species.
Do you? Okay. Are you just being bad faith on purpose? 'Cause I
No.
can't tell.
No, the
No,
term
so
species is a hilariously muddy concept. There are a
name
bunch
the
of different
trait.
species concepts.
Yeah, it's
There's
muddy.
different
but, like,
species concepts. You can like use like Ernst Mars species concept for like fucking sexually reproducing species, but then you don't have a way to capture bacteria species or species that like reproduce asexually.
That's right, Synth is correct.
Okay, well then I could just define
Wait, I
species
still don't
as
get
like
what you're-
like an
wait,
organism that can.
Hold on. But you get what I mean, right? When I refer to
No,
like humans and
Wait,
non-humans, right?
she's genuinely curious. Wait. At 46
You're
shots.
doing literally this entire thing around like, oh my god, when you refer to species, you include like other categories that are like not necessarily when we picture of that's like not human or whatever the fuck. You're trying to do like this kind of gotcha weird ass whatever the fuck you're doing. Like
You don't even know how to describe it.
You're literally using a term that you don't understand. As in, you said we just need to draw around a circle around the human species, and then ask you what species
You're literally trolling right now. You're honing
I am
in
not.
on this
I'm
one specific
pointing
word
out
I use
that
that
you
is
literally.
species,
Okay.
and you're missing the entire point,
You
right?
do
Like-
realize. You
like
do
for the sake- I'm
realize. You
using-
do
I'm trying to
realize.
make
If
an
you want
argument
to,
for
if you want to
convenience,
use that
right?
argument, like at some point there were certain categories of humans now that weren't part of the
Just
human
make
species.
the argument first. Okay, make the
They
argument
can always
first, and
reproduce.
then
Bro,
you
will
can
you
go back
stop
to that.
trying to throw 1800s racism into the fucking argument? Nobody means that. Like,
Also,
just
the-
shush.
also they can like. There's always the
So
possibility of
stupid.
like again like sexual reproduction that exists between black people and white people. So because they're all the same like species.
Definitely.
Okay.
That's
So
definitely
then
tracking.
individuals
Oh my
with
fucking
so,
God.
okay, so then individuals with trisomy 21, they are not human.
An individual that tries to be 21, you said?
No,
Trisomy 21.
yeah, try to keep up, food shops.
Oh,
Trisomy 21, also known as Down syndrome. They have an extra chromosome.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I've been asked this question before. This is the toughest question I've ever been asked. I don't know.
a genetic mutation is not.
Yeah, I'll say they're human.
Fucking species.
Sure.
What is a new species, Scott?
Are they not human to you?
By your concept, unless you give me a definition of species, then they are not like. That's why I'm asking you. What's your definition? You just say, well, it's obvious, but you
Are
don't
the
give me
vegans
anything.
trying to run out the fucking clock? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is this? Like, now
Scott,
we're just
answer the
gonna go
question.
down. We're gonna go deep down
Scott,
into
answer
like
the question. You
defi-
were asked one.
We're gonna
Don't you
go.
love
We're gonna go
philosophy,
deep
Scott?
down-
Aren't you all
we're
about
gonna go-
philosophy?
Yeah,
we're
I would
gonna
say so.
go-
I would say
we're
so.
gonna-
Yeah, I would
we're-
say so. They're
we're gonna-
human. Yeah,
I know
why?
now we're interrupting to defend our fucking gish galloping and definition game instead of actually making a fucking argument as to why you believe animals deserve rights. Instead, what you're going is, who can even define species? Like, shut the
God,
fuck up.
answer
When
the
someone says
question.
human, you know what the fuck they mean when they say human. They don't mean a fucking rabbit. They mean that these are two different things. And
Scott,
what you're doing is you're
answer,
trying to
please.
run out.
Answer
you're
the
taking a
question.
fucking
You're running out the
lead.
clock right now. You're filibustering. Answer the question.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
not
That's all Scott does is
filibustering. I'm
filibuster. He
not
just
playing
talks as
into
much
a
as
fucking
possible.
use. I'm-
He won't answer the question.
No,
He
I'm
can't
not-
answer any questions. Lactoid and Scott. Oh, they, like
Sim,
Lactoid is
Sim,
answer questions to
no,
this one, but
Sim.
Scott. But holy shit, you two.
I answer
constantly
questions
talk.
every
I'm
time.
asking for a
say
direct.
answer question.
Scott,
and then scream
answer
and
the
spurg
question.
out like a
Scott,
cokehead.
you're not answering the question.
Like-
Look, this is like the 400th time you use the term cokehead in an insult. I just want to answer the question. What is a species?
Do you do coke?
No.
The entire argument that I'm making is that question is an entirely different debate that doesn't help us ascertain.
Weasel, I'm not going to
where-
answer a single
there are
question. This is
multiple
the
different-
classic ANCAP tactic.
what-
This is why you get interrupted, because you don't answer questions and people ask you to answer them.
No, you constantly.
You're a little
interrupt
rat,
the
you little
moment-
rodent.
You,
I know
you,
the difference
you
between a human and a
constantly
rat. I see a
interrupt-
rat on my screen
you-
right now.
You constantly interrupt, right? Whenever you feel that you have a win, so that you can try and frustrate the other person with your behavior.
You getting
and try
frustrated
and-
because
and
you're
try
a
and pick
weasel.
apart-
Answer the
trying to
question,
pick
you
apart-
rat, you
right,
weasel,
you're
you
engaging
worm.
in that behavior.
I'm engaging in the
Which
behavior
is
of
why we
interrupting
can
you
use
because
Scott
you are
as
a
a question.
question
Okay,
dodger.
let's
Right.
move.
So
So,
again,
respond
this
quickly.
is
I do
why,
want to
this
get
is why
to
you're
Doobie.
one of the most bad faith people that is in the entire
faith
YouTube
question
and Twitch
asking.
politics.
Okay, all right. So
Bad
we're gonna
faith question.
I want to know Corey's.
constantly-
I want to know
will
Corey's.
Scott has
constantly
never
interrupt
answered a
you.
question to
You
anyone
will
ever.
Okay,
All
okay,
Scott says is
hey,
Corey, what's a
hey.
human?
Oh,
You guys
finally
can-
we get some
you guys
moderation
can-
whenever
you
the
guys-
lefties
you
get picked
shut
on.
up. You guys
You're
can
winning, Scott. You're
you
fine.
guys can insult each other on your own time. I insult you on this time.
Well,
all
that's
right?
what you
So
do when you invite
let's
synth. You
go
invite
to-
a weasel to just interrupt
Uh-huh.
people and
Let's
spurg out
go
and never
to.
answer. And
I
want
to hear from Doobie, and then I'm gonna hear from Lactoid. All right.
Hi. So you said something a while back, Synth, that I've been thinking about. So that you would stop a bear that was eating a dog. And I was gonna ask you then, we guys kind of got like lost in the weeds, but so would you stop like and I'm not saying that you personally would go out and like wrestle a fucking lion, right? But if they had the ability to keep a lion from eating a boar, right, you could stop that from happening. Do you think that it would be right to do that?
Unless they're like keystone species, I think we should kill all otter predators. I don't have an issue doing that.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's where I was getting to, because it seemed like you just had a preference for like omnivores or herbivores over like carnivores, right?
I have a preference for herbivores over carnivores. Yeah, if they're odd order predators and we can ensure environmental stability, then I have no problem with getting rid of odd order predators. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's where I was getting.
I'm looking for the counter argument. I don't see one, Scott. I just see you like panicking and posturing the entire time.
Let's
I'm
let's
not
go.
panicking and
It's
posturing.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's got. It's okay.
Hold
it's
on.
okay.
So hold on.
It's okay.
Why is it
guys.
okay to
Oh
be
my
Wait,
God.
can I
insulted?
ask? Can I ask
Oh
one?
my
Can I ask
God.
one
He
more
insults
question?
me.
Respond?
You
Can I ask one more
insult people
clarification?
constantly, right? And now look. I just want
Yeah,
to.
and then I let them respond.
Yeah, sure.
Can I
And
ask
then,
one more
but you don't have
clarifying
time.
thing
So
really
go,
quickly?
Doobie, finish your point, and then we're
Yeah,
gonna
we
go
don't,
to
we don't have time. All right.
back to it.
So would you say that it's immoral for a lion to eat a gazelle or a bear to eat a deer or whatever the fuck? So is that action, them eating that creature, is that immoral?
It's kind of weird to say immoral because I'm not sure if they have the. I'm not sure if it makes sense to talk about their actions in a way where like there's choice talk. But if there is choice, then yes, it would be. And I think the world's worse off when that happens, and I can say that with
Okay.
certainty. It's worse off in a moral sense. Yeah. But it's like saying like the
Okay.
world's worse off in a moral sense with malaria in it, right? It's not clear to me that it's like malaria is doing something wrong. It's not clear to me that malaria has a choice in the matter. I think that you could not have choices and it could still be wrong to like cause you great amounts of suffering.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to understand.
So much. All right, let's go to Lactoid. And then after whatever exchange that happens, then Scott can like counter insult Synth. All right, for a remaining time, whatever.
So I mean, that was a pretty. I mean, Synth. I mean, that was a pretty significant bullet. I think.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Genociding predators.
There's no genocide involved. So
It's
saying,
just
you
removing
would,
them.
Really? You would genocide the Nazis? Like that's not what genocide means.
Wait, Lactoid, bring up the Yellowstone wolves.
I think. So I don't know if it would fit the. I don't think it would fit the definition of genocide, but like it would be a mass like removal of an entire species.
Yes, and we're okay with this. We're all okay with this. We all think there are some
Like
species that should be
fish,
mass removed.
insects,
Like for
yeah.
example, invasive species.
Anything that eats anything else, I think is what the thing.
Okay.
There's no
that's
bullet.
wild.
We all agree with this. You keep calling things bullets that are just.
Well, no. So
everyone agrees with them.
I don't agree with it. I think that like we shouldn't interfere as like because
With
like having predators like an
invasive
ecosystem is a good thing.
Hunting
No,
is
no.
good sometimes.
Now you're mistaken, right? So
I
if you're
must be.
saying, if you're saying it's good for the ecosystems, well, it depends. For some predators, yes, which is why I specified odd order predators, right? For some predators, no, it's not good for the ecosystem. Now, if you're saying there's some ecological damage, now I care, right? Now I care about the
Okay.
predators dying. If there's no ecological damage, I don't. Not every predator being killed is a bad thing. In the case of like an invasive predator who's not meant to be there, obviously we both agree, genocide the fuck out of them. Genocide, whatever you want to call it, right? Nobody has an issue with that. We all agree with this. Every single person on Earth.
Well, so I would only do it again if it affects people, not if it necessarily affected like other animals. But I guess I understand more of what you're saying if you would take ecological impact into consideration very significantly, which you would agree would happen in most cases, right? Absent invasive species, like most
Not
ecosystems.
clear to me. It's not clear to me what percentage of cases it would happen in. It could happen in maybe. Yeah, it's like there's no good reason to believe that it would happen in most cases unless you got like some empirics to back that up.
Okay, I'll look into it. I don't have any right now. Corey, what would you define as a human?
Yeah, I have no problem saying that I don't know. That it's an arbitrary concept. I know the subjective human experience,
Alright.
and that's more or less what I go by.
I'm allergic to bullshit.
So like if I was to say like
I knew
Corey,
that was
there goes a human and like goes a deer like hopping through the woods, would you like be like, oh yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
maybe.
your definition of humans is kind of like different than mine, or would you say it's not a human?
You're talking about the usage of language, but it all depends. Like, if you're asking me like which one should I, if you're asking me the question of like which one should I shoot,
What is a
I would say
girl,
say
Corey?
neither.
No, I'm not asking about which one you should shoot. I'm saying like if you had somebody who like, let's say a child who was like mistaking a deer like for a human, like clearly you'd say no, that's not a human. How would you explain what a human is to a child? Talk to me like I'm a child. Not you, food shops. You, Corey.
Well, so
Oh, don't worry. I know your base Lactoid.
it would depend on the level, but let's say a 5-year-old. I would probably go by pretty much. I would start with phenotypical characteristics, but I would say that there are clear limitations to that, as in that's a good heuristic, but there are clear exceptions, and that like that's just pretty much for that level of understanding. That's the best you can go by for a 5-year-old.
Wait, what?
What part of that was confusing to you, Scott?
No, I just think it's funny that the answer to the question is only how he would explain it to a 5-year-old, but you insulted everybody for not having a proper definition of speciation.
The point is, it's not needed for me
you
or
don't
Corey.
have one?
So, Scott, you might be fucking stupid or something. Me and Corey don't need one because it's not ethically relevant to us. Do you understand?
Exactly. It's irrelevant to me, as in I don't need a species concept to justify my positions.
Well, so
You
Corey,
do,
who,
and
So if you're not
what is your
applying it-
positive position then?
That's why when I bring up, Lactoid 200 years ago, arguing me out of slavery, and I say don't use biology because that wasn't there back then. He struggles. But
Right, no, I'm just curious. No, hold on,
Wait,
pause.
let me
I
get
just
this
really
out.
want to know what your position is, because the only position you've had
Let me
so
get this
far
out.
is
Let
that
me
black
get this out.
people
Let me get this
aren't
out.
human
Let me get
species
this out.
somehow.
Let me get
When
this out.
when Corey gets pissed, then like we gotta like sit back.
Because
and
the
listen.
answer is obvious. The answer is because I can go back 200 years ago saying, hey, it's obvious that they're having a subjective experience. It's obvious that they suffer, and that you don't need any other justification. I don't need biology information. I need to look at their DNA. Just as same thing with other non-human animals. They're having subjective experience. They suffer. They are clearly having a subjective experience, and it is unnecessary to subject them to unnecessary suffering. And therefore, you do not need to eat animals.
To a
Okay,
5-year-old?
But how do you define what is and isn't necessary in this point? What is necessary suffering? When people are talking about an invasive species, or that there are predators that may like potentially not need.
We're
to
talking
eat,
about eating
like,
animals
like
for
you
food.
don't know the answer to these questions. Like
I'm talking about.
How do you know that?
So I know.
How do you know that it's not necessary that someone eats bacon?
So again,
The worst of them, right?
no vegan, I don't, as far as I know, no vegan is advocating that, hey, if you're in sub-Saharan Africa and your only access to food is like an animal product, saying don't eat that. What we are saying is like lactoid.
I'm sure plenty would, but fair enough. Not you.
I think lactoid, and you, I assume and hope that you have access to a grocery store. And that when you have that choice available to you, okay, and that it's clear for your own health and well-being that you do not need to consume animal products, that you should make a different choice.
Well, for your own health and well-being, obviously it's healthier to eat animal products, correct?
No, it's absolutely
No.
you want to.
So you believe in pseudoscience? That's
What?
where we're going?
You want to, if you want to go down the health route, you want to compare health parameters right now, Scott? I'll go up against any omnivore here on the panel.
So
Wait, what?
That's stupid. My individual health compared to your individual health
So
is
then
not
what-
the
what-
same thing as is it
healthier to be
optimal
an
for
omnivore.
one's individual
that wasn't-
health?
that wasn't
What are you
what I was
what are you relying on? What? So give me the evidence. What evidence are you relying on that you cannot live pretty much a full and healthy life on a vegan diet?
A full and healthy life. So what
You
we're
need to
saying
be
now
way
is,
richer.
No, that is absolutely not true.
well,
Not
I mean,
actually.
material
That is
conditions, like
absolutely
we
true.
can say that.
No, it's
I mean,
not.
like it's probably a little
Rice,
bit more expensive for
lentils,
most people, but
beans.
like
My
No, it's
roommate
cheaper.
Yeah,
tries to
The rice
run
and
and it
beans are
would be
cheaper.
and it would be less expensive
vegan
if like
diet,
society switched over, right? Like we would have more access to these things and be easier to do that. So Scott,
Do you know how expensive vegan products are? Like they're so fucking
Ve-
expensive.
Yeah,
Vegan
totally.
product beans?
Rice and lentils soup, the most expensive
Like to get
stuff
the
in
protein
the
and
planet.
iron and
look-
everything, like
Oh my
it's ridiculous.
that's why
You
that's
have
why I
no
said
idea what
that
you're talking about.
if the society switched
I
over,
know what I'm talking about because
it doesn't matter. 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 For this hypothetical, if society switched over, it would be massively cheaper. Anything you're talking about will be massively cheaper. So let's just let Scott finish his point.
well, yeah, I'm not super concerned with price, right? Like, I mean, I understand that is an argument. That the question is assuming that you have enough money to go to the grocery store and buy either an omnivore diet, such as the humans have been, or switching to vegan, like, is it healthier? Your argument here is that it is exactly the same amount of health, right? To eat vegan as it is to not eat vegan. I just want to make clear that is your argument. There's no downside in any way, shape, or form from a health perspective towards switching to a vegan diet.
So I'll try to be explicitly clear as I possibly can. You can meet all of your caloric needs and your macro and micronutrient needs on a vegan diet. Absolutely.
On
Okay,
average, vegans have healthier
that's-
health outcomes than non-vegans do as well.
Yeah, of course, vegans have healthier health outcomes than non-vegans because vegans read the ingredients on the shit that they're eating.
There's a
right?
healthy
They-
user
they-
bias.
they-
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, there's absolutely, going all the way back to fucking food shops example. Jesus Christ. Fucking causation and correlation, right? Like, yeah, like anybody. I mean, you could say the same thing about people that eat a ketogenic diet, right? That they, at least for a period of time, that they're paying attention to what it is that they're eating. And
Even if you control for just athletes,
You're
even if you
going
control
to
for just
eat-
athletes, you see that vegans have healthier outcomes.
Again, the correlation. So you're saying that vegan athletes are going to be healthier than non-vegan athletes?
Yes.
What study is that? I'd be really interested.
I'll grab
to
it
see
for
that,
you.
Actually, can you send that to me? I mean, I'll look it out after the panel. I'd be really
got you.
interested to see that because you said yes, you can get your caloric needs from eating vegan, and you can get your macronutrients. Now, obviously, it's very difficult to get protein as vegan because you're eating peanut butter, but you're not actually getting a single gram of protein from peanut butter until you combine it with some other protein, and you have to know exactly what like amino acids are in all of the proteins that you're doing. You have to research what amino acids you're getting from each individual thing. Yeah, sure, you're going to see people that are doing that detailed research about exactly what's going in their body are probably going to be healthier, and they're going to eat less processed food because they're not going to be able to maintain a vegan diet from eating processed food. But my question isn't, can you get your macronutrients and your calories from eating vegan? My question is there absolutely no downside in any way, shape, or form to eating vegan as opposed to eating a healthy omnivore's diet, eating animal-based protein, lean animal protein?
Well,
Because you make that claim, we can look at the data later, right?
Yeah,
We can have a
well,
whole nother
it depends on what
conversation
you
about
want to focus. So if you want to make the claim that let's say to achieve, can you incorporate animal products and still attain a high level of health? Absolutely, I would not deny that. Totally, the Mediterranean diet. There's a whole bunch of evidence showing that yes, that can lead to healthy outcomes and good outcomes. But that's not like, as far as I know, Synth and I are not relying on the health aspect. All I'm saying is like, health is not pretty much an excuse to not go vegan. It's the ethical argument that should compel you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just wondering if you kind of danced around it. Do you believe that, or do you recognize that there is some slight, at least in your opinion, slight health downsides to going vegan?
Health down? No. A well
So you
planned
believe
vegan
there's
diet.
no downsides whatsoever to going vegan?
Like I am, so I will fully admit that I am technically like not vegan, but I'm pretty much am like 99% like plant based, and like I also have Crohn's disease and I'm missing literally large portions of my GI tract, and I think I fare just fine.
That's not an answer to the question I asked, but okay.
So all I would say is I literally have a condition that is known for pretty much malnourishment and pretty much like nutrient deficiency, and I can achieve a high level of physical fitness and health just fine. I'm pretty sure, unless you, I can't think.
You know that's not an answer to the question I asked. Is there
I don't-
any health downside to individuals going vegan as opposed to eating a equally paying attention to their food, equally paying attention to what it is, their macronutrients, equally paying attention to the ingredients, etc., but eating lean animal protein?
So then I will rely on the statement from the American Dietetics Association, as in a well-planned vegan diet is appropriate for all stages of life, as in you can maximize health pretty much with a vegan diet, with a well-planned vegan diet. Absolutely. There is no...
It's still not an answer to the question, but I got it. It's okay. You don't want to
Scott,
answer.
are you trying to ask not, is it on aggregate, is it on aggregate having no downsides, or is it just the case you're asking, is there any specific way in which there's no downside?
I'm asking, are there downsides on aggregate? Yeah, but
No,
on aggregate,
no,
not
not
from
downsides on aggregate,
not from a practical standpoint. In terms of like, because like I said, vegans do tend to be healthier.
No, the answer to your question is no. There's no aggregate, right? There's no aggregate downside. So if I was to ask you, what do you think the macro or micro is that you can't get on a vegan diet, or what do you think the caloric? Do you think there's a caloric deficiency? What do you think it is that makes a vegan diet less healthy? Could I ask you, like macro or micro? Just name one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we discussed protein before. Obviously, you can get
more protein on a vegan diet.
Where you get, well, I mean, you can't get more protein on a vegan diet than you would get eating. That's silly.
Well,
right?
the non-vegan, yeah, no, it's not silly because the non-vegan sources come with a bunch of other shit added into it, right? Whereas with a vegan source like seitan or
soy,
no, like seitan, for example, seitan is going to be 70. So with seitan, it's going to be like 75 grams per 100 grams of protein, right?
True, or I was on so much soy, I turned into this. Sorry.
True.
Just kidding.
Unless we're talking about extracts that are just pure protein, or even if we are, fucking spirulina, which is vegan, is still going to be just as good as those, and that's a fucking whole vegan.
Spirulina is not a complete protein.
You're asking for complete proteins. It's different than how much protein you're getting, right? So a complete protein means that you're getting all the essential amino acids.
I mean,
things like beans are complete protein. Yeah, like lentils.
Right. Yeah, beans, lentils, soybeans. Right. These are complete proteins. Spirulina is not. Right. So we can't really count it in our macros if we're counting proteins that our body can't use effectively.
We can
unless
absolutely.
combined
That's
with other
not how protein
incomplete
works.
proteins.
All right, so I do want to. I want to guys. I want to talk about this.
I want to ask two questions. I want to ask two quick questions.
Dude, you put a
Or-
vegan topic on here. Like, of course, it was
I
gonna be a
want
shit
to.
show.
I want to ask one question.
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
make
but
a
there's
statement.
more fun parts like the fleshlight part. Let's go ahead, Lectoid.
Okay, real quick. Since
I wanted to talk about fucking a cat, but
if hunting like has good effects for like the ecosystem, would like which a lot of
Yes, I'd be pro.
conservationists argue.
I'd be pro hunting, and I am, and it makes a lot of other vegans really upset because I think it's vegan to hunt sometimes. I think it's vegan to hunt overpopulated species, and I
Great.
think it's actually bad for them, and it makes them really mad. But
So like in several states, for example, like because of the spread of CWD, like hunters are often encouraged to hunt because it reduces deer populations to the point where CWD
Yeah.
has a lower likelihood of actually like transmissing between deer
Mhm.
populations. Okay, good. All right. I mean that's good. At least I'm ethical in your eyes. I'm redeemed.
Yeah, but like once you
the other
okay,
the other
go ahead.
So I can Google this and see that I'm right. It's very easy. Meat eaters are less depressed and report a higher quality of life than vegans or vegetarians. And in fact, this is
I wonder if it's gonna be-
actually like a causative relation in that the mental health declines happen after people switched over to being vegetarian or vegan. So if you like switch to becoming a vegan and then your depression rate's more than double, isn't this a good argument for not becoming
No.
vegan?
So this is a really silly
okay.
argument because there's a really big reason why a lot of vegans, upon becoming vegans afterwards, would be like, wow, the world really sucks. I
Social.
wonder what that could be. I wonder if there's any reason why vegans, after becoming vegan, would be like, damn, now that I'm convinced of veganism, I really do think the world fucking sucks. And I would rather not exist. I wonder if there's any possible fucking reason for that.
Hold
I
on,
wonder if it's
hold on.
anything other than fucking nutrition.
Your argument is that vegans become depressed nihilists, but like it's okay because
It's not
that's
caused by the
reality
nutrition
of the
issues.
world.
Also,
not
the
caused by
reality of the world
nutritionary
is
issues.
that it's
I just want
Hold
to
on,
clarify.
are we on La La Land? Like, it's not caused by any nutritionary issues. If you want, you can name what the issue is. What was the fucking nutrient the vegans are lacking, Lactoid or Scott?
I don't know. I'm not looking at the study. I don't
Well,
know.
Well,
actually,
Lactoid, do you have an
claim.
answer?
Let me clarify.
Study.
You're
You're like,
referencing
no,
reference.
we all should be depressed.
Lactoid.
Sorry.
You reference a study. Can you tell me out of which country that study was based out of?
2012 German study found that mental disorders tended to
That
follow
makes
the
sense.
onset of a vegetarian diet.
Okay, I mean that in
An
addition to what Sid said,
An Australian study, Brazilian study, like every country they do it.
yeah, I will totally grant that in generally in those countries and including our country, in addition to what Sid said, of like yes, in a culture where not consuming meat is heavily stigmatized. Like that, and you might be socially ostracized, or it might be more difficult for you to
What?
socialize. Then absolutely,
Your
there will
argument
be.
is that people are coming up to you at the restaurant going, "Why do you have a salad, Corey?"
No,
Shut
no,
the
no, that's
fuck
not.
up.
No, you just
There's
no,
no,
Scott, you just can't.
social
You just
ostracization.
you just
If you
can't
just
pay
stop,
attention.
vegans could
You
just stop
can't pay
telling
attention.
people
You
that they're
just can't
vegan.
pay attention.
No
Scott,
one would
you're
make
not
fun
paying
of them.
Pay
attention. Scott,
attention.
stop spazzing.
You just can't pay attention. I also said that it can introduce like barriers in terms of making it more difficult for you to socialize. In terms of like eating food is a social engagement for most people, as far as I know. And that like yes, if you're like the one vegan in a group of omnivores, like very often they try to accommodate you, or they won't accommodate you, and that introduces social barriers. If you can't follow that, or if that's like totally
Dog,
out there for
every
you,
decent restaurant I've ever been to has gluten-free and vegan options. Like, just stop.
No, they don't. Look, fucking go to the real world. If you want to go to the fucking, there's a shitload of places that
The
if you go
real
to,
world?
yeah, the real world, like outside, Scott. Like go walk to your local place and go see something there, and you'll see most places don't have a fucking Impossible Whopper. Most people are gonna have a nutritionally complete vegan meal, and so we have to actively think about where the fuck we're going before we go there. As a vegan, I can tell you, there's a lot of places I can't fucking go. I can't go to fucking Buffalo Wild Wings, right? It's really difficult to go to most fucking places. There are some places that do serve
Buffalo
vegan
Wild
options.
Wings.
There's some places that do serve vegan options, right? I can see like, oh, they'll have like an Impossible Whopper on their menu, and I can go to those places. There are a lot of fucking places I can't
Yes.
go to, and if my friends want
you
to
know
go
what?
there, I
you
can't
know
go
what?
with them.
I will bite the bullet. If your friends demand that you go to Buffalo
They're not
Wild
demanding.
Wings,
They're just saying, I'm
the
going to go do
place that
this.
is specifically
You live in
designed to
La La
only
Land.
sell
You're the most
chicken.
delusional individual
Like
ever.
I could see, yeah, that's this deep social ostracization that doubles the
I'm not
depression
saying people
rates
hate you for
because
being vegan.
motherfuckers-
Scott, we're just
Okay,
saying that,
okay.
Jesus, we're saying there's
I'm
Yeah,
saying it's
sure.
a silly fucking argument.
Okay,
That's the argument, you're just delusional, right? I'm just saying
okay.
How am I delusional for thinking social ostracization is making these people?
Want to ask
You
one
never stop
question
talking,
to
Scott.
Cynthia. I do believe I know the answer to this. You said previously to our friend Lactoid that it's okay to hunt, right? And that it can be vegan to
Contextually.
hunt.
Depends on the context.
Would it be okay or moral to eat that
Corey
animal
wants to know if you can
afterwards?
hunt
I don't give a
black
fuck
people.
if I don't give a fuck if you eat it afterwards.
Because
I
the
think it's
suffering
like
has already been done for another cause. Then
yeah, I don't give a fuck about I don't give a fuck about if you eat it afterwards. Yeah, you can do whatever you want with the fucking the eating it or whatever.
okay,
I don't have an issue. I don't care about that. In the same way that
that's
like
what I thought.
in the same way that like if there were like but to be consistent, right? If any of you want to be consistent, hold the same view. If it was the case, right, that humans were being fucking maybe like they were overpopulated and for some reason you thought it was ethically required to hunt them down or something, then you'd have to say like it's also okay to eat those afterwards. And I'd say like yeah, if you killed a person on a deserted island and ate them, there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know. I'm looking at those census numbers, and the white population is falling, and other going. I'm just saying. So anyway, thank you all for
Saying
this.
we need to correct that mistake. Is that what you're saying, Prime Guys?
I'm just saying. Like the numbers are there. I don't know. But let's.
I don't know. Some police funding in some neighborhoods, we can fix those numbers and get the white
Yeah, we
population
could
back up
actually.
again.
Yeah, one way to do it. So anyway, thank you, all. This has been fun, which is the term I always describe that. Thanks so much. Seriously, you guys have been fantastic. I'm gonna go on to open lock on Pana. Was members like you guys who sitting at home may participate. So stick around. We got more content coming for you. I'm just gonna give an outro to all these amazing individuals. Before I give that outro, though, hey guys, you found this valuable. If you're here the whole time, just chilling in the chat, or listening and enjoying, consider supporting the channel so that we can do more of this for you. Gather these individuals and have a good time, or at least have a time worthy enough for you to be here for like 3.5 hours. So consider subbing to the channel if you're on Twitch. Gifting bits or gifting subs, you Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming here on this channel. It's a huge help. And it's free for you, but does a lot for us. So consider helping out the channel. Also, hype chats or super chats are helpful. And if you're on YouTube, become a member. I don't know. That works too. I don't know. But yeah, super chats are appreciated. This is how I power it. So help us. We've only got a little bit of support today, but we can't keep doing this without your support. So consider helping out the channel so I can have all these guys and gals, excuse me, come back. All right.
There's no gals.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave that. I will leave that alone. I'm not gonna insert anything there. All right. So, but I do appreciate all of you. Like whatever you identify as. Let's go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here. This has been so fun having you on, and I always enjoy your counter arguments here. So thank you for coming through.
Thank you, Prime, for having me. I thought these topics were great and heated, and I thought this was a great ensemble. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go to our friend Scott. Thank you, Scott, for being here. I want you to know, Scott, that like something I've been trying to happen. It didn't happen today. But what I'm trying to happen is having our friend Food Shops and our friend Nina here at the same time for you. So just want you to know, just like to tantalize you, that tag team is coming. Scott.
Why?
You're best friends.
I thought you liked me.
I like you too, Scott.
Oh, fuck, man.
I think I would get sushi with you, Scott.
I understand that there's like diversity requirements for for IQ, and that like you have to find females and you have to find people that are below average IQ, and then you need to balance out people like Senth and I. Like I get it. But can you not? Like I'm good. I'm golden. Anyways, yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. Check me out on YouTube or on Rumble. We just launched a gaming channel. If you want to check that out, here's the link. Please don't bring politics to the gaming channel though. I will fucking delete your comments. I'm just saying. I'll be super pro censorship. Just trying to have a good time. And I do have a good time here most of the time, right? First topic, interesting. Man, I wish that we had more people within Twitch politics that were like that wanted to like discuss important things and get to the truth and get to interesting conversations. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of people in Twitch politics that care about that, and so both of the topics kind of just devolve into stupidity, and that's some of the love and entertainment of Twitch politics, right? So I get it. Some of you guys love that, but man, we gotta find some cool people to bring on. I wish there was an FBI agent, Food Shops. I'm with you on one thing. That would have been dope.
Scott,
Yeah,
we have
follow me
people
on,
that you want to recommend. I'd
hold on,
love
hold
to
on.
have them.
On that note, I am.
I know a cop.
I don't
a
know any
little-
feds as an ANCAP.
Hold on,
No, I know a cop
I,
that's pretty entertaining.
I am a little bit related to an FBI agent, a little bit, but
Oh,
let's leave it
yeah.
at that. Okay, just that's all I'm gonna say. Okay.
Glow in the dark. Unreal.
Dude, fucking glowies. All right, but yeah, follow me, and I'll see you around, prom guys.
Yeah, Scott, seriously, if you have cool people that you think fit that bill, I'd love to have them.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I know some people, but he probably won't. You won't like them.
I know a cop that I think would be pretty interesting.
Oh, we had a cop here a long time ago. A cop used to be a regular on open panels. And I love to talk to more police and get their perspective on things, really. So if they're open to it, and if they'll view us like a camera, right? Like, check that out first.
Oh, he would use the camera on duty. I'll reach out to him.
What?
Okay.
No, that'd be dope.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Please bring me on so I
God.
can call him an oath breaker and piss him off.
All right. Oh, and also there was Connor, who had come on, a separate cop, who we liked a lot, despite his bastardness being inherent. Let's go to our friend Corey. You got heated this time, and it's very rare.
All intentional.
What a surprise that Scott was the one to bring it out of you. Who would have guessed, right? That would not certainly have come up on my
Fuck
bingo
you. That was
card.
a joint effort with Food Shops. All right. He got real mad at Food Shops long before he got mad at me. Don't
That's
blame
true.
me for that shit. All right. I'm
Wait,
here
what?
all the time with Corey Campbell not getting that mad. All right. Like you.
I will bite
fucking
that bullet.
balls.
By the way,
Absolutely.
I wasn't teaming with anybody. Like I was.
Yeah, we get it. You're on nobody's side.
Yeah.
Trust. No
I
one
was
wants to be on your
not.
side.
And no one's insulted, I don't think.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
But yeah, well, first of all, I'm glad that now to hear that Scott is now pro censorship on his gaming channel. Totally great. But also super grateful.
Private property.
Totally grateful to always be here. And like, yeah, these, as usual, were great topics. But you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science research news. And on X and Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. Doobie, Food Shops, Synth, Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Brian.
Friend. Corey is just an amazing addition to this community. I don't say it enough, but I really like him. And like he brings oh yeah, I'm a biologist, and there you go, facts right there. That's really nice. So I really like the way you argue. So thanks so much.
Grateful.
Then Synth, who's like the polar opposite in terms of like temperament, but like
Can you come back to me actually just a second?
Okay, sure. Then let's go to our friend Food Shops. Food Shops, thank you for coming through and sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I sent you all the links. You can just post them. Go ahead and post them in the chat. But yeah, it was a pleasure to be on this panel once again. Listen, Lactoid, all right, you're always fun to talk to. And you in particular, Lactoid, if you're always welcome, join my server. I invite you to become a part of the Orbiter Circle. Stop.
I'm gonna be put on a list.
Listen, all right. Yeah. I always welcome discourse, and even if you're just a regular viewer, and if you have questions, and if you wanna come and talk to me, you're always welcome to. Listen, all I'm gonna say is Ice Poseidon would become gay for me on the Kick or Keep panel, and Xena said I was good looking. All right, so all I'm saying is, yeah, just come check me out at kick.com/foodshops, YouTube at @foodchops, and yeah, that's about it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Let's go then to Synth. Synth, pretend I said good things about you. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for all the good things you just said, Prime. Yeah, no, I think the conversations, both of them were really interesting. I think that they both got into little on the cusp of meta ethics territory, and that would have been really interesting to delve into. But unfortunately, it's kind of a big point for a Twitch panel. But yeah, Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. You can find me on YouTube, YouTube at youtube.com/synth, SINTHE. And there we'll talk about why it would actually not be okay to rape babies, even if everyone wanted to. That's it.
Okay. Lastly, let's go to my friend Doobie. Like even my friend Doobie doesn't have like a ton to say on a topic. Just having him around, it's like my warm blanket, you know. Makes me feel better. Seriously, to have my friend around here. So I'm glad that you're back, and I hope we can have you on for more regularly in the future. But that life dictates that. But thank you so much, Doobie, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doobie. I'm on the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics.
Okay. Is there something else you want? You raised your hand previously. And I feel like I interrupted you and get to say something.
No, I was just gonna volunteer to go before Synth. I think
Okay.
Synth is busy. So
Okay. Cool. Anyway, thanks all. These guys and gals are fantastic. And like I'm very appreciative of them all. Like spending time coming through here. I don't have like a huge audience, so like the benefits aren't like they aren't tantamount. Like they aren't like going on Destiny's channel or anything. But these guys, they come on and they have a good time with us. So I do seriously thank all of them for like continuously going up. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go on to our open walk on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, oh, I guess he had to go. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, energy, knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Bye. Yep.
Deuces.
All right. Okie doke. And we back. Thank you to again to the crew. Like I really like I gotta say I those guys are great. They're great. You know? Come in and they spend like hours with us. So it's really just nice that they do that. I just want to make sure everyone knows that and go spend time with them on their channels. They're good people. Okay. Let's see. Especially open in chat. We'll see if we have enough people to have an open walk on panel. If not, then I'll just have fucking my fucking keyboard is I don't know. I don't know if it's like just me, but like the other people have this problem with like Bluetooth keyboards, just like freaking either being non-responsive or doing that thing where it just like repeats the letters. You press the letter once and it repeats a bunch of times. Like I'm trying to look for my wired keyboards. I know I have a few somewhere. Because like I don't know what's going on. My Bluetooth keyboards are just and my mouse not great. They used to be fine, but OnlyFacts, so you're saying yes, interference. Do you know what might cause interference, OnlyFacts? Could you tell me that? Like that would be useful because I don't know what it is. I got a lot of stuff in my room that could be causing interference. I guess I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know what it could be. But it's really fucking. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. So I don't know. Any which way, Bluetooth interferes with all the other EMF and stuff. Have to keep Bluetooth in line of sight. Really? You have to keep it in line of sight. It interferes with all the other EMF. Really? Okay. Guys, you can join the open walk on panel, if you like. See, that's me. I'm in the Discord. Wait for you to come in the Discord, and then we can talk. Not about the Discord. But yeah. Now, I mean by sometimes I use lumen flow to cover cables that are important. Really? Okay. I need to, I gotta figure out what it is because it is fucking killing me. It makes it so hard. Like I have to give up and like use I'm using a laptop right now. I have to use my laptop's built-in keyboard, or else it can't get anything done. Sometimes turn off phone verification on your Discord. No. But I thought you were gonna say something about like the Bluetooth. Okay. Let's do that. Yeah. But yeah. So if you guys have like good ideas as to what I could do, I should really Google that Bluetooth interference because I'm just having so much trouble, and for a long time, I don't know what to do about this. It didn't used to be like this. Like these things were like, this was like buttery smooth performance in terms of of typing and so with my mouse, but you know, whatever. So anyway, we're just waiting to see if people want to join. Join the Discord server. We'd love to have you. And if not, then we'll do other things at a time. So I'll wait a little bit, see if people want to join. Try to go wireless USB over Bluetooth, in my opinion. Wireless USB. I I don't know what protocol does wireless US. Well, I guess it's USB. USB has a wireless protocol. Interesting. I didn't know that. Like if you had just told me wireless USB, I would have assumed you meant Bluetooth, but you're saying it's a different protocol. Maybe I should look into that. If that's the case, yeah, maybe I should look into it. Ran a cable from the back of my PC to the front, so USB is close. Fix it for me. Back of my PC. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Only facts. I'm definitely looking into that because, like, oh my god, it drives me up the wall. With this, wireless USB versus Bluetooth. Okay. Yeah. That came right up in Google. USB RF, I guess, is the radio frequency. Is the name of the protocol. Yeah, I will definitely look into this. Thank you for that. Because like fuck me, man, it sucks. Pressing up the wall. All right. Any which way. We're waiting. We are waiting. To see if people want to join. If not, then we'll do other stuff. But yeah. And guys, if you liked all that, if you like the people that come on, consider supporting the channel, or else I cannot do this. So consider supporting the channel. Up a brother. Okay. So I'll talk for a few minutes and then see where we're at. Let's see. 1 second. 1 second. What do we got here? Yeah, there was that incident. It just happened, which is really unfortunate. Over a woman, a 66-year-old woman, or maybe 69. I forget, but one of those ages. She got shot. For because I think she's in California, and she had a pride flag up outside of her store, and some customer or some individual came in. I don't think they even bought anything, and started arguing with her over it, and then killed her, shot and killed her over that. Like, look, I think this is an example of stochastic terrorism. I think that we've created this moral panic around pride, gay people in general, right? And there's a certain subset of the population that honestly believes that gay people and trans individuals are threats to like children or whatever, or like un-American. I don't know, whatever. But they think bad things about them, and to the point where they think any sort of support for them is tantamount to being also very bad. And so some of those people will take drastic actions for that. With the rhetoric on the right makes this happen. This doesn't happen without that rhetoric, right? Like if we had a society that just like didn't care, it was just neutral to gay people, as you should be, just like neutral. This doesn't happen. right? Like he doesn't come in that store and freak the fuck out. We're asking when we're making that kind of rhetoric, that goes out to all of us, the sane and the insane. And some of the insane will strike. And so, yes, I blame Republicans, people creating the moral panic over our gay and trans brothers and sisters, because of like for this. Like I blame them for this. But one day I hope we can change that. Like soon. I hope this moral panic ends. It's not going to for a while, but we are in a moral panic. I think we'll get to the other side of it at some point in time. I definitely do. I mean, we got over past moral panics before. So we will, but it's just gonna be ugly, and people are gonna die. She was a mother of 9. She was a mother of 9. 9 people lost her. I'm not sure if they're still children. I don't know the ages of her kids. Imagine some of the adults, but still one way or the other. 9 individuals lost their mother because of this, and then people in her store, they lost the manager, they lost people lost friends. Like this huge impact over fucking nothing, over nothing. This is the society we live in now. Yeah, just another example of moral panic. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. She wasn't even LGBT. Yeah, she was straight. She was straight cis. Not that it makes a difference, of course, right? Like, she could be gay, she could be trans, be part of that community, asexual, well, whatever. And she doesn't deserve to die. Doesn't deserve to die. But of course, I know it's not what Olympus is trying to say. Just support her standing up. Yeah, she was a supporter. And so she had to be killed, apparently, according to this person. And then they immediately got killed. The man who killed her, had a lethal confrontation with the police afterwards. Fuck him, but like, just imagine. Who knows what the guy's person's mental state is? Seemingly unhinged, but who knows? And just imagine, like, oh, this flag is worth me dying over today. This flag that's like about love and support. No, not according to his viewpoint, but like this flag, I'm gonna die over this. This is gonna be the last day of my life. Because someone was putting that flag up, like. Yeah. Now they're recruiting religious zealots for Trump. Yeah. Oh man, it's just a tragedy. It's just a tragedy. Hysteria. Yeah, Jessica Voss out there in YouTube land. Thanks for being here, Jessica Voss. We had another Jessica here on this channel. Are you that? Are you our Jessica? Maybe you might be a different Jessica. But one way or the other, thank you for being. Yeah, she wasn't even gay herself. Yeah, but did he buy something at least? No, I don't think he did. From the police descriptions, I think he didn't even buy. I think he just like saw the flag and was enraged. And apparently, from what I'm hearing, is that flag that was hanging outside her store had been taken down a few times. People like in the off hours would come around and steal the flag and probably burn it or something, whatever. So like that had been. She had her store had a target on it for a while just because of that flag. From all reports, she's apparently a very kind individual, and this kind person lost her life for no reason. Did you guys hear about this teen? Actually, you know what? I forget that. I'm gonna bring up something else. I'm just learning, and maybe I'm late. I could be late. Okay, so maybe you guys already knew this, right? But I just found out today. That in the UK, a woman got convicted, a nurse, killing 7 babies. She worked in like the NICU, right? The neonatal intensive care unit, or whatever they call it over there. And she, was in charge of like fragile babies, and she like was killing them. She was like at first injecting air into the the lines that were supporting them, like whatever medical lines that were supporting them, and that was killing them. She killed 7 that we know of, and we know she tried to kill more, but she is like the I think they said it was the greatest, or at least the most prolific child murderer in like recent Britain history. Um, like horrifying, horrifying. Like you, like I'm imagining having like a baby, right? I don't have a girlfriend or anything, so not gonna happen. I can't reproduce asexually. But I'm imagining what it's like to have a woman, and her giving birth, and like part of that in our society is that you hand them over to the medical professionals. You hand that baby over to check them out or to support them if they need extra support. You know, if they're not like 100% healthy coming out of the womb, and you trust them, right? That this fragile creature that you just produced, these people like are going to give it the best treatment possible, you know, that they can. And I just like imagining these mothers sending out their kids and them dying at first. Like there was like, oh, we just lost the baby, you know, we didn't know why. We just lost these babies. But then finding out that someone specifically murdered them, there was like twins. And she managed to kill one, and she tried to kill the other, but she failed on that one. The baby survived. At least one of the babies. I haven't read like the full article. Like there's like an article that has like a whole timeline of events. So I'm working my way down. It's a very long article. So I'm working my way down. But I know there's one baby that has permanent brain damage, which of course, right? Like these people, babies, like started to, like started to go into shock or whatever it is the medical term for that state. When she injected oxygen into them, and like there was a lot of effort to keep them alive, and she just kept doing it. Man, that's scary. You know, I think about, and this happens. I've been wanting to say this like Scott and other parents, right? Like GSU is also a parent. GSU Gambit. I've been wanting to say that, you know, like it gets scary for me to think about becoming a parent. Like all the things that can happen to a child. Like I get it. Most children survive childhood, right? Like if not, then it's a bigger problem. Most children survive childhood. The odds are in your favor that they're going to survive childhood. Will they survive childhood untraumatized? Well, that's a bigger question. But they'll survive. But looking at all the ways that like kids are like killed, and it's like, how do I prepare my child for that? I had brought this up in a previous panel that like there was this young girl. She was like in her teens, 13 or something. She goes to her friend's house, like comes over, and their friend is playing with a gun, and he points the gun at her deliberately, and he pulls the trigger. Shoots her dead. How do I prepare my child to not die like that? Hey, don't go over to your friend's house because maybe they might have a gun there, and maybe they didn't secure it properly, and then maybe the moron might point the gun at you and pull the trigger. How do you do that? Oh, there was that one where there was those two young girls, like middle school girls, who like killed their third friend because of some ritual, like they wanted to be like Slender Man or some shit like that. I might be mixing two instances together. I don't know. Um, like, how do I prepare my child to not be murdered in the woods with people she thinks are her friends? How do I do that? How do I protect my child from sexual assault, you know, male or female? How do I protect them from that? Like, there's some things I can do, but overall, like, it's scary. It really is scary. Bringing life into this world, knowing what could happen to them. It's really like it's something that bothers me. Like I like no joke. It bothers me. It scares me, and I don't know. Hello, Sally. I've loved. Thanks for being here. Parenting is a full-time job. Blood thinner is basically as my such a heart-wrenching time. I think this happens all the time in the UK, where or the senior citizen. I don't know facts. I don't know if there's evidence that it happens all the time that babies are killed by nurses. You gonna have to find me a source on that one. But yeah. Okay. And then let's see what you guys were saying in YouTube land. Killing go bad, looking at people. Proteins. Okay, so you guys are arguing about veganism. Scrolling back down, what the fuck, damn. Killed 7, attempted 10 more, and suspected of 23 murders plus attempted murder in total. Yeah, Mr. Queeb, hello, thanks for being here. Yeah, so the police are opening a lines of investigation to other periods of time that she worked at this hospital. And they suspect that maybe she had killed more. 23, I didn't know that was the number. So it's a possibility that she's killed 30? There's a possibility that this woman has killed 30 babies. Wow. The negligence on the behalf of the hospital for not like seeing that something was up. All these babies were dying. And she was doing it quick. Not like she was like spacing them out, from what I can tell as I'm reading this timeline. Like she was doing this quick. Like she just killed the one twin the one night, and then she just like went at it as soon as she could for the second twin. It was just like these were days apart that they were dying, and they didn't like, hey, stop. Like it may not, of course, like it may not be your staff doing this, right? It may not be that why these babies are dying. Like there's all kinds of reasons that babies can die in a hospital. Like there can be some infection that's happening, you know. But whatever it is, you got to like stop and like reconsider. Like, okay, something is wrong here. We got to do something about this. We gotta reconsider our operations. We gotta check for diseases. We gotta figure out what the fuck. Why are these babies dying? We need a solid answer for that, right? And they just kept going. And apparently, like, there are some people who tried to whistleblow on this nurse. It wasn't even like a powerful nurse. I think maybe the hospital was afraid, like, but the hospital didn't take action against her. And I think the hospital was just kind of afraid of reputational damage. But this is worse, right? I'd rather be the hospital that like actively found out, hey, we got a fucking murderer on our staff, than the hospital that is told by police afterwards you got a murderer on your staff. Right? I like to be the one that actively like seeks it out and finds out way before 30, possibly 30 kids died. The hospital administrator was informed by 3 pediatricians but refused to act until 3 more died. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Queeb. You talk to your child. Jessica, you're talking about in terms of what was her rationale? Benjamin, I don't know. I don't know if she's given a rationale. I don't. I think she might have. I think she denied the charges. So I don't think she gave a rationale as to why she did it. But yeah, this young woman killed all these babies. It's horrifying. Horrifying. So I hope nothing like that ever obviously occurs to you guys, but like it's fucking scary. It's scary thinking about like the maternal mortality rate in this country in general, and then specifically for Black women, where like they aren't listened to. I'm imagining like myself, you know, again, if I had a girlfriend, a Black girlfriend in this case, I think you can imagine that, right? But yeah, I'm imagining if that was the case. And like her giving birth, and then like doctors like not listening to her. She's like, hey, something's wrong, and then doctors are like brushing it off, right? Like I read a report, I read an article about like talking to people who like Black fathers, who are these people affected by, not just Black fathers, but at least one Black father who had lost his Black wife in a hospital this way for a completely preventable situation, right? She reported that something was wrong. Hospital staff brushed her off, right? And he was like, he's like, well, these are medical professionals. Maybe I should listen to them. I don't want to like make a scene or anything. Then his wife is dead, and he has massive guilt, that like I should have like kept up like a fuss, right? Like for me, especially knowing this, like when I'm imagining anything like that's happening, I'm causing a motherfucking ruckus. I'm causing a ruckus. I'm going to humiliate them if I need to. This isn't a fucking game for me, right? So like if my wife or girlfriend is like saying that she has trouble and like medical professionals aren't attending to her or saying like whatever, and she's like reporting this, hey man, I feel like something's wrong. Like could someone please take a look at me or something like that? If that was the case, oh, I'm causing a scene. What's the problem? I'm like filming all of them, right? I'm like, okay, so you have been notified. You nurse right there. You have been notified that my partner is going through some discomfort, and then you are purposely not taking action to assist her, right? I'm making sure, right? And I'm filming all the people in the reception. I'm gonna make sure they know that what's happening, right? And any doctors that I see walking by, I'm making sure they know what's happening, right? Everyone is on, and they're all being filmed, and eventually someone is gonna fucking attend to her. I'm gonna make sure of that shit. I guarantee you. But like, I'm just thinking about this guy and like that feeling. Holy fuck, man, crazy. Crazy. Latcho TV, thank you for the raid. Lack of preterm care is a cause of her death. Yeah, I definitely. And there is a serious lack of investment. We can't control the chance of random killers appearing, but we can invest more as a nation. Absolutely, Sally. I love speaking nothing but facts there. I much appreciate it. Aiko, go look at those maps of your neighborhood. They show where the registered sex offenders are. They're everywhere. Yeah, Aiko, sorry. I missed that comment. First of all, thank you for being Aiko. Shout out to you. We miss you, friend. But yeah, they're everywhere. But like the laws that make people count as a sexual offender, a registered sex offender, are wide and vast. A lot of people shouldn't be on that list. So there are people, and I definitely know of a case of like you are caught like urinating in public. You could be a sex offender, right? You are caught streaking, and that makes you a sex offender, a registered sex offender because you streaked. And some kid saw your willy. Oh no, they'll never recover. Yeah, you traumatize them, and clearly you are a threat to children everywhere because some kid somewhere saw your dick. Holy fuck. Because you're streaked, right? Not because like if you want another thing, if like you like trap the kid in a corner, it's like, here's my dick, kid. No, that's different, obviously, right? We can understand that. But so I don't. Yeah, I've seen those maps. I actually looked that map up in my neighborhood, and there was a lot of sex offenders. But I don't trust those numbers. I don't trust their laws on this. I'm sure some of them are absolutely a danger. 100%. Positive. But still, it's scary. Scary nonetheless. Just for Kafos, women in general don't get taken seriously in the medical field. It's horrible. Yeah, look. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know about cases about women in general, though I believe you. I believe you, Jessica Foss. But I know there was like during COVID, there was a doctor, a black female doctor, who was suffering and like was telling the medical professionals, "Hey, this is what's wrong with me." Right? Like I know what's wrong with me, and she dies. Right? She's doing the best she can to advocate for herself, and as a doctor, she understands how to do so. Right? She's doing the best that she can, but those medical professionals ignored her, and she died specifically because of that lack of care. And she was like saying, "Hey, this is the problem. I need help." She was begging, crying for help, and they wouldn't help her. So yeah, I'm more aware of it happening to black women specifically, but I'm sure, Jessica, you're correct in your assessment. Can't control the get time off of work and don't need money and not a victim of not pay the uniformity in law is an ongoing problem in the U.S. True, we could be okay. All right. So no one joined in, so we're and we didn't get much support today, so we're going to head off. Let's see who can we raid. A friend. We're gonna raid our friend Rob Noor, who's streaming. Shout out to our friend Rob. So hello to Rob. We'll be back in the future, probably on Thursday, and I will see